Capital _ a Critique of Political Economy Volume 1, Karl Marx. A forensic reconstruction of Marx's Volume 1. From the commodity's dual character through surplus value, machinery, accumulation, and the historical violence that first divorced the producer from the means of production. Abstract. This examination reconstructs Karl Marx's Capital, Volume 1, 1867, Fawkes/Penguin English text, as a single forensic argument rather than a digest of famous passages. The source is the first volume of the Critique of Political Economy. The production of capital, from the commodity as elementary form through money, the sale of labor power, the labor process and valorization, absolute and relative surplus value, wages, simple and expanded reproduction, the general law of accumulation, and so-called primitive accumulation. Method follows the book's own order. Categories are developed, not assumed. Classical and vulgar economy are met where they mystify the wage, profit, abstinence, and population. Blue books and factory reports are treated as the concrete existence of the law, not as color. The result is a chapter-by-chapter reconstruction in Marx's register, scaled to the primary philosophy band, of how unpaid labor is extracted, how that extraction appears as an equal exchange, and how the capital relation was historically installed by force. Executive summary. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities, and volume I takes that appearance at its word, only to dissolve it. What looks like a relation between things is a relation between producers. What looks like the productivity of machines, the abstinence of savers, or the price of labor is unpaid labor in converted form. Marx begins with the dual character of the commodity and of labor, passes through money as the necessary form of value, and locates the origin of surplus value not in a violation of exchange, but in the consumption of a commodity whose use value is the source of new value. Labor power, sold at its value, used above it. The hidden abode of production is then mapped as a double process, labor process and valorization process, whose measures are constant and variable capital, the rate of surplus value, the working day, cooperation, manufacture, and machinery. Wages complete the mystification. Accumulation shows that even simple continuity converts all capital into capitalized surplus value, and that expanded reproduction inverts the property laws of commodity production. The general law correlates the growth of social wealth with a relative surplus population. Primitive accumulation names the historical divorce that the circle of M otherwise cannot explain. The book is therefore not a moral indictment hung on an economic treatise, nor a treatise that can be excerpted as a theory of prices. It is the anatomy of a historically specific mode of production, written against the classical school that almost found surplus value and against the vulgar school that renamed it. To read it as a catalog of factory horrors, or as a prophecy detached from the commodity form, is to miss the argument. The recommendation is to follow the order of categories: commodity, money, capital, labor power, surplus value, accumulation, primitive accumulation, and to let the historical chapters, the working day, machinery, the general laws illustrations, the expropriation of the agricultural population, do the work of proof that the abstract chapters demand. Central thesis. Capital is self-valorizing value. Money that becomes more money through the consumption of labor power and production, not through a cheat in circulation. The increment, surplus value, is unpaid labor. Its forms, absolute and relative, wages, profit in vulgar speech, are forms of appearance of the same relation. Accumulation reproduces that relation on an expanding scale and produces, as its correlative, a surplus working population. The capital relation itself presupposes a historical process that first divorced the immediate producer from the means of production. Volume I establishes this inner structure of capitalist production. It does not yet distribute surplus value among industrial profit, interest, and rent, nor trace the circulation of total social capital. Foundational observations. Dual character as method. Use value and value. Concrete labor and abstract labor. Labor process and valorization process, constant and variable capital, necessary and surplus labor. The book proceeds by splitting unities that everyday language and vulgar economy keep fused. Each split is not a taxonomy, but the condition for measuring what the fused term conceals: the magnitude of value, the rate of exploitation, the source of the increment. Form of appearance. The wage presents unpaid labor as paid. Money presents the social character of labor as a thing. Capital presents the means of production as value that begets value. Abstinence presents the coercive law of competition as the capitalist's virtue. Critique is the reconstruction of the interconnection, not the denunciation of a lie that producers already see through in practice. They live inside the appearance. Labor power, not labor. The worker sells a capacity for a definite period. Its value is the labor time necessary to reproduce the worker. Its use creates more value than it costs. Classical economy stumbled on this without naming it, speaking of the price of labor and then of a quantity of labor that cannot have a value without infinite regress. The whole of parts 2 through 6 hangs on the distinction. Relative surplus value as technological history. Cooperation, manufacture, and machinery are not a separate industrial story appended to value theory. They are the methods by which necessary labor time is shortened, labor power cheapened, and surplus value increased without first lengthening the calendar day. Machinery then turns around and lengthens, intensifies, and expels, which is why the longest chapter of the book is not a digression. Reproduction of the relation. Production is always also reproduction. Simple reproduction already shows that the worker produces the fund from which he is paid, and that, after a finite number of periods, the original capital has disappeared into consumed surplus value. Expanded reproduction is the reconversion of surplus value into capital, the spiral, the inversion of equivalent exchange into appropriation of alien labor. The capital relation is an output of the process, not only its premise. Organic composition and the reserve army. Accumulation does not long proceed with composition unchanged. The rise in means of production per worker appears as a rise in C relative to V. Demand for labor, determined by V alone, falls relatively. Capitalist accumulation itself produces a relatively redundant population, the industrial reserve army, whose expansion and contraction in the cycle regulate wages. Malthus's nature is replaced by capital's own mechanism. Primitive accumulation as prehistory, not anecdote. The never-ending circle of surplus value presupposing capital and capital presupposing surplus value is broken historically, not logically, by the expropriation of the agricultural population, bloody statutes against vagabondage, colonial plunder, public debt, and protection. The idol of the frugal elite is original sin for economists. Force is the midwife. The colonies confess that capital is a social relation requiring the wage laborer as complement. Law and struggle. The working day, the factory acts, combination laws, enclosure bills, and colonization statutes are not extra economic noise. They are the form in which the immanent laws of capital are fought out, and, once the mode of production is on its feet, the silent compulsion of economic relations can largely replace the whip. Extra economic force remains, especially at the origin and at the margin, colonies, the gang system, the workhouse. Classical versus vulgar economy. Smith and Ricardo are antagonists who almost reached surplus value. Senior, Carey, Bastiat, and the abstinent school replace categories with sycophantic phrases. The book is a critique of political economy, not a dismissal of it. Where the classics air labor/labor power, social capital as all wages, value as cost price, the error is shown as the limit of a science still imprisoned in the forms of appearance. Tendency, not recipe. Chapter 32's expropriation of the expropriators is the negation of the negation as a historical tendency of the same concentration and socialization that capital itself develops. Not a transitional program written into Volume 1, and not a moral ought hung on the analysis. Wakefield is used as an unwilling witness, not as a colonial advisor. Significance and recommendation. Volume I remains the indispensable reconstruction of how a society organized by commodity production extracts unpaid labor while observing, in each isolated contract, the law of equivalent exchange. Economists who begin with prices, factors of production, or representative agents skip the only question the book poses. What kind of social labor takes the value form, and what kind of historical violence makes labor power a commodity? Historians of industry and of the working day will find the Blue Book chapters inseparable from the theory. Readers who want only the general law or only the commodity chapter will misunderstand both. Read it in order, in a translation that preserves the conceptual vocabulary, value, labor power, valorization, organic composition, and hold volume 2 and 3 for the circuits and the split of surplus value that this volume deliberately withholds. It is the system builder's first volume, not a standalone pamphlet on poverty. Part 1. Commodities and Money. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. Marx therefore begins not with capital, class, or the factory, but with the elementary form, the commodity, and unfolds from its dual character the whole anatomy of value, money, and circulation. Part 1 is the laboratory in which the categories that later chapters will set in motion are first distilled. Chapter 1. The commodity. The two factors of the commodity, use value and value. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity is the elementary form, and the investigation therefore begins with it. The commodity is first of all an external object that satisfies human needs of whatever kind. Stomach or imagination makes no difference, nor whether it serves as means of subsistence or of production. Every useful thing may be looked at from the 2 points of view of quality and quantity. The discovery of its manifold uses and of socially recognized standards of measurement is the work of history. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value. That usefulness does not dangle in mid-air. It is conditioned by the physical properties of the commodity and has no existence apart from them. The physical body itself, iron, corn, a diamond, is the use value. This property is independent of the labor required to appropriate it. Use values are realized only in use or consumption. In the society to be considered here, they are also the material bearers of exchange value. Exchange value appears first as the quantitative proportion in which use values of one kind exchange for those of another. The proportion changes with time and place, so that an exchange value inherent in the commodity seems a contradiction in terms. A quarter of wheat exchanges for X boot polish, Y silk, or Z gold. It therefore has many exchange values instead of one. Yet those expressions are mutually replaceable and of identical magnitude. The valid exchange values of a commodity express something equal. Exchange value is only the form of appearance of a content distinguishable from it. Corn and iron, whatever their ratio, must be reducible to a third thing which is neither. As rectilinear figures are compared by reducing them to triangles, and the triangle itself to half the product of base and altitude, an expression totally different from its visible shape. So exchange values must be reduced to a common element. That element cannot be a natural property. Such properties make commodities useful, the exchange relation abstract from use value. Within it, one use value is worth as much as another in the appropriate quantity. As old Barbin says, one sort of wares is as good as another if the value be equal. As use values, commodities differ in quality. As exchange values, they differ only in quantity and contain not an atom of use value. Disregard use value, and only one property remains, being products of labor. Abstraction from use value extinguishes every sensuous characteristic and every concrete form of labor. What remains is phantom-like objectivity, congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, crystals of a social substance common to them all, values. A use value has value only because abstract human labor is objectified in it. Magnitude of value is measured by the duration of that labor. It might seem that the lazier or more unskillful the worker, the more valuable the article. The labor that forms value, however, is equal human labor. The total labor power of society counts as one homogeneous mass, and each unit counts only as a socially average unit. Socially necessary labor time is the time required to produce any use value under conditions of production normal for a given society, with average skill and intensity. The power loom has the social labor embodied in a given quantity of woven fabric. The handloom weaver's individual hour now represents only half an hour of social labor, and value falls accordingly. Commodities containing equal quantities of labor have the same value. As values, all commodities are only definite masses of congealed labor time. Magnitude would remain constant if labor time remained constant. Labor time changes with the productiveness of labor, skill, science, social organization, the means of production, physical conditions. The same labor yields 8 bushels of corn in a favorable season and 4 in an unfavorable one. Diamonds are dear because their discovery costs, on an average, a great deal of labor time. The greater the productiveness of labor, the less the labor time required, the less the value. A thing can be a use value without being a value. Air, virgin soil, natural meadows. A thing can be useful and a product of labor without being a commodity. He who satisfies his own need with his own product creates use values, not commodities. To produce commodities, he must produce use values for others, social use values, transferred through exchange. The medieval peasants' corn rent and tied corn were produced for others without becoming commodities. Finally, nothing can have value without being an object of utility. If the thing is useless, so is the labor contained in it. That labor does not count as labor and creates no value. Use value, the usefulness of a thing realized in use or consumption, independent of the labor required to appropriate its useful qualities, the material bearer of exchange value. Exchange value, the quantitative relation in which use values of one kind exchange for those of another, the form of appearance of value. Socially necessary labor time, labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society, with average skill and intensity. Quote, "The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation, therefore, begins with the analysis of the commodity." Quote, "What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. The dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. The commodity appeared as an object with a dual character, use value and exchange value. Labor, too, has a dual character. Insofar as it finds expression in value, it no longer possesses the same characteristics as when it creates use values. This twofold nature is the pivot of political economy. Marx was the first to examine it critically. Take a coat and 10 yards of linen, the coat worth twice the linen. The coat is a use value satisfying a particular want, the result of a special productive activity whose nature is determined by aim, mode of operation, subject, means, and result. Labor whose utility is represented by the use value of its product is useful labor. As the coat and the linen are qualitatively different use values, so tailoring and weaving are qualitatively different kinds of labor. If those objects were not produced by qualitatively different useful labors, they could not confront each other as commodities. Coats are not exchanged for coats. The totality of heterogeneous use values reflects a totality of heterogeneous useful labors, a social division of labor. That division is a necessary condition for commodity production, but the converse does not hold. In the primitive Indian community, there is social division of labor without the products becoming commodities. In every factory, labor is divided by a system, but not by the operatives exchanging their individual products. Only products of mutually independent private labors confront each other as commodities. Useful labor is a condition of human existence independent of all forms of society, an eternal natural necessity mediating the metabolism between man and nature. Use values are combinations of two elements, the material furnished by nature and labor. Subtract the useful labor contained in the coat or the linen, and a material substratum furnished by nature without human help always remains. Man can only change the form of materials, constantly helped by natural forces. Labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth. As William Petty puts it, labor is its father and the earth its mother. As values, however, the coat and the linen are things of a like substance, objective expressions of essentially identical labor. Tailoring and weaving, though qualitatively different, are each a productive expenditure of human brains, nerves, and muscles, two modes of expending human labor power. The value of a commodity represents human labor in the abstract. Just as in bourgeois society, a general or a banker plays a great part, while mere man plays a very shabby part. So here it is with human labor. It is the expenditure of simple labor power possessed on an average, without special development, by every ordinary individual. Simple average labor varies by country and epoch, but in a particular society, it is given. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified or multiplied. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. The proportions are established by a social process that goes on behind the producers' backs and appear to them handed down by custom. With reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively. With reference to value, only quantitatively, after reduction to human labor pure and simple. In the former case, it is a question of how and what, in the latter of how much. How long a time? If the productive power of the useful labors required for a coat remains unchanged, the sum of the values of coats increases with their number. If the labor time necessary for a coat is doubled or halved, the value of the coat doubles or halves, though the coat continues to perform the same service. An increase in the quantity of use values is an increase of material wealth. 2 coats clothe 2 men. Nevertheless, an increased quantity of material wealth may correspond to a simultaneous fall in the magnitude of its value. This antagonistic movement has its origin in the twofold character of labor. Productiveness is always the productiveness of concrete useful labor. It has no bearing on the labor represented by value. The same labor, exercised during equal periods of time, always yields equal amounts of value, independently of variations in productiveness, but different quantities of use values. The same change which increases the fruitfulness of labor, and therefore the amount of use values, also reduces the value of this increased total if it cuts down the labor time necessary to produce them. On the one hand, all labor is physiologically an expenditure of human labor power, and in that character of identical abstract human labor, it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is the expenditure of human labor power in a special form and with a definite aim, and in that character of concrete useful labor, it produces use values. Concrete useful labor, productive activity of a definite kind, creating use values, qualitatively differentiated, an eternal natural necessity mediating the metabolism of man and nature. Abstract human labor, expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense, reduced to simple average labor, the substance of value. Quote, I was the first to point out and examine critically this twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. As this point is crucial to an understanding of political economy, it requires further elucidation. The value form, or exchange value. Commodities come into the world in the form of use values. Iron, linen, corn, their plain, homely, natural form. They are commodities only because they are something twofold, objects of utility and depositories of value, and therefore only appear as commodities in so far as they possess a double form, natural form and value form. The objectivity of commodities as values differs from dame quickly in that here a man knows not where to have it. Not an atom of matter enters into it. Twist and turn a single commodity as we wish. It remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. That objective character is purely social and can appear only in the social relation between commodity and commodity. Everyone knows that commodities have a common value form, contrasting with the motley natural forms of their use values. the money form. Bourgeois economics never attempted to show the origin of this form. We have to trace the expression of value from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will immediately disappear. The simplest value relation is that of one commodity to another of a different kind. Form A, the simple, isolated, or accidental form. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden here. The linen expresses its value in the coat. The coat serves as the material in which that value is expressed. Relative form and equivalent form are inseparable, mutually conditioning, and at the same time mutually exclusive poles. 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen is not an expression of value. It states that 20 yards of linen are nothing but 20 yards of linen, a definite quantity of an object of utility. The same commodity cannot simultaneously appear in both forms in the same expression. By means of the value relation, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A. The physical body of B becomes a mirror for the value of A. The linen reveals its thoughts in the language of commodities. To say that labor creates value as abstract human labor, it says that the coat, as its equal, consists of the same labor. To say that its value objectivity differs from its buckram body, it says that value has the appearance of a coat. The equation presupposes equal labor time in both quantities. Changes in productiveness alter the relative expression fourfold. If linen's value doubles while the coat's is constant, 20 yards equals 2 coats. If it falls by half, 20 yards equals 1/2 coat. A fall in the coat's value raises the linen's relative value. If both change in the same proportion, the relative expression remains unaltered. Real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression. The equivalent form has 3 peculiarities. First, use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite. Value, as iron, in a weight relation, represents nothing but heaviness, so the coat, in the value relation of the linen, represents nothing but value. Second, concrete labor becomes the form under which abstract human labor manifests itself. Third, private labor takes the form of labor directly social in form. The coat possesses, even as a thing, the form of direct exchangeability. The enigmatical character of the equivalent does not strike the bourgeois economist until this form possesses the shape of money. He then seeks to explain away the mystical character of gold and silver by substituting less dazzling commodities, rehearsing the catalog of all that have played the part of equivalent, without seeing that even 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat already presents the riddle. Aristotle was the first to analyze the form of value. He saw that 5 beds equals 1 house is not to be distinguished from 5 beds equals so much money, and that exchange requires equality and equality commensurability. Here he stops. Such unlike things cannot, he says, be commensurable in reality. The equalization is a makeshift for practical purposes. What barred the way was the absence of any concept of value. The equal something that admits of the beds being expressed by a house is human labor. Greek society was founded upon slavery and had for its natural basis the inequality of men and of their labor powers. The secret of the expression of value, the equality of all kinds of labor because they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the notion of human equality had acquired the fixity of a popular prejudice, possible only in a society in which the great mass of the produce of labor takes the form of commodities. The expanded relative form strings linen's value through an endless series of particular equivalents. 1 coat or 10 pounds, of tea or 40 pounds, of coffee or 1/4 of corn or 2 ounces of gold or 1/2 ton of iron, or etc. It comes into actual existence when a particular product, such as cattle, is habitually exchanged for various other commodities. It is defective. The series never comes to an end, and it is a many-colored mosaic of independent expressions. Reverse the series and the general form appears. Every commodity equals 20 yards of linen. One commodity is excluded from the rest and serves as universal equivalent. Through their equation with linen, values are differentiated not only from their own use values, but from all use values, and are expressed as that which is common to all commodities. For the first time, commodities are really brought into relation with each other as values. The general form can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. The particular commodity with whose bodily form the equivalent form is socially identified becomes the money commodity. Among the commodities which in the expanded form figure as particular equivalents, gold historically won this vantage ground. Form D, the money form, differs from Form C only in that gold has taken linen's place. A commodity becomes money only because all other commodities express their values in it. The money form is merely the reflection thrown upon a single commodity by the relations between all the rest. The price form, 20 yards of linen equals 2 ounces of gold, or 2 pounds, is the simple relative expression of the value of the linen and the commodity that functions as money. The difficulty in conceiving the money form consists in comprehending the universal equivalent form, and therefore Form C, which develops from B, which develops from A. The simple commodity form is the germ of the money form. Relative form of value, the commodity whose value is expressed in another, the active pole of the value expression. Equivalent form, the commodity that serves as the material in which value is expressed. 3 peculiarities invert use value, concrete labor, and private labor into their opposites. Money form, the universal equivalent form socially monopolized by a specific commodity, gold. The simple commodity form is its germ. Quote, now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin of this money form. We have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will immediately disappear. Quote, by means of the value relation, therefore, the natural form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity. In other words, the physical body of commodity B becomes a mirror for the value of commodity A. The fetishism of the commodity and its secret. A commodity appears at first sight a very trivial thing, easily understood. Analysis shows that it is a very queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. So far as it is a use value, there is nothing mysterious about it. Man changes the forms of materials furnished by nature so as to make them useful. The form of wood is altered by making a table out of it. Yet the table continues to be that common, everyday thing, wood. So soon as it steps forth as a commodity, it is changed into something transcendent. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but, in relation to all other commodities, it stands on its head and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas far more wonderful than table turning ever was. The mystical character does not originate in use value, nor in the physiological fact that useful labors are functions of the human organism, nor in labor time as the measure of that expenditure. In all states of society, the labor time that it costs to produce the means of subsistence must be an object of interest. It arises from the commodity form itself. The equality of human labors takes on the physical form of equal objectivity of products as values. The measure of labor by duration takes on the form of magnitude of value of products. The social relations of producers take on the form of a social relation between products. The commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor, as socio-natural properties of these things. It is a definite social relation between men that assumes, in their eyes, the fantastic form of a relation between things. The analogy is the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world, where productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This is the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor so soon as they are produced as commodities, and which is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. Articles of utility become commodities only because they are products of the labor of private individuals who carry on their work independently of each other. The sum of these private labors forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange their products, the specific social character of each producer's labor does not show itself except in the act of exchange. The labor of the individual asserts itself as a part of the labor of society only by means of the relations which exchange establishes directly between the products and indirectly through them between the producers. To the latter, therefore, the relations connecting their labors appear not as direct social relations between individuals at work, but as what they really are, material relations between persons and social relations between things. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire, as values, one uniform social status, distinct from their varied forms as objects of utility. This division of a product into a useful thing and a value becomes practically important only when exchange has acquired such an extension that useful articles are produced for the purpose of being exchanged, and their character as values has therefore to be taken into account beforehand, during production. From this moment, the labor of the individual producer acquires socially a twofold character. Whenever, by an exchange, we equate as values our different products, by that very act we also equate as human labor the different kinds of labor expended upon them. We are not aware of this, nevertheless we do it. Value does not stalk about with a label describing what it is. It is value, rather, that converts every product into a social hieroglyphic. Later on we try to decipher the hieroglyphic to get behind the secret of our own social products. For to stamp an object of utility as a value is just as much a social product as language. The scientific discovery that products of labor, so far as they are values, are but material expressions of the human labor spent in their production, marks an epoch in the development of the human race, but by no means dissipates the mist through which the social character of labor appears as an objective character of the products themselves. What practically concerns producers when they make an exchange is how much of some other product they get for their own. When these proportions have, by custom, attained a certain stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products, so that 1 ton of iron and 2 ounces of gold appear as naturally of equal value as a pound of gold, and a pound of iron appear of equal weight. These quantities vary continually, independently of the will, foresight, and action of the producers. To them, their own social action takes the form of the action of objects, which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. In the midst of all the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations, the labor time socially necessary for production forcibly asserts itself like an overriding law of nature. The law of gravity thus asserts itself when a house falls about our ears. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret, hidden under the apparent fluctuations in the relative values of commodities. Man's reflections on the forms of social life take a course directly opposite to that of their actual historical development. He begins, post festum, with the results of the process of development ready to hand. The characters that stamp products as commodities have already acquired the stability of natural, self-understood forms of social life before he seeks to decipher, not their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but their meaning. It was the analysis of prices that led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and the common expression of all commodities in money that led to the establishment of their characters as values. It is just this ultimate money form that conceals, instead of disclosing, the social character of private labor. The categories of bourgeois economy are forms of thought expressing, with social validity, the conditions of a definite, historically determined mode of production. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor as long as they take the form of commodities, vanishes so soon as we come to other forms of production. Robinson Crusoe on his island apportions his time among making tools, taming goats, fishing, and hunting according to the difficulties to be overcome. Having rescued a watch, ledger, and pen and ink from the wreck, he commences, like a true-born Briton, to keep a set of books. All the relations between Robinson and the objects that form this wealth of his own creation are so simple and clear as to be intelligible without exertion. and yet those relations contain all that is essential to the determination of value. Transport ourselves from Robinson's Island, bathed in light, to medieval Europe. Here, instead of the independent man, we find everyone dependent: serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clergy. Personal dependence characterizes the social relations of production. Therefore, there is no necessity for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. They take the shape of services in kind and payments in kind. The natural form of labor, its particular mode, not, as in commodity production, its general abstract form, is here also its immediate social form. Every serf knows that it is a definite quantity of his own personal labor power that he expends in the corvée. The tithe to be rendered to the priest is more clearly apparent than his blessing. The social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear as their own personal relations and are not disguised under the shape of social relations between the products of labor. For a society of commodity producers, Christianity, with its cultus of abstract man, more especially in its bourgeois development, Protestantism, deism, etc., is the most fitting form of religion. Ancient social organisms of production are, as compared with bourgeois society, extremely simple and transparent, but they rest either on the immature development of man individually, who has not yet severed the umbilical cord that unites him with his fellow men in a primitive tribal community, or upon direct relations of subjection. The religious reflex of the real world can only finally vanish when the practical relations of everyday life offer to man none but perfectly intelligible and reasonable relations with regard to his fellow men and to nature. The life process of society does not strip off its mystical veil until it is treated as production by freely associated men and is consciously regulated by them in accordance with a settled plan. This demands a certain material groundwork, which is the spontaneous product of a long and painful process of development. Political economy has analyzed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms, but has never once asked why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. These formulae, which bear stamped upon them that they belong to a state of society in which the process of production has the mastery over man, appear to the bourgeois intellect as much as self-evident necessity imposed by nature as productive labor itself. Commodity fetishism, the inversion whereby a definite social relation between men assumes, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things, inseparable from commodity production. Social hieroglyphic. Value is the form in which producers stamp products, without knowing that in equating products they equate their labors. Quote, a commodity appears at first sight an extremely obvious, trivial thing, but its analysis brings out that it is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Quote, it is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things. In order, therefore, to find an analogy, we must take flight into the misty realm of religion. Chapter 2. The process of exchange. Commodities cannot themselves go to market and perform exchanges in their own right. We must have recourse to their guardians. In order that these objects may enter into relation with each other as commodities, their guardians must place themselves in relation to one another as persons whose will resides in those objects, and must not appropriate the commodity of the other except through an act to which both consent. They must therefore recognize each other as owners of private property. This juridical relation, whose form is the contract, is a relation between two wills which mirrors the economic relation. Its content is determined by the latter. The persons exist for one another merely as representatives and hence owners of commodities. The characters who appear on the economic stage are merely personifications of economic relations. It is as the bearers of these relations that they come into contact with each other. A commodity is a born leveler and cynic, always ready to exchange not only soul but body with any other commodity, be it more repulsive than Meritorns herself. For the owner, his commodity possesses no direct use value. Otherwise, he would not bring it to market. All commodities are non-use values for their owners and use values for their non-owners, and must therefore change hands. They must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. Yet they must also stand the test as use values before they can be realized as values. Exchange is for the owner an individual process. He wants what satisfies his need, and at the same time a general social process. He wants to realize value in any equivalent. The same process cannot be both exclusively individual and exclusively social for all owners at once. To each, his own commodity is the universal equivalent. Since this applies to every owner, there is in fact no universal equivalent. In their difficulties, our commodity owners think like Faust. In the beginning was the deed. Only the action of society can turn a particular commodity into the universal equivalent. It thus becomes money. Money crystallizes out of the process of exchange, in which different products of labor are equated and thereby converted into commodities. Direct exchange of products has the form X use value A equals Y use value B. The articles become commodities only through the act of exchange. Reciprocal alienation requires that men treat each other as private owners of alienable things. This relationship of reciprocal isolation does not exist inside a primitive community of natural origin, patriarchal family, ancient Indian commune, Inca state. Exchange begins where communities have their boundaries. Once products have become commodities externally, they become so, by reaction, in the internal life of the community. At first, the quantitative relation is chance. Repetition makes exchange a normal social process, and some products begin to be produced intentionally for it. The universal equivalent form comes and goes with the contacts that call it into existence, until it crystallizes onto cattle, on articles of exchange from outside, or among nomads whose possessions are already movable, onto a money form as such. Men have made the slave into primitive money, never the land. As exchange bursts its local bonds, the form is transferred to gold and silver. Uniform, divisible, reassemblable. Although gold and silver are not by nature money, money is by nature gold and silver. Alongside its special use value as a commodity, the money commodity acquires a formal use value arising out of its social function. The money form is merely the reflection thrown upon a single commodity by the relations between all the rest. Exchange gives that commodity not its value, but its specific value form. Confusion of the two has misled some into calling the value of gold imaginary, or money itself a mere symbol. The difficulty lies not in comprehending that money is a commodity, but in discovering how, why, and by what means a commodity becomes money. What appears to happen is not that a particular commodity becomes money because all others express their values in it, but the reverse, that all others express their values in it because it is money. The mediating movement vanishes in its own result. Gold, immediately on emergence from the bowels of the earth, becomes the direct incarnation of all human labor. Hence the magic of money. The riddle of the money fetish is the riddle of the commodity fetish, now become visible and dazzling to our eyes. Personification. Economic agents appear as bearers of economic relations. The juridical will mirrors the economic content. Universal equivalent. The commodity set apart by the social action of all others to serve as money. Historically cattle, slaves, finally gold and silver. Quote, commodities cannot themselves go to market and perform exchanges in their own right. We must, therefore, have recourse to their guardians, who are the possessors of commodities. Quote, here the persons exist for one another merely as representatives and hence owners of commodities. As we proceed to develop our investigation, we shall find, in general, that the characters who appear on the economic stage are merely personifications of economic relations. Chapter 3. Money, or the circulation of commodities. The measure of values. Throughout this work, gold is assumed as the money commodity. Its first main function is to supply commodities with the material for the expression of their values as magnitudes of the same denomination qualitatively equal and quantitatively comparable. It thus acts as a universal measure of value, and only through performing this function does gold become money. It is not money that renders the commodities commensurable. Quite the contrary, because all commodities as values are objectified human labor, and therefore in themselves commensurable, their values can be communally measured in one and the same specific commodity, and this commodity can be converted into the common measure of their values, that is, into money. Money as a measure of value is the necessary form of appearance of the measure of value which is immanent in commodities, namely labor time. The expression of the value of a commodity in gold, X commodity, A equals Y money commodity, is its money form or price. A single equation, such as 1 ton of iron equals 2 ounces of gold, now suffices to express the value of the iron in a socially valid manner. There is no longer any need for this equation to figure as a link in a chain, because gold already possesses the character of money. The general relative form of value has therefore resumed the shape of simple relative value. The endless series of equations has become the specific relative form of value of the money commodity itself. We have only to read a price list backwards to find the magnitude of the value of money expressed in all sorts of commodities. As against this, money has no price. In order to form a part of this uniform relative form, it would have to be brought into relation with itself as its own equivalent. The price or money form of commodities is, like their form of value generally, quite distinct from their palpable bodily form. It is therefore a purely ideal or notional form. Although invisible, the value of iron, linen, and corn exists in these very articles, is signified through their equality with gold, even though this relation exists only in their heads, so to speak. The guardian of the commodities must therefore lend them his tongue, or hang a ticket on them. Since the expression of value in gold is a purely ideal act, we may use purely imaginary gold to perform this operation. Every owner of commodities knows that he is nowhere near turning them into gold when he has given their value the form of a price, and that it does not require the tiniest particle of real gold to give a valuation in gold of millions of pounds worth of commodities. In its function as measure of value, money therefore serves only in an imaginary or ideal capacity. But although the money that performs this function is only imaginary, the price depends entirely on the actual substance that is money. According to whether it is gold, silver, or copper, which is serving as the measure of value, the value of a ton of iron will be expressed by very different prices. If gold and silver serve simultaneously as measures of value, all commodities will have two separate price expressions, which will quietly coexist as long as the ratio of silver to gold remains unchanged, say at 15:1. Every alteration in this ratio disturbs the ratio between gold prices and silver prices, and thus proves that a duplication of the measure of value contradicts the function of that measure. Commodities with definite prices all appear as it equals X gold, B equals Y gold, C equals Z gold. Their values are changed into imaginary quantities of gold of different magnitudes of the same denomination, and are therefore comparable. Technical need produces a fixed quantity of gold as unit of measurement. This unit, divided into aliquot parts, becomes the standard of price. Before they become money, gold, silver, and copper already possess such standards in their weights. Hence, in all metallic currencies, the names given to the standards of money were originally taken from the pre-existing names of the standards of weight. As measure of value and as standard of price, money performs two quite different functions. It is the measure of value as the social incarnation of human labor. It is the standard of price as a quantity of metal with a fixed weight. As the measure of value, it converts the values of all commodities into prices, imaginary quantities of gold. As the standard of price, it measures those quantities of gold. For the standard of price, stability of the unit is of decisive importance. But gold can serve as a measure of value only because it is itself a product of labor, and therefore potentially variable in value. A change in the value of gold in no way impairs its function as a standard of price. 12 ounces continue to have 12 times the value of 1 ounce, whatever gold's value. Nor does a change in gold's value prevent it from fulfilling its function as measure of value. The change affects all commodities simultaneously and, other things equal, leaves their mutual value relations unaltered, though now expressed in higher or lower gold prices. A general rise in the prices of commodities can result either from a rise in their values, when the value of money remains constant, or from a fall in the value of money, when the values of commodities remain constant, and conversely for a general fall. The price form admits of a quantitative incongruity between magnitude of value and price, i.e., between the former and its own expression in money. This is no defect. It is, on the contrary, what makes this form the adequate one for a mode of production whose laws can only assert themselves as blindly operating averages between constant irregularities. The price form may also harbor a qualitative contradiction, so that price ceases altogether to express value, although money is nothing but the value form of commodities. Things which in and for themselves are not commodities, such as conscience, honor, etc., can be offered for sale by their holders, and thus acquire the form of commodities through their price. Hence a thing can, formally speaking, have a price without having a value. The price is in that case imaginary, like certain quantities in mathematics. On the other hand, the imaginary price form may also conceal a real value relation or one derived from it, as for instance the price of uncultivated land, which is without value because no human labor is objectified in it. Like the relative form of value in general, price expresses the value of a commodity by asserting that a given quantity of the equivalent can be exchanged for the commodity. But it by no means states, as does the expanded or the general form, the inverse, that the commodity can conversely be exchanged for the equivalent. For a commodity to be actually converted into money, a double conversion must take place. Price, while on the one hand indicating the quantity of money for which a commodity can be exchanged, on the other hand indicates that it must be alienated for that money. The name of a thing is entirely external to its nature. I know nothing of a man if I merely know that he is called Jacob. In the same way, every trace of the money relation disappears in the money names pound, thaler, franc, ducat, etc. The confusion caused by the money name, mistaking a change in the name for a change in the standard, or imagining that the legally fixed name of a given weight of gold does more than name it, is among the most stubborn of monetary illusions. The price is the money name of the labor objectified in a commodity. The relative value of a commodity is expressed by its equation with a definite quantity of the commodity whose function is to serve as money, and this equation is presupposed before the commodity can circulate. The process of circulation gives the commodities the form of a definite price, and gives the gold the form of a definite quantity of a commodity of equivalent value. Commodities become gold by stripping off their use values. Gold becomes money by stripping off its use value except as the form of appearance of value. Price, the money form of a commodity's value. Ideal expression in the money commodity, may diverge quantitatively or even qualitatively from value. Measure of value versus standard of price. Labor times form of appearance versus a fixed weight of metal serving as unit of account. Quote, "It is not money that renders the commodities commensurable. Quite the contrary, because all commodities as values are objectified human labor, and therefore in themselves commensurable. Their values can be communally measured in one and the same specific commodity, and this commodity can be converted into the common measure of their values, that is, into money." The means of circulation. The process of exchange implies contradictory and mutually exclusive conditions. Further development does not abolish these contradictions, but rather provides the form within which they have room to move. It is a contradiction to depict one body as constantly falling towards another and at the same time constantly flying away from it. The ellipse is a form of motion within which this contradiction is both realized and resolved. A similar contradiction obtains in the commodity. We have now to consider the process in its formal aspect, the metamorphosis of commodities. The circuit C, M, C, sale and purchase, is the complete metamorphosis. The commodity is in love with money, but the course of true love never did run smooth. Its conversion into money, the leap from the body of the commodity into the body of gold, is the commodity's salto mortale. If the leap falls short, it is not the commodity which is defrauded, but its owner. The social division of labor makes the nature of his labor as one-sided as his needs are many-sided. His product serves him solely as exchange value, yet cannot acquire universal social validity except by being converted into money, and that money is in someone else's pocket. The division of labor is a web woven behind the backs of the producers. Today, the product satisfies a social need. Tomorrow, it may be expelled. Even if weaving is a recognized branch, that does not guarantee the utility of these particular 20 yards of linen. If society's need has already been satisfied by rival weavers, the product is superfluous. And even if every piece contains nothing but socially necessary labor time, all these pieces taken as a whole may contain superfluously expended labor time. If the market cannot stomach the whole quantity at the normal price, too great a portion of the total social labor time has been expended in the form of weaving. Caught together, hung together. All the linen on the market counts as one single article of commerce. The first metamorphosis of one commodity, its transformation from the commodity form into money, is also invariably the second, diametrically opposite metamorphosis of some other commodity. C.M. Linen money. The first phase of C.M.C. Linen money Bible is also M.C. money linen, the last phase of another movement C.M.C. wheat money linen. Money is the absolutely alienable commodity because it is all other commodities divested of their shape. It reads all prices backwards, non-ol it, from whatever source it may come. M.C. A purchase is at the same time C.M. A sale. The concluding metamorphosis of one commodity is the first of another. The weaver reconverts his 2 pounds into a Bible. The seller of the Bible turns the same 2 pounds into brandy. A sale often leads to many purchases. The producer offers a single product in large quantities, but has many needs. The complete metamorphosis of a commodity, in its simplest form, implies 4 denouements and 3 dramatis personae, a commodity owner confronted with a money owner. Then, after the sale, the former seller becoming a buyer, in which a third commodity owner comes to meet him as a seller. The 2 inverted phases constitute a circuit commodity form, stripping off of this form and return to it. At the starting point, the commodity is a non-use value to its owner. At the end, it is a use value. The circuit made by one commodity in the course of its metamorphoses is inextricably entwined with the circuits of other commodities. This whole process constitutes the circulation of commodities. Circulation differs from the direct exchange of products, not only in form, but in essence. The weaver has exchanged his linen for a Bible, but this phenomenon is only true for him. The Bible pusher had no intention of exchanging linen for his Bible. The weaver did not know that wheat had been exchanged for his linen. B's commodity replaces that of A, but A and B do not mutually exchange their commodities. Circulation breaks through all the individual and local limitations of the direct exchange of products and develops the metabolic process of human labor. On the other hand, there develops a whole network of social connections of natural origin, entirely beyond the control of the human agents. And the money does not vanish when it finally drops out of the series of metamorphoses. When one commodity replaces another, the money commodity always sticks to the hands of some third person. Circulation sweats money from every pore. Nothing could be more foolish than the dogma that because every sale is a purchase and every purchase a sale, the circulation of commodities necessarily implies an equilibrium between sales and purchases. If this means that the number of actual sales is equal to the number of purchases, it is a flat tautology. Its real intention is to show that every seller brings his own buyer to market with him. Sale and purchase are one identical act, as the alternating relation between 2 persons in polar opposition. They constitute 2 acts of polar and opposite character as the transactions of one and the same person. No one can sell unless someone else purchases. But no one directly needs to purchase because he has just sold. Circulation bursts through all the temporal, spatial, and personal barriers imposed by the direct exchange of products. By splitting up the direct identity present in this case, between the exchange of one's own product and the acquisition of someone else's into the two antithetical segments of sale and purchase. If the interval in time between the two complementary phases of the complete metamorphosis of a commodity becomes too great, if the split between sale and purchase becomes too pronounced, the intimate connection between them, their oneness, asserts itself by producing a crisis. The possibility of crisis is already contained in the antithesis of sale and purchase, though the conversion of this possibility into actuality requires a whole series of conditions which do not yet exist from the standpoint of simple circulation. The movement of the metamorphoses of commodities appears as the movement of money, the circulation of money. Money, insofar as it acts as a medium of circulation, constantly remains within the sphere of circulation and moves around within it. The question therefore arises how much money this sphere constantly absorbs. The quantity of money functioning as the circulating medium is determined by the sum of the prices of the commodities and by the average velocity of the circulation of money. Given the sum of values and the average rapidity of their metamorphoses, the quantity of money in circulation depends on its own value. The illusion that, on the contrary, prices are determined by the quantity of the circulating medium, and that the latter depends on the amount of monetary material present in a country, had its roots in the absurd hypothesis that commodities enter circulation without a price and money without a value, and that once they have entered, an aliquot part of the medley of commodities is exchanged for an aliquot part of the heap of precious metals. Money takes the shape of coin because of its function as the circulating medium. The business of coining, like the establishing of a standard of prices, is an attribute proper to the state. The different national uniforms worn at home by gold and silver as coins, but taken off again on the world market, demonstrate the separation between the internal sphere of circulation and the world market. For a coin, the road from the mint is also the path to the melting pot. In the course of circulation, coins wear down. The denomination of the gold and its substance, the nominal content and the real content, begin to move apart. This fact implies the latent possibility of replacing metallic money with tokens, symbols which would perform the function of coins. Silver and copper tokens replace gold, where coins pass from hand to hand most rapidly. Relatively valueless objects, such as paper notes, can serve as coins in place of gold. Here we are concerned only with inconvertible paper money issued by the state and given force currency. The issue of paper money must be restricted to the quantity of gold which would actually be in circulation. If the paper exceeds its proper limit, it will still represent within the world of commodities only that quantity of gold which is fixed by the immanent laws of circulation. If the quantity of paper represents twice the gold available, 1 pound will be the money name not of 1/4 of an ounce of gold, but of 1/8. Paper money is a symbol of gold, a symbol of money, only insofar as it represents gold, which like all other commodities has value. Is it a symbol of value? Gold is capable of being replaced by valueless symbols of itself only because, in the function of circulating medium, its functional existence absorbs its material existence. One thing is necessary. The symbol of money must have its own objective social validity. The paper acquires this by its forced currency, which can take effect only within the internal sphere of circulation. C.M.C. The simple circulation of commodities, selling in order to buy, money as mediator. Circulation sweats money from every pore. Salto mortale, the commodity's hazardous leap into money. Failure falls on the owner. Socially necessary labor is tested only in the market. Possibility of crisis, contained in the independence of sale and purchase, not yet the developed crisis of capitalist production. Quote, the further development of the commodity does not abolish these contradictions, but rather provides the form within which they have room to move. This is, in general, the way in which real contradictions are resolved. Quote, no one can sell unless someone else purchases, but no one directly needs to purchase because he has just sold. Circulation bursts through all the temporal, spatial, and personal barriers imposed by the direct exchange of products. Money, the commodity which functions as a measure of value and therefore also as the medium of circulation, either in its own body or through a representative, is money. Gold or silver is therefore money. It functions as money, on the one hand, when it has to appear in person as gold, neither merely ideal, as when it is the measure of value, nor capable of being represented, as when it is the medium of circulation. On the other hand, it also functions as money when its function causes it to be fixed as the sole form of value, the only adequate form of existence of exchange value in the face of all the other commodities, here playing the role of use values pure and simple. The continuous circular movement of the two antithetical metamorphoses of commodities is reflected in the unceasing turnover of money, a perpetual mobile of circulation. But as soon as the series of metamorphoses is interrupted, as soon as sales are not supplemented by subsequent purchases, money is immobilized. It is transformed from a fugitively mobile equivalent form into the chrysalis of money, and the seller of commodities becomes a hoarder. In the early stages of commodity circulation, only the surplus use values are converted into money. Gold and silver thus become social expressions of superfluity or of wealth. This naive form of hoarding is eternalized in those peoples with whom the traditional mode of production corresponds to a traditional limit of needs. India is the classic example. With the further development of commodity production, every producer must secure for himself the nexus rerum, the social pledge. His needs are constantly making themselves felt and compelling him to purchase other people's commodities, while the production and sale of his own commodities require time and depend upon circumstances. In order to be able to buy without selling, he must have previously sold without buying. This operation, conducted on a general scale, seems to contradict itself. The precious metals are, however, exchanged directly at their sources of production for other commodities. Here there is a sale on the side of the owners of commodities, without a purchase on the side of the owners of gold and silver. Hoarding of treasure is therefore a necessary moment of commodity production. The hoarder does his utmost to conceal this treasure from society. In its aesthetic form, the lust for gold has its own poetry. In its economic form, the ori sacra fames, the accursed hunger for gold. In order that gold may be held as money and made to form a hoard, it must be prevented from circulating or from dissolving into means of enjoyment. The hoarder, therefore, sacrifices the lusts of the flesh to his gold fetish. He believes in no other god but gold. The hoard expands and contracts with the needs of circulation, serving as a reservoir. Alongside the direct form of the hoard there is its aesthetic form, the possession of gold and silver articles. This grows with the wealth of bourgeois society. In this way, a constantly extending market is created for gold and silver, independent of their monetary functions, and a latent source of supply of money, which comes into play in periods of social storm and stress. The development of circulation produces a further function, money as means of payment. With the development of commodity circulation, conditions arise under which the alienation of the commodity is separated by an interval of time from the realization of its price. One kind of commodity requires a longer, another a shorter time for its production. Different commodities are produced in different seasons. Some are transported from distant markets. The seller becomes a creditor, the buyer a debtor. Here money functions first as measure of value in determining the price of the commodity sold. Second, it serves as a nominal means of purchase, in that it enables the commodity to change hands before money actually functions. Only when payment falls does money step into circulation as means of payment, bringing the process to an end as the absolute form of exchange value. The buyer sells after he has bought. He achieves the second metamorphosis of the commodity before the first. The creditor-debtor relation can also arise independently of commodity circulation. Class struggle in the ancient world, for instance, took the form chiefly of a contest between debtors and creditors, and ended in Rome with the ruin of the plebeian debtors, who were replaced by slaves. In the Middle Ages, the contest ended with the ruin of the feudal debtors, who lost their political power together with its economic basis. Chains of payments develop. Their mutual cancellation economizes money. But when the chain is disturbed at any point, money is suddenly and immediately demanded in person and in its hard cash form. In a crisis, the antithesis between commodities and their value form, money, is raised to the level of an absolute contradiction. The bourgeois, drunk with prosperity, has just declared that money is a purely imaginary creation. Commodities alone are money. Now the opposite cry resounds over the markets of the world. Only money is a commodity. As the heart pants after fresh water, so pants his soul after money, the only wealth. The monetary famine remains whether payments have to be made in gold or in credit money. Credit money springs directly out of the function of money as a means of payment, in that certificates of debts owing for already purchased commodities themselves circulate. When the production of commodities has attained a certain level, this function begins to spread beyond the sphere of commodity circulation. Rent, taxes, and so on are transformed from payments in kind of payments in money. The twice-repeated failure of the Roman Empire to levy all contributions in money and the unspeakable misery of the French agricultural population under Louis XIV, due not only to the weight of the taxes, but to their conversion into money, as Bois-Guilbert and Vauban denounced, show how far this transformation is conditioned by the total shape of the process of production. In Asia, ground rent in kind, which is at the same time the main element in state taxation, is based on relations of production which reproduce themselves with the immutability of natural conditions. This mode of payment in its turn acts to maintain the ancient form of production and forms one of the secrets of the self-preservation of the Ottoman Empire. While hoarding as an independent form of self-enrichment vanishes with the advance of bourgeois society, it grows at the same time in the form of the accumulation of a reserve fund of the means of payment. When money leaves the domestic sphere of circulation, it loses the local functions it has acquired there: standard of prices, coin, small change, symbol of value, and falls back into its original form as precious metal in the shape of bullion. In world trade, commodities develop their value universally. Their independent value form thus confronts them here too as world money. It is in the world market that money first functions to its full extent as the commodity whose natural form is also the directly social form of realization of human labor in the abstract. Its mode of existence becomes adequate to its concept. Within the sphere of domestic circulation, there can only be one commodity, which by serving as a measure of value becomes money. On the world market, a double standard prevails, both gold and silver. World money serves as the universal means of payment, as the universal means of purchase, and as the absolute social materialization of wealth as such. Its predominant function is as means of payment in the settling of international balances, hence the slogan of the mercantile system, balance of trade. Gold and silver serve as international means of purchase when the customary equilibrium in the interchange of products between nations is suddenly disturbed. And lastly, world money serves as the universally recognized social materialization of wealth whenever it is a matter of transferring wealth from one country to another, and whenever its transfer in the form of commodities is ruled out. Just as every country needs a reserve fund for its internal circulation, so too it requires one for the world market. Sir James Stewart expressly characterizes gold and silver as money of the world in order to distinguish them from their merely local representatives. The stream of gold and silver has a twofold motion. It spreads out from its sources all over the world, absorbed into the different national spheres of circulation, and it flows backwards and forwards between those spheres, following the unceasing fluctuations of the rate of exchange. Countries with developed bourgeois production limit the hoards concentrated in the strong rooms of the banks to the minimum required for their specific functions. Whenever these hoards are strikingly above their average level, this is, with some exceptions, an indication of stagnation in the circulation of commodities, of an interruption in the flow of their metamorphoses. Hoard, money withdrawn from circulation as an end in itself. The gold chrysalis of the commodity, reservoir of the currency, ori sacra fames. Means of payment, Money discharging obligations when C and M are temporally separated. Ground of credit money and of money crisis. World money. Money on the world market, stripped of local coin form. Gold and silver as bullion. Stewart's money of the world. Quote, commodities are thus sold not in order to buy commodities, but in order to replace their commodity form by their money form. Instead of being merely a way of mediating the metabolic process, this change of form becomes an end in itself. The money is petrified into a hoard, and the seller of commodities becomes a hoarder of money. Part 2. The transformation of money into capital. Commodity circulation is the starting point of capital, its ultimate product. Money is capital's first form of appearance. Part 2 asks how money becomes capital without violating the laws of commodity exchange already established, and answers by discovering on the market a commodity whose consumption is itself a creation of value. Labor power. Chapter 4. The general formula for capital. The circulation of commodities is the starting point of capital. The production of commodities and their circulation in its developed form, namely trade, form the historic presuppositions under which capital arises. World trade and the world market date from the 16th century. From then on, the modern history of capital unfolds. If we disregard the material content of circulation, the exchange of use values, and consider only the economic forms, we find that its ultimate product is money. This ultimate product of commodity circulation is the first form of appearance of capital. Historically, capital invariably first confronts landed property in the form of money, merchant's capital and usurer's capital. We do not need to look back at that history. Every day, the same story is played out. All new capital steps onto the market, commodity market, labor market, or money market, in the shape of money that must be transformed into capital by definite processes. The first distinction between money as money and money as capital is nothing more than a difference in the form of circulation. Simple commodity circulation is C, M, C, selling in order to buy. Alongside it stands M, C, M, buying in order to sell. Money, which describes this latter course, is already capital from the point of view of its function. Both paths pass through sale and purchase, buyer and seller, commodity and money. What distinguishes them is the inverted order of succession. In C, M, C, both extremes are commodities, and money is spent once and for all on a use value. In M, C, M, both extremes are money, and the commodity is the mediator. The buyer throws money into circulation in order to withdraw it again. The money is not spent, it is merely advanced. If I purchase 2,000 pounds of cotton for 100 pounds and resell it for 110 pounds, I have in fact exchanged 100 pounds for 110 pounds, money for money. The circulatory process M, C. M would be absurd if the intention were to exchange two equal sums. The miser's plan would be far simpler. The complete form is therefore M, C, M, where M equals M plus delta M. This increment over the original value is surplus value. The value originally advanced remains intact while adding to itself a surplus value, or is valorized. And this movement converts it into capital. In C, M, C, the goal lies outside circulation. Consumption, the satisfaction of needs, use value. In M, C, M, beginning and end are the same. Money, exchange value. And this very fact makes the movement endless. The 110 pounds that emerges is qualitatively the same as the 100 pounds and has the same vocation, further valorization. Withdrawn from circulation, it is petrified into a hoard and could remain until the last judgment without a single farthing accruing to it. The circulation of money as capital is an end in itself. The movement of capital is therefore limitless. As the conscious bearer of this movement, the possessor of money becomes a capitalist. His person, or rather his pocket, is the point from which the money starts and to which it returns. Use values must never be treated as his immediate aim, nor the profit on any single transaction. His aim is the unceasing movement of profit-making. This boundless drive for enrichment is common to the capitalist and the miser. But the miser is merely a capitalist gone mad, the capitalist a rational miser. The miser seeks to attain the ceaseless augmentation of value by saving his money from circulation. The more acute capitalist achieves it by throwing his money again and again into circulation. In M, both money and commodity function only as different modes of existence of value itself. Money as its general mode, the commodity as its particular or disguised mode. Value is constantly changing from one form into the other without becoming lost. It thus becomes transformed into an automatic subject. It has acquired the occult ability to add value to itself. It brings forth living offspring, or at least lays golden eggs. Value now enters into a private relationship with itself. It differentiates itself as original value from itself as surplus value, just as God the Father differentiates himself from himself as God the Son, although both are the same age and form, in fact one single person. For only by the surplus value of 10 pounds does the 100 pounds originally advanced become capital, and as soon as the Son has been created, their difference vanishes again, and both become 110 pounds. Value, therefore, now becomes value in process, money in process, and as such capital. Money which begets money. Such is the description of capital given by its first interpreters, the mercantilists. Buying in order to sell dearer seems a form peculiar to merchants' capital. But industrial capital, too, is money changed into commodities and reconverted into more money, and interest-bearing capital presents in abridged form as is therefore the general formula for capital as it appears directly in the sphere of circulation. The general formula for capital, buying in order to sell dearer, valorization as end in itself. Surplus value dealt him the increment over the value originally advanced. What converts money into capital? Capitalist, the conscious bearer of the endless movement of valorization. Capital personified and endowed with will. Quote, the circulation of commodities is the starting point of capital. The production of commodities and their circulation in its developed form, namely trade, form the historic presuppositions under which capital arises. Quote, as the conscious bearer of this movement, the possessor of money becomes a capitalist. His person, or rather his pocket, is the point from which the money starts and to which it returns. Use values must therefore never be treated as the immediate aim of the capitalist, nor must the profit on any single transaction. His aim is rather the unceasing movement of profit-making. Chapter 5. Contradictions in the General Formula. The form in which money is transformed into capital contradicts all the previously developed laws of commodities, value, money, and circulation. What distinguishes this form is the inverted order of sale and purchase. How can a purely formal distinction change the nature of these processes, as if by magic? The inversion has no existence for two of the three persons who transact business together. As a capitalist, I buy from A and sell to B, and be stepped forth only as seller and buyer. The connection of the two acts exists for me alone. If I offered to explain the meritorious nature of my inversion, they would declare the whole series superfluous hocus pocus, and A would buy direct from B. The inversion does not take us outside simple circulation. We must look to see whether simple circulation, by its nature, might permit the valorization of the values entering into it. With respect to use value, both parties to an exchange may gain. Each parts with what is useless to him and receives what he needs. Specialization may increase the mass of use values obtained. A, who sells wine and buys corn, may produce more wine in the same labor time than B, the corn farmer, could. So both get more than if each produced both. With respect to exchange value, it is otherwise. An exchange of corn to the value of 50 for wine of the same value produces no increase for either. Inserting money as medium does not alter this. Value is expressed in price before circulation and is a precondition of circulation, not its result. All that happens, abstractly considered, is a metamorphosis, a mere change of form. This change no more implies a change in the quantity of value than does the changing of a 5-pound note into sovereigns. Behind all attempts to represent circulation as a source of surplus value lurks a confusion of use value and exchange value. Condillac: each party give a less for a greater value, because value consists solely in relation to our needs. He not only confuses the two, but assumes, in a really childish manner, that in a developed commodity-producing society, each producer throws into circulation only his excess over his own requirements. The argument is still repeated. Commerce adds value because products in the hands of consumers are worth more. But commodities are not paid for twice over. Surplus value cannot be explained by selling above value or buying below it. If everyone sells 10% dear, what each gains as seller, he loses as buyer. The consistent upholders of that theory assume a class of buyers who do not sell. The money with which such a class constantly makes purchases must flow into its coffers gratis, by might or by right, from the commodity owners themselves. Selling dear to them is only recovering by swindle what was previously handed over for nothing. The towns of Asia Minor paid a yearly tribute to Rome. With this money, Rome bought their commodities too dear. The provincials swindled back a portion of the tribute, yet there remained the ones who had been cheated, for their goods were still paid for with their own money. Keep within the limits where sellers or buyers. A may sell wine worth 40 pounds and obtain corn worth 50 pounds. Before the exchange, we had 90 pounds. After it, we still have 90 pounds. Only distribution has changed. The sum of values in circulation cannot be augmented by any change in their distribution. The capitalist class of a given country, taken as a whole, cannot defraud itself. If equivalents are exchanged, no surplus value results. If non-equivalents are exchanged, we still have no surplus value. Circulation creates no value. It can therefore be understood why we have left out of consideration the antediluvian forms, merchant's capital and usurer's capital. Merchant's capital appears, so long as equivalents are exchanged, to be an impossibility, derivable only from the twofold advantage gained by the merchant who parasitically inserts himself between buying and selling producers. Franklin: war is robbery, commerce is cheating. Usurer's capital reduces CM to the unmediated extremes M, a form incompatible with the nature of money. Hence Aristotle: the usurer is most rightly hated, because interest, tokos, offspring, makes out of money more money, the most contrary to nature of all modes of making a living. Both forms are derivative. Historically, they appear before the modern primary form. Surplus value cannot arise from circulation. Something must take place in the background, which is not visible in circulation itself. But can it originate anywhere else? Outside circulation, the commodity owner only stands in a relation to his own commodity. He can create value by his labor, but he cannot create values which can valorize themselves. Making leather into boots adds labor, but the value of the leather remains what it was. Capital cannot therefore arise from circulation, and it is equally impossible for it to arise apart from circulation. It must have its origin both in circulation and not in circulation. The money owner, who is as yet only a capitalist in larval form, must buy at value, sell at value, and yet withdraw more than he threw in. His emergence as a butterfly must, and yet must not, take place in the sphere of circulation. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic Rhodus, hic salta, contradiction of the general formula. Surplus value must arise in circulation and must not arise in circulation. Equivalence exchange, yet M becomes M. Quote, the formation of surplus value, and therefore the transformation of money into capital, can consequently be explained neither by assuming that commodities are sold above their value, nor by assuming that they are bought at less than their value. Quote, capital cannot therefore arise from circulation, and it is equally impossible for it to arise apart from circulation. It must have its origin both in circulation and not in circulation. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic Rhodus, hic salta. Chapter 6. The Sale and Purchase of Labor Power. The change in value cannot take place in the money itself, nor in the resale of the commodity. It must take place in the commodity bought in MC, yet not in that commodity's value, equivalent or exchanged. The change can originate only in the commodity's use value, in its consumption. The money owner must find on the market a commodity whose use value is a source of value, whose actual consumption is itself an objectification of labor, hence a creation of value. He finds labor power, the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the living personality of a human being, which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. In order that labor power may appear as a commodity, its possessor must be the free proprietor of his own person, and must sell it for a limited period only. If he sold it in a lump, once and for all, he would convert himself from a free man into a slave. The second essential condition is that he must be compelled to offer for sale that very labor power which exists only in his living body. No boots can be made without leather. Nobody can live on the products of the future. The worker must be free in the double sense, free to dispose of his labor power as his own commodity, and free of all the objects needed for its realization. Nature does not produce on the one hand owners of money, and on the other men possessing nothing but their labor power. This relation has no basis in natural history. A relatively feeble development of commodity circulation suffices for all the forms of money. It is otherwise with capital. It arises only when the owner of the means of production finds the free worker available on the market as the seller of his own labor power. And this one historical precondition comprises a world's history. Capital therefore announces from the outset a new epoch in the process of social production. Like all other commodities, labor power has a value, determined by the labor time necessary for the production and consequently also the reproduction of this specific article. Labor power exists only as a capacity of the living individual. Its production consists in his maintenance, which requires a certain quantity of the means of subsistence. Therefore, the value of labor power is the value of those means of subsistence. Natural wants vary with climate. The number and extent of so-called necessary wants are themselves the product of historical development, depending on the degree of civilization of a country and on the habits and degree of comfort in which the class of free workers has been formed. In contradistinction to other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and moral element. Nevertheless, in a given country at a given period, the average quantity of the means of subsistence necessary for the worker is a known datum. The owner of labor power is mortal. The sum of means of subsistence must include those necessary for his replacements, i.e. his children, and an equivalent for education and training. The daily average of articles consumed daily, weekly, quarterly is 365 A plus 52B plus 4C plus / 365. If this mass contains 6 hours of social labor, 3 shillings is the price corresponding to the value of a day's labor power. The ultimate or minimum limit is the value of the physically indispensable means of subsistence. Below that, labor power can be maintained only in a crippled state. If his capacity remains unsold, the worker will discover, like Sismondi, that the capacity for labor is nothing unless it is sold. One consequence of the peculiar nature of labor power is that it does not pass straight away into the hands of the buyer on the conclusion of the contract. Its value is already determined. Its use value consists in the subsequent exercise of that power. In every country where the capitalist mode of production prevails, labor power is paid only after it has been exercised, for example, at the end of the week. In all cases, therefore, the worker advances the use value of his labor power to the capitalist. Everywhere the worker allows credit to the capitalist. That this credit is no mere fiction is shown when a capitalist goes bankrupt and the wages already advanced are lost. The consumption of labor power is at the same time the production of commodities and of surplus value. It is completed outside the market. Let us therefore leave this noisy sphere, where everything takes place on the surface and in full view of everyone, and follow them into the hidden abode of production, on whose threshold there hangs the notice, "No admittance except on business." Here Here we shall see not only how capital produces, but how capital is itself produced. The secret of profit-making must at last be laid bare. The sphere of circulation is a very Eden of the innate rights of man: freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. When we leave this sphere, which provides the free trader vulgaris with his views, a certain change takes place in the physiognomy of our dramatis personae. He who was previously the money owner now strides out in front as a capitalist. The possessor of labor power follows as his worker. The one smirks self-importantly and is intent on business. The other is timid and holds back, like someone who has brought his own hide to market and now has nothing else to expect but a tanning. Labor power, the aggregate of mental and physical capabilities existing in the living personality, sold for a limited period by the doubly free worker. Value of labor power, determined by the labor time necessary to produce the means of subsistence, including replacements and training, contains a historical and moral element. Hidden abode of production, the sphere beyond the market, where the consumption of labor power is at once the production of surplus value. Quote, in order to extract value out of the consumption of a commodity, our friend the money owner must be lucky enough to find within the sphere of circulation, on the market, a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption is itself an objectification of labor, hence a creation of value. Quote, the sphere of circulation or commodity exchange, within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on, is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. It is the exclusive realm of freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. Part 3. The production of absolute surplus value. Leaving the sphere of circulation, Marx enters the labor process itself. Absolute surplus value is produced by prolonging the working day beyond the time necessary to reproduce the value of labor power. The categories constant and variable capital, the rate of surplus value, the working day as battlefield, and the massive surplus value are forged here. Chapter 7. The labor process and the valorization process. The labor process. The use of labor power is labor itself. The purchaser consumes it by setting the seller to work. By working, the latter becomes in actuality what previously he only was potentially, namely labor power in action, a worker. In order to embody his labor in commodities, he must above all embody it in use values. The fact that this production is carried on under the control of capitalists does not alter its general character. We shall therefore consider the labor process independently of any specific social formation. Labor is, first of all, a process between man and nature, a process by which man mediates, regulates, and controls the metabolism between himself and nature. He confronts the materials of nature as a force of nature, and by changing external nature, simultaneously changes his own. We presuppose labor in a form in which it is an exclusively human characteristic. A spider conducts operations which resemble those of the weaver, and a bee would put many a human architect to shame by the construction of its honeycomb cells. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is that the architect builds the cell in his mind before he constructs it in wax. At the end of every labor process, a result emerges which had already been conceived by the worker at the beginning, hence already existed ideally. Man not only effects a change of form in the materials of nature, he also realizes his own purpose in those materials. This purpose determines the mode of his activity with the rigidity of a law, and he must subordinate his will to it. The less he is attracted by the nature of the work, the closer his attention is forced to be. The simple elements of the labor process are 1. Purposeful activity, that is work itself, 2. The object on which that work is performed, and 3. The instruments of that work. The land in its original state is the universal material for human labor. Things which labor merely separates from their environment, fish caught, timber felled, ores extracted, are objects of labor spontaneously provided by nature. If the object has been filtered through previous labor, we call it raw material. An instrument of labor is a thing which the worker interposes between himself and the object of his labor, and which serves as a conductor, directing his activity onto that object. As the earth is his original larder, so too it is his original toolhouse. Franklin therefore defines man as a tool-making animal. Relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economic formations as do fossil bones for extinct species of animals. It is not what is made, but how, and by what instruments of labor, that distinguishes different economic epochs. Mechanical instruments, the bones and muscles of production, offer more decisive evidence of a given social epoch than the vascular system of production, pipes and jars that merely hold materials. In a wider sense, we include workshops, canals, roads, and the earth itself as a field of employment. In the labor process, man's activity, via the instruments of labor, affects an alteration in the object of labor which was intended from the outset. The process is extinguished in the product. Labor has become bound up in its object. What on the side of the worker appeared as unrest now appears on the side of the product as being. Both the instruments and the object of labor are means of production. The labor itself is productive labor. A machine which is not active in a labor process is useless. Iron rusts, wood rots. Yarn with which we neither weave nor knit is cotton wasted. Living labor must seize on these things, awaken them from the dead. Bathed in the fire of labor, they are consumed, but to some purpose. Productive consumption uses up products as means of subsistence for living labor. Individual consumption uses them up as means of subsistence for the living individual. The labor process, in its simple elements, is the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, independent of every form of that existence. The taste of porridge does not tell us who grew the oats, nor whether the process happens under the slave owner's lash or the anxious eye of the capitalist. Let us now return to our would-be capitalist. We left him just after he had purchased the means of production and labor power. He proceeds to consume the labor power he has bought, causing the worker to consume the means of production by his labor. When the labor process is the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, it exhibits two characteristic phenomena. First, the worker works under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor belongs. Secondly, the product is the property of the capitalist and not that of the worker, its immediate producer. From the instant the worker steps into the workshop, the use value of his labor power belongs to the capitalist. The labor process is a process between things the capitalist has purchased. Thus, the product belongs to him just as much as the wine fermenting in his cellar. Labor process, purposeful activity mediating man's metabolism with nature, object and instruments of labor, extinguished in the product as use value. The valorization process. The product, the property of the capitalist, is a use value as yarn, for example, or boots. But although boots are, to some extent, the basis of social progress, and our capitalist is decidedly in favor of progress, he does not manufacture boots for their own sake. Use value is certainly not the thing one loves for itself in the production of commodities. Our capitalist has two objectives. He wants to produce a use value, which has exchange value, i.e. a commodity, and he wants to produce a commodity greater in value than the sum of the values of the means of production and the labor power he purchased with his good money on the open market. His aim is to produce not only a use value, but a commodity, not only use value, but value, and not just value, but also surplus value. Just as the commodity itself is a unity formed of use value and value, so the process of production must be a unity, composed of the labor process and the process of creating value. We know that the value of each commodity is determined by the quantity of labor materialized in its use value. Assuming the product to be yarn, 10 pounds, of cotton at 10 shillings, where the spindle 2 shillings. These 12 shillings are constituent parts of the value of the yarn, provided the cotton and spindle have genuinely become yarn, and provided no more labor time has been expended than is socially necessary. If the capitalist has a foible for using golden spindles instead of steel ones, the only labor that counts remains that required to produce a steel spindle. We now consider the spinner's labor not as the specific activity which changes cotton into yarn, but solely as a source of value, differing in no respect from the labor of the cotton planter or the spindle maker. Only socially necessary labor time counts. The raw material merely serves to absorb a definite quantity of labor. The product is a measure of the labor absorbed. We assumed that the value of a day's labor power was 3 shillings, incorporating 6 hours. If in 6 hours the spinner converts 10 pounds of cotton into 10 pounds of yarn, those 10 pounds contain 5 shillings worth of labor newly added, plus 12 shillings transferred, 15 shillings in all. Our capitalist stares in astonishment. The value of the product is equal to the value of the capital advanced. He has made no surplus value. The trick has not worked. Let us examine the matter more closely. The value of a day's labor power was 3 shillings, because half a day's labor is objectified in it. But the past labor embodied in labor power and the living labor it can perform are two totally different things. The former determines the exchange value of labor power. The latter is its use value. The fact that half a day's labor is necessary to keep the worker alive during 24 hours does not in any way prevent him from working a whole day. Therefore, the value which labor power possesses and the value which it creates in the labor process are two entirely different magnitudes. The capitalist paid the daily value of labor power. He therefore has the use of it for a day. The use value of labor power belongs just as little to its seller as the use value of oil after it has been sold belongs to the dealer who sold it. This circumstance is a piece of good luck for the buyer, but by no means an injustice towards the seller. Our capitalist foresaw this situation, and that was the cause of his laughter. The worker therefore finds, in the workshop, the means of production necessary for working not just 6 but 12 hours. Now 20 pounds of yarn contain 5 days of labor, expressed in gold as 30 shillings. But the sum of the values thrown into the process amounts to 27 shillings. 27 shillings have turned into 30 shillings. A surplus value of 3 shillings has been precipitated. The trick has at last worked. Money has been transformed into capital. Every condition of the problem is satisfied, while the laws governing the exchange of commodities have not been violated. Equivalent has been exchanged for equivalent. The capitalist paid the full value for cotton, spindle, and labor power. He then did what every purchaser does. He consumed their use value. He now sells his yarn at its exact value. Yet he withdraws 3 shillings more from circulation than he originally threw into it. This whole course of events both takes place and does not take place in the sphere of circulation. It takes place through the mediation of circulation because it is conditioned by the purchase of labor power in the market. It does not take place in circulation because what happens there is only an introduction to the valorization process, which is entirely confined to the sphere of production. And so everything is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. By incorporating living labor into lifeless objectivity, the capitalist simultaneously transforms value into capital, an animated monster which begins to work, as if its body were by love possessed. If we now compare the process of creating value with the process of valorization, we see that the latter is nothing but the continuation of the former beyond a definite point. If the process is not carried beyond the point where the value paid for the labor power is replaced by an exact equivalent, it is simply a process of creating value. If it is continued beyond that point, it becomes a process of valorization. Compared with the labor process, the value-creating process appears only quantitatively, a question of the time during which labor power is usefully expended, and only insofar as that time is socially necessary. The labor power must function under normal conditions. A self-acting mule, not a spinning wheel, cotton of suitable quality, not rubbish. The capitalist has bought the use of labor power for a definite period, and he insists on his rights. He has no intention of being robbed. The production process, considered as the unity of the labor process and the process of creating value, is the process of production of commodities, considered as the unity of the labor process and the process of valorization. It is the capitalist process of production. It does not matter whether the labor appropriated is simple or more complex. Whatever difference in skill there may be between spinner and jeweler, the portion by which the jeweler merely replaces the value of his own labor power does not differ in quality from the additional portion by which he creates surplus value. In both cases, surplus value results only from a quantitative excess of labor, from a lengthening of one and the same labor process. Valorization process. Production as creation of value continued beyond the point where the equivalent of labor power is replaced. The capitalist aim beyond mere use value. Necessary versus surplus labor. Labor time reproducing the value of labor power versus labor time beyond that point, creating surplus value. Quote, "But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is that the architect builds the cell in his mind before he constructs it in wax. At the end of every labor process, a result emerges which had already been conceived by the worker at the beginning, hence already existed ideally." Quote, "The fact that half a day's labor is necessary to keep the worker alive during 24 hours does not in any way prevent him from working a whole day. This circumstance is a piece of good luck for the buyer, but by no means an injustice towards the seller." Chapter 8. Constant capital and variable capital. The various factors of the labor process play different parts in forming the value of the product. The worker adds fresh value to the material of his labor by expending on it a given amount of additional labor, no matter what the specific content of that labor may be. On the other hand, the values of the means of production used up are preserved and present themselves afresh as constituent parts of the value of the product. The values of the cotton and the spindle reappear in the value of the yarn. This transfer is mediated through labor. But the worker does not perform two pieces of work simultaneously, one to add value, the other to preserve it. By the very act of adding new value, he preserves former values. Since these are two entirely distinct results, the twofold nature of the result can be explained only by the twofold nature of his labor. The spinner adds labor time by spinning, the weaver by weaving. It is only through the agency of labor directed to a particular purpose that the means of production become constituent elements of a new use value. The worker preserves the values of the already consumed means of production not by virtue of his additional labor as such, but by virtue of its specific productive form. If he changed his trade to that of a joiner, he would still by a day's labor add value to the material he worked on. The addition of new value takes place not because his labor is spinning in particular, but because it is labor in general, abstract social labor. The value added is of a certain definite amount not because his labor has a particular useful content, but because it lasts for a definite length of time. On the one hand, by virtue of its general character as expenditure of human labor power in the abstract, spinning adds new value. On the other hand, by virtue of its special character as a concrete useful process, the same labor transfers the values of the means of production to the product and preserves them in it. This twofold effect appears quite plainly in numerous phenomena. Let us assume that some invention enables the spinner to spin as much cotton in 6 hours as he was able to spin before in 36. His labor is now 6 times as effective as useful productive activity. The product of 6 hours has increased sixfold, from 6 pounds to 36 pounds. But the 36 pounds of cotton absorb only the same amount of labor as did the 6 pounds formerly. 1/6 as much new labor is absorbed by each pound, and consequently the value added to each pound is only 1/6 of what it formerly was. On the other hand, in the 36 pounds of yarn, the value transferred from the cotton is 6 times as great as before. The two properties of labor, by virtue of which it preserves value and creates value within the same indivisible process, are different in their very essence. Now assume that productivity remains constant, but that the exchange value of the cotton rises to 6 times its former value or falls to 1/6. The spinner puts the same quantity of labor into a pound of cotton, and therefore adds as much value as before. Nevertheless, the value he transfers from the cotton to the yarn is either 6 times what it was or 1/6 as much. The same result occurs when the value of the instruments of labor rises or falls while their usefulness remains unaltered. As long as the conditions of production remain the same, the more value the worker adds by fresh labor, the more value he transfers and preserves. Not because he adds new value, but because the addition takes place under unvaried conditions independent of his own labor. The means of production never transfer more value to the product than they themselves lose during the labor process by the extinction of their own use value. If an instrument has no value to lose, if it is not the product of human labor, it transfers no value. Land, wind, water, metals in the ore, timber in virgin forests. A machine which serves for 6,000 days transfers on the average 1/6,000 of its value each day, remaining entire in the labor process, while a fraction of its value migrates. Raw material and auxiliary substances transfer their value all at once. What is consumed of the means of production is their use value. Their value is not reproduced, but preserved, reappearing in a new use value. It is otherwise with labor power. While labor preserves and transfers the value of the means of production, throughout every instant it is in motion, it is creating additional value. If the process lasts 12 hours, labor power not only reproduces its own value, but produces surplus value. The property which living labor possesses of preserving value at the same time that it adds, it is a gift of nature which costs the worker nothing, but is very advantageous to the capitalist. Violent interruptions of the labor process, crises, make him painfully aware of this gratuitous gift. That part of capital which is turned into means of production does not undergo any quantitative alteration of value in the process of production. Constant capital. That part which is turned into labor power both reproduces its own equivalent and produces a surplus value which may itself vary. Variable capital. The same elements which, from the point of view of the labor process, are the objective and subjective factors, are, from the point of view of valorization, constant and variable capital. The definition of constant capital by no means excludes a change of value in its elements. If the price of cotton rises from 6 pence to a shilling after a crop failure, each pound bought at 6 pence and worked up after the rise transfers a value of 1 shilling. These changes originate not in the spinning process, but in the process in which the cotton itself is produced. Speculators therefore speculate in the raw material in its least worked-up form. If a new invention allows machinery to be produced more cheaply, the old machinery depreciates and transfers proportionately less. Once engaged in the process, the machine cannot transfer more value than it possesses independently of the process. A change in the proportion of constant to variable capital does not affect the distinction in their functions. Where formerly 10 men using 10 cheap implements worked up a small quantity of raw material, one man may now, with one expensive machine, work up 100 times as much. This alters only the quantitative relation between constant and variable capital. It has not in the least degree affected the essential difference between the two. Constant capital, C value of means of production transferred to the product. Magnitude unchanged in production. Variable capital, V value laid out on labor power, reproduces its equivalent and creates surplus value. Quote, that part of capital, therefore, which is turned into means of production, the raw material, the auxiliary material, and the instruments of labor, does not undergo any quantitative alteration of value in the process of production. For this reason, I call it the constant part of capital, or more briefly, constant capital. Chapter 9. The rate of surplus value. Degree of exploitation. Method of calculation. The surplus value generated in the production process by C, the capital advanced, presents itself first as the amount by which the value of the product exceeds the value of its constituent elements. The capital C is made up of two components, C laid out on means of production, and V expended on labor power. At the beginning, C equals C plus V. For example, 500 pounds equals 410 pound constant plus 90 pound variable. When the process is finished, we get a commodity whose value equals C plus V plus S, or 410 pounds plus 90 pounds plus 90 pounds. The original capital has changed from C to C, from 500 pounds to 590 pounds. The difference is S, a surplus value of 90 pounds. since the value of the constituent elements of the product is equal to the value of the capital advanced. It is a mere tautology to say that the excess of the value of the product over the value of its constituent elements is equal to the surplus value produced. Nevertheless, we must examine this tautology more closely. That portion of constant capital which consists of instruments of labor transfers to the product only a fraction of its value, while the remainder continues in its old form. Since this remainder plays no part in the formation of value, we may leave it on one side. If machinery worth 1,054 pounds loses 54 pounds by wear, we reckon as advanced only the 54 pounds. Introducing the remaining 1,000 pounds on both sides of the calculation would leave the surplus value still 90 pounds. When we refer to constant capital advanced for the production of value, we always mean the value of the means of production actually consumed, unless the context demonstrates the reverse. The new value actually created in the process, the value product, is not C plus V plus S or 590 pounds, but V plus S or 180 pounds. If C equals 0, if there were branches of industry in which the capitalist could dispense with all means of production made by previous labor, employing only labor power and materials supplied by nature, there would be no constant capital to transfer, but the 180 pounds of new value, containing 90 pounds of surplus value, would remain just as great. On the other hand, if S equals 0, the capital advanced would not have valorized its value. Surplus value is purely the result of an alteration in the value of V. Consequently, V plus S equals V plus delta V. But the fact that it is V alone that varies is obscured by the circumstance that in consequence of the increase in the variable component, there is also an increase in the sum total of the capital advanced from 500 pounds to 590 pounds. Therefore, in order that our investigation may lead to accurate results, we must posit the constant capital as 0. This is merely an application of a mathematical rule, employed whenever we operate with constant and variable magnitudes related only by addition and subtraction. We do this every day. If we want to calculate the amount of profit gained by England from the cotton industry, we first deduct the sums paid for cotton to the United States, India, Egypt, i.e. we posit the value that merely reappears as a 0 magnitude. Of course, the ratio of surplus value to the sum total of the capital advanced is economically of very great importance. We shall deal with it in Book 3 as the rate of profit. The fact that retorts and other vessels are necessary to a chemical process does not prevent the chemist from ignoring them when he undertakes his analysis of the results. Neither the nature nor the value of the material in which fluid, value-creating labor power has to be incorporated is of any importance for the creation and alteration of value in their pure form. The relative increase in the value of the variable capital or the relative magnitude of the surplus value is determined by the ratio S/V. In our example, this ratio is 90/90ths or 100%. This is the rate of surplus value. During one part of the labor process, the worker produces only the value of his labor power, i.e. the value of his means of subsistence. I call the portion of the working day during which this reproduction takes place necessary labor time, and the labor expended during that time necessary labor. Necessary for the worker, because independent of the particular social form of his labor. Necessary for capital and the capitalist world, because the continued existence of the worker is the basis of that world. During the second period, his labor is no longer necessary labor, and he creates no value for himself. He creates surplus value which, for the capitalist, has all the charms of something created out of nothing. This part of the working day I call surplus labor time, and the labor expended during that time surplus labor. It is just as important for a correct understanding of surplus value to conceive it as merely a congealed quantity of surplus labor time, as for a proper comprehension of value in general to conceive it as merely a congealed quantity of so many hours of labor. What distinguishes the various economic formations of society? The distinction between a society based on slave labor and a society based on wage labor is the form in which this surplus labor is in each case extorted from the immediate producer. since variable capital and the labor power purchased by it are equal in value, and surplus value is determined by the surplus part of the working day, it follows that S/V equals surplus labor/necessary labor. Both ratios express the same thing in different ways. In the one case in the form of objectified labor, in the other in the form of living, fluid labor. The rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital or of the worker by the capitalist. According to the usual way of reckoning, we should get 18%, 95 hundredths, a rate so low it might well cause a pleasant surprise to Mr. Carey and other harmonizers. But in fact, the rate is not S/C, but S/V. Not 90 to 500, but 90 to 90 equals 100%, more than 5 times the apparent degree of exploitation. The worker in our example works 1/2 of the day for himself, the other half for the capitalist. The method of calculating the rate of surplus value is therefore, in brief, as follows. We take the total value of the product and posit the constant capital, which merely reappears in it as equal to 0. What remains is the only value that has actually been created in the process. If both S and V are given, we have only to calculate S/V. First, a spinning mill of 10,000 mule spindles, April 1871. Constant part of the week's product, 378 pounds. Wages, 52 pounds. Yarn, 510 pounds. Surplus value, 80 pounds. Posit constant capital at 0. 132 pound weekly value created equals 52 pound variable plus 80 pound surplus. The rate is 80 divided by 52 is equal to 153 11/13%. In a 10-hour day, necessary labor equals 3 31/33 hours. Surplus labor equals 6 2/33. Jacob's calculation for 1815 distributes surplus value under profit, interest, and rent. We simply add them together, put seed and manure equal to 0, and find S/V more than 100%. The worker employs more than half his working day in producing the surplus value, which different persons then share amongst themselves on different pretexts. Proportional parts of the product, senior's last hour. The components of the value of the product, C, V, and S, can also be represented as proportional parts of the product itself. Of 20 pounds of yarn worth 30s equals 24s, C plus 3s, plus T's, S, 16 pounds, represent constant capital, 2 pounds, variable, 2 pounds, surplus, as if the cotton had spun itself in the first 16 pounds, and as if the last 2 pounds had dropped from the sky. The same decomposition can be transferred from space to time. It may be imagined that our spinner produces or replaces in the first 8 hours of the working day the value of the cotton. In the following hour and 36 minutes, the value of the deterioration in the instruments of labor. In the next hour and 12 minutes, the value of his wages. And finally, that he devotes only the famous last hour to the production of surplus value for the factory owner. In this way, the spinner is made to perform the twofold miracle not only of producing cotton, spindles, steam engine, coal, oil, etc., at the same time as he is using them to spin, but also of turning one working day of a given level of intensity into 5 similar days. The method is formally correct as a representation of how the value of the finished product may be allotted. It becomes barbaric when imagined as the real sequence of production. Necessary and surplus labor run through the whole day. Every hour creates value, of which part replaces labor power and part is surplus. One fine morning in 1836, Nassau W. Sr. was summoned from Oxford to Manchester to learn there the political economy he taught at Oxford. The manufacturers chose him as their prize fighter against the Factory Act and the still more dangerous 10 hours agitation. In his letters on the Factory Act, he analyzed that the whole net profit of a mill worked 11.5 hours derives from the last hour. Shorten the day by that hour and net profit vanishes. Shortened by 1.5 hours and gross profit vanishes too. Marx shows the confusion. Senior mixes the spatial and temporal representation of value components with the actual creation of new value in every hour of the day. Surplus labor does not reside exclusively in the last tick of the clock. The last hour is an apologetic fiction against shortening the working day, revived whenever capital needs a doctrinaire. Surplus value is not a deduction from the product after wages have been paid. It is created in the unpaid portion of the working day. The product of surplus labor we call surplus product. The sum of necessary labor and surplus labor constitutes the actual magnitude of the working day. Rate of surplus value, S/V degree of exploitation of labor power. Equivalently surplus labor/necessary labor. Rate of profit, S/C surplus value relative to total capital advanced. Systematically lower than S/V. Confuses the harmonizers. Senior's last hour. Confusion of proportional representation of value in the product with a temporal source of surplus value. Apologetic against the 10 hours bill. Quote, the rate of surplus value is therefore an exact expression for the degree of exploitation of labor power by capital or the worker by the capitalist. Quote, it may be imagined, for instance, that our spinner produces or replaces in the first 8 hours of the working day the value of the cotton, in the following hour and 36 minutes the value of the deterioration in the instruments of labor, in the next hour and 12 minutes the value of his wages, and finally that he devotes only the famous last hour to the production of surplus value for the factory owner. In this way, the spinner is made to perform the twofold miracle not only of producing cotton, spindles, steam engine, coal, oil, etc., at the same time as he is using them to spin, but also of turning one working day of a given level of intensity into 5 similar days. Chapter 10, The Working Day, the longest chapter of Part 3, and the empirical heart of absolute surplus value. Theory here does not float above the blue books. The working day is where the rate of surplus value is fought out in flesh, statute, and inspector's report. The chapter is therefore not a digression into social history, but the demonstration that absolute surplus value has a measurable history. Every extra hour is so much unpaid labor, and every factory act is a boundary stone in a class war. What follows is that history, from the vampire's claim on the full 24 hours to the modest Magna Carta of a legally limited day. Limits of the working day. We began with the assumption that labor power is bought and sold at its value. If it takes 6 hours to produce the average daily means of subsistence of the worker, the necessary part of his working day amounts to 6 hours, and is therefore, other things being equal, a given quantity. But with this, the extent of the working day itself is not yet given. Let a line A, B represent the necessary labor time, say 6 hours. If labor is prolonged beyond AB by 1, 3, or 6 hours, we get 3 working days of 7, 9, and 12 hours. The extension BC represents surplus labor. As a working day is AB plus BC, it varies with BC. The ratio of BC to AB gives the rate of surplus value, 16 2/3, 50 and 100% in the 3 cases. But the rate of surplus value alone would not give us the extent of the working day. If this rate were 100%, the day might be of 8, 10, 12, or more hours. It would indicate that the 2 constituent parts were equal in extent, but not how long each was. The working day is thus not a constant, but a variable quantity. It is capable of being determined, but in and for itself indeterminate. Although the working day is fluid, it can vary only within certain limits. The minimum cannot be determined. If we make surplus labor equal to 0, we have the part of the day in which the worker must work for his own maintenance. Under capitalism, this necessary labor can form only a part of the working day. On the other hand, the working day does have a maximum limit, conditioned by 2 things. First, the physical limits to labor power. Within the 24 hours of the natural day, a man can only expend a certain quantity of his vital force. During part of the day, he must rest. During another part, feed, wash, and clothe himself. Besides these purely physical limitations, the extension of the working day encounters moral obstacles. The worker needs time to satisfy his intellectual and social requirements, conditioned by the general level of civilization. These limiting conditions are of a very elastic nature. We find working days of 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18 hours. The capitalist has bought the labor power at its daily value. The use value belongs to him throughout one working day. But what is a working day? At all events, it is less than a natural day. As a capitalist, he is only capital personified. His soul is the soul of capital. Capital has one sole driving force, the drive to valorize itself, to make its constant part absorb the greatest possible amount of surplus labor. Capital is dead labor, which, vampire-like, lives only by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. The time during which the worker works is the time during which the capitalist consumes the labor power he has bought. If the worker consumes his disposable time for himself, he robs the capitalist. The capitalist, therefore, takes his stand on the law of commodity exchange. Like all other buyers, he seeks to extract the maximum possible benefit from the use value of his commodity. Suddenly, there arises the voice of the worker, which had previously been stifled in the sound and fury of the production process. The commodity I have sold you differs from the ordinary crowd of commodities in that its use creates value, a greater value than it costs. That is why you bought it. You and I know on the market only one law, that of the exchange of commodities. The use of my daily labor power, therefore, belongs to you. But by means of the price you pay for it every day, I must be able to reproduce it every day. You are constantly preaching to me the gospel of saving and abstinence. Very well. Like a sensible owner of property, I will husband my sole wealth, my labor power. By an unlimited extension of the working day, you may in one day use up a quantity of labor power greater than I can restore in 3. If the average worker can live 30 years, the value of my labor power, which you pay me from day to day, is 1/10, 950 of its total value. But if you consume it in 10 years, you pay me daily only 1/3 of its daily value, and you therefore rob me every day of 2/3 of the value of my commodity. You pay me for 1 day's labor power, while you use 3 days of it. That is against our contract and the law of commodity exchange. I demand a working day of normal length, and I demand it without any appeal to your heart, for in money matters sentiment is out of place. You may be a model citizen, perhaps a member of the RSPCA, but the thing you represent when you come face to face with me has no heart in its breast. What seems to throb, there is my own heartbeat. Leaving aside certain extremely elastic restrictions, the nature of commodity exchange itself imposes no limit to the working day, no limit to surplus labor. The capitalist maintains his rights as a purchaser when he tries to make the working day as long as possible, and where possible, to make 2 working days out of 1. The worker maintains his right as a seller when he wishes to reduce the working day to a particular normal length. There is here, therefore, an antinomy of right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchange. Between equal rights, force decides. Hence, in the history of capitalist production, the establishment of a norm for the working day presents itself as a struggle over the limits of that day, a struggle between collective capital, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e. the working class. Capital's appetite for surplus labor. Manufacturer and boyar. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production. Whether this proprietor be the Athenian Kalos Kagathos, Etruscan theocrat, Civis Romanus, Norman baron, American slave owner, Wallachian boyar, modern landlord, or capitalist. It is, however, clear that in any economic formation of society where the use value rather than the exchange value of the product predominates, surplus labor will be restricted by a more or less confined set of needs, and that no boundless thirst for surplus labor will arise from the character of production itself. Hence, in antiquity, overwork becomes frightful only when the object is to obtain exchange value in its independent monetary shape, in the production of gold and silver. The official form of overwork, however, even in the ancient world, is the corvée. But as soon as peoples whose production still moves within the lower forms of slave labor, the corvée, etc., are drawn into a world market dominated by the capitalist mode of production, whereby the sale of their products for export becomes their principal interest, the civilized horrors of overwork are grafted onto the barbaric horrors of slavery, serfdom, etc. Hence, the Negro labor in the southern states of the American Union preserved a moderately patriarchal character as long as production was chiefly directed to the satisfaction of immediate local requirements. But in proportion as the export of cotton became of vital interest to those states, the overworking of the Negro, and sometimes the consumption of his life in 7 years of labor, became a factor in a calculated and calculating system. It was no longer a question of wringing out of him a certain quantity of useful products. It was now a question of the production of surplus value itself. The same is true of the corvée, e.g. in the Danubian principalities. The comparison of the English factory with the Wallachian boyar's estate is not a jeu d'esprit. The Règlement organique, that code of the corvée promulgated by the Russian General Kiselev in 1831, is a positive expression of the thirst for surplus labor, which every paragraph legalizes. Each Wallachian peasant owed the boyar, besides a mass of detailed payments in kind, 12 working days a year. But a working day in the reglement was so defined that 12 days in fact became 36, and with the so-called job work 56. The English Factory Act's nibbling of minutes is the same thirst in a more civilized costume. The boyar counts days, the manufacturer counts minutes, and both count unpaid labor. The corvée is openly announced as surplus labor. In the English factory, the same surplus labor is extorted under the mask of the wage contract. The factory inspector's reports of the 1850s and 1860s record the small thefts of capital from the workers' meal times and recreation times, petty pilferings of minutes, snatching a few minutes, or, in the technical language of the workers, nibbling and cribbling at meal times. If you allow me to work only 10 minutes in the day overtime, you put 1,000 a year in my pocket. Moments are the elements of profit. In this atmosphere, the formation of surplus value by surplus labor is no secret. Nothing is more characteristic than the designation of the workers who work full-time as full-timers, and the children under 13 who are only allowed to work 6 hours as half-timers. The worker is here nothing more than personified labor time. All individual distinctions are obliterated in that between full-timers and half-timers. English industry without legal limits, day work and night work. So far we have observed the drive towards the extension of the working day and the werewolf-like hunger for surplus labor in an area where capital's monstrous outrages caused it at last to be bound by the chains of legal regulations. Now, let us cast a glance at certain branches of production in which the exploitation of labor is either still unfettered even now or was so yesterday. Mr. Broughton Charlton, county magistrate, declared at Nottingham on January 14th, 1860, that there was an amount of privation and suffering among that portion of the population connected with the lace trade unknown in other parts of the kingdom, indeed in the civilized world. Children of 9 or 10 years are dragged from their squalid beds at 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning and compelled to work until 10, 11, or 12 at night, their humanity sinking into a stone-like torpor. What can be thought of a town which holds a public meeting to petition that the period of labor for men shall be diminished to 18 hours a day? We declaim against the Virginian and Carolinian cotton planters. Is their black market, their lash, and their barter of human flesh more detestable than this slow sacrifice of humanity which takes place in order that veils and collars may be fabricated for the benefit of capitalists? The potteries of Staffordshire formed the subject matter of 3 parliamentary inquiries. William Wood, 9 years old, was 7 years 10 months old when he began to work. He ran mold from 6 a.m. to about 9 p.m., 15 hours of labor for a child of 7. J. Murray, 12, worked all night till 6 o'clock this morning. I have not been in bed since the night before last. Dr. Greenow, although only 36.6% of the male population over 20 are employed in the potteries in Stoke, More than half the deaths among men of that age are the result of pulmonary diseases among the potters. Dr. Arledge. The potters as a class represent a degenerated population, stunted in growth, ill-shaped, prematurely old, especially prone to potter's asthma or potter's consumption. Mr. Charles Parsons, I do not hesitate to assert that my indignation has been aroused again and again at the sight of poor children whose health has been sacrificed to gratify the avarice of either parents or employers. The commissioners hoped that a manufacture which has assumed so prominent a place in the whole world will not long be subject to the remark that its great success is accompanied with the physical deterioration, widespread bodily suffering, and early death of the workpeople. The manufacture of matches dates from 1833. It has brought with it tetanus, a disease a Vienna doctor discovered in 1845 to be peculiar to the makers of matches. Half the workers are children under 13 and young persons under 18. Of the witnesses examined by Commissioner White in 1863, 270 were under 18, 50 under 10, 10 only 8, and 5 only 6 years old. With a working day ranging from 12 to 14 or 15 hours, night labor, irregular meal times, and meals mostly taken in the workrooms themselves, pestilent with phosphorus, Dante would have found the worst horrors of his inferno surpassed in this manufacture. Wallpaper, baking, railways, millinery, the same dossier. In the wallpaper factories, the mixing of colors and the printing go on through the night. Children as young as 8 are kept at work from 6 in the evening till 6 in the morning. In the bakeries of London, night work and Sunday work are the rule. The journeyman baker rarely lived beyond his 42nd year. A parliamentary commission of 1862 found that the underselling masters, who sell bread below its full price by adulteration and by unpaid night labor, drag the full-priced masters after them. On the railways, accidents from overwork. The pointsman, the driver, the guard after 14, 18, 20 hours of duty fail at the critical moment. In the millinery workshops of the West End, Mary and Walkley, 20 years old, died after working 26 and a half hours without interruption in a room with 30 other girls during the height of the season to complete dresses for a ball given by the Princess of Wales. The doctor, Mr. Keyes, called too late, testified before the coroner's jury in uncommonly blunt terms. Mary and Walkley died from long hours of work in an overcrowded workroom and a too small and badly ventilated bedroom. The establishment of Madame Elise, in spite of this, was one of the best in London. Every milliner and dressmaker in the West End knew that the season meant death by overwork. The newspapers discovered it for a week, then returned to the exciting topic of the next ball. In agriculture, gangs of women and children under a gangmaster are hired out to farmers. The system, officially investigated in 1867, combines all the horrors of overwork with those of moral degradation. The prolongation of the working day beyond the limits of the natural day into the night only acts as a palliative. It only slightly quenches the vampire thirst for the living blood of labor. Capital's tendency, therefore, is towards the production of a 24-hour working day. In the system of relays, the personnel is divided into 2 columns, which relieve each other, so that the means of production are in motion throughout the 24 hours. Even in England, the legal distinction of day and night became so confused that an English judge, as late as 1860, needed a truly Talmudic sagacity to decide what was day and what was night. The 24-hour process is a great attraction for capital. It allows the same plant to be used twice over, and it converts the worker's night into day. Capital celebrates its orgies when every boundary of morality and nature, age and sex, day and night, is broken down. The struggle for a normal working day. What is a working day? What is the length of time during which capital may consume the labor power whose daily value it has paid for? How far may the working day be extended beyond the amount of labor time necessary for the reproduction of labor power itself? Capital's answer to these questions. The working day contains the full 24 hours, with deduction of the few hours of rest, without which labor power is absolutely incapable of renewing its services. Hence, it is self-evident that the worker is nothing other than labor power for the duration of his whole lifetime, and that therefore all his disposable time is by nature and by right labor time, to be devoted to the self-valorization of capital. Time for education, for intellectual development, for the fulfillment of social functions, for social intercourse, for the free play of the vital forces of his body and his mind, even the rest time of Sunday. What foolishness! But in its blind and measureless drive, its insatiable appetite for surplus labor, capital oversteps not only the moral, but even the merely physical limits of the working day. It usurps the time for growth, development, and healthy maintenance of the body. It steals the time required for the consumption of fresh air and sunlight. It higgles over a mealtime, incorporating it where possible with the process of production itself, so that food is added to the worker as a mere means of production, as coal is supplied to the boiler and grease and oil to the machinery. It reduces the sound sleep needed for the restoration, reparation, and refreshment of the vital forces to the exact amount of torpor essential to the revival of an absolutely exhausted organism. It is not the normal maintenance of labor power which determines the limits of the working day here, but rather the greatest possible daily expenditure of labor power, no matter how diseased, compulsory, and painful it may be. Capital asks no question about the length of life of labor power. What interests it is purely and simply the maximum of labor power that can be set in motion in a working day. It attains this objective by shortening the life of labor power, in the same way as a greedy farmer snatches more produce from the soil by robbing it of its fertility. From the 14th century until well into the 18th, capital, in England, struggled to lengthen the working day. The Statute of Labourers of 1349, issued after the plague had decimated the population, was the first of a series of bloody laws which sought to force the expropriated to accept work at wages fixed by statute and to work a long day. The spirit of the Statute of 1496, Henry VII, is still that of the 14th century. The working day for all artificers and laborers from March to September is to last from 5 a.m. to between 7 and 8 p.m. The Statute of Elizabeth of 1562 leaves this working day unaltered. Throughout the greater part of the 18th century, up to the epoch of large-scale industry, capital in England had not succeeded in gaining control of the worker's whole week by payment of the weekly value of labor power. The agricultural population, especially, still had one foot in the old conditions. With the birth of large-scale industry in the last third of the 18th century, a violent encroachment took place like an avalanche in its intensity and extent. All bounds of morals and nature, of age and sex, of day and night, were broken down. Even the ideas of day and night, of rustic simplicity in the old statutes, became so confused that an English judge, as late as 1860, needed a truly Talmudic sagacity to decide what was day and what was night. Capital celebrated its orgies. As soon as the working class, stunned at first by the noise and turmoil of the new system of production, had recovered its senses to some extent, it began to offer resistance, first of all in England, the native land of large-scale industry. For 3 decades, however, the concessions wrung from capital were purely nominal. From 1802 to 1833, Parliament passed 5 labor laws, but was cunning enough not to vote a penny for their enforcement, for the necessary official personnel, etc. They remained a dead letter. The fact is that prior to the Act of 1833, young persons and children were worked all night, all day, or both ad libitum. A normal working day for modern industry dates only from the Factory Act of 1833, which covered cotton, wool, flax, and silk factories. Nothing is more characteristic of the spirit of capital than the history of the English Factory Acts from 1833 to 1864. The Act of 1833 declared that the ordinary factory working day should begin at 5:30 a.m. and end at 8:30 p.m., and that within these limits a period of 15 hours it was lawful to employ young persons at any time of the day, provided that no one individual young person worked more than 12 hours in any one day. The employment of children under 9 was forbidden, with exceptions. The work of children between 9 and 13 was limited to 8 hours. Night work was forbidden for all persons between 9 and 18. The lawmakers were so far from wishing to interfere with the freedom of capital to exploit adult labor power, or, as they called it, the freedom of labor, that they created a special system in order to prevent the Factory Acts from having such a frightful consequence. The system of relays, so that one set of children between 9 and 13 were put in a harness from 5:30 a.m. until 1:30 p.m., another set from 1:30 p.m. until 8:30 p.m. The same reformed parliament which condemned children under 13 for years to come to the hell of 72 hours of factory labor every week forbade the planters, from the very beginning, to work any Negro slave for more than 45 hours a week. The Act of 1844 brought women under the same restrictions as young persons and began to make relays harder to operate. The 10 Hours Act of 1847 was the workers' victory. It came into force on May 1st, 1848. Meanwhile, the Chartist movement and the Continental Revolutions of 1848 had broken. The manufacturers announced that they would stop the machines, dismiss hands, cut wages. They introduced the most extraordinary relays, so that a young person or a woman might be brought back to the mill after an interval of hours, and the 15-hour frame of 1833 was restored in practice. A decision of the Court of Exchequer, February 1850, in the case of the manufacturers versus the inspectors, declared the wording of the 1844 Act so defective that it afforded no legal protection against the relay system. Capital celebrated a temporary victory. Then the workers' agitation revived. The inspectors reported that the moral feeling of the factory districts would no longer tolerate the state of things, and the Act of 1850 restored a more enforceable day, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., or 7 to 7 in winter, with 1.5 hours for meals, a 10.5-hour day for women and young persons, Saturday ending at 2 p.m. Children might still be employed for 6.5 hours, either in the morning or the afternoon. The relay children of 1833 disappeared. Extension to print works, 1845. Bleaching and dyeing, 1860. Lace and pottery, 1861 to 64, and eventually, by the Workshops Act of 1867, to smaller places, forms a protracted civil war in which every clause is contested. The establishment of a normal working day is thus the product of a civil war of half a century, and also of capital's own need not to destroy its human material. The experience of a quarter of a century has shown that, with the present unlimited hours of labor, the whole of the rising generation of factory workers is deteriorating in physique and in morals. The blue books are not ornament. They're the evidence that absolute surplus value has a history written in inspectors' ink and workers' blood. In the United States of America, any sort of independent labor movement was paralyzed so long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin. But out of the death of slavery, a new and vigorous life sprang. The first fruit of the Civil War was an agitation for the 8-hour day, which ran from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from New England to California, with giant strides. The General Congress of Labor at Baltimore, August 1866, declared the first and great necessity to be the passing of a law by which 8 hours should be the normal working day. At the same time, the Congress of the International Working Men's Association at Geneva, on the motion of the London General Council, resolved, "We declare the limitation of the working day a preliminary condition without which all further attempts at improvement and emancipation must prove abortive." The Congress proposes 8 hours as the legal limit of the working day. Thus, the movement of the working class on both sides of the Atlantic, which had grown instinctively out of the relations of production themselves, set its seal on the very first word of the program, the limitation of the working day. For protection against the serpent of their agonies, the workers have to put their heads together and, as a class, compel the passing of a law, an all-powerful social barrier by which they could be prevented from selling themselves and their families into slavery and death by voluntary contract with capital. In the place of the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man, there steps the modest Magna Carta of the legally limited working day, which at last makes clear when the time which the worker sells is ended and when his own begins. Working day, fluid magnitude between necessary labor and physical moral maxima, the battlefield of absolute surplus value. Normal working day, result of class struggle and legislation. Compulsory limitation of capital's appetite for surplus labor. Between equal rights, force decides, the antinomy of buyer and seller of labor power resolved only by the struggle of classes. Quote, what is a working day? What is the length of time during which capital may consume the labor power whose daily value it has paid for? How far may the working day be extended beyond the amount of labor time necessary for the reproduction of labor power itself? Quote, in its blind and measureless drive, its insatiable appetite for surplus labor, capital oversteps not only the moral, but even the merely physical limits of the working day. It is not the normal maintenance of labor power which determines the limits of the working day here, but rather the greatest possible daily expenditure of labor power, no matter how diseased, compulsory, and painful it may be. Quote, capital did not invent surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the worker, free or unfree, must add to the labor time necessary for his own maintenance an extra quantity of labor time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owner of the means of production. It is, however, clear that in any economic formation of society where the use value rather than the exchange value of the product predominates, surplus labor will be restricted by a more or less confined set of needs, and that no boundless thirst for surplus labor will arise from the character of production itself. Chapter 11. The rate and mass of surplus value. The value of labor power, and therefore the necessary part of the working day, is assumed to be given. With this presupposition, the rate of surplus value directly gives the mass of surplus value furnished by one worker in a definite period. If necessary labor is 6 hours, expressed in 3 shillings, a rate of 100% yields a mass of 3 shillings, 6 hours of surplus labor. Variable capital is the monetary expression for the total value of all the labor powers employed simultaneously. With a given value of labor power, its magnitude varies with the number of workers. The first law, the mass of surplus value produced, is equal to the variable capital advanced multiplied by the rate of surplus value, the product of the number of labor powers exploited and the degree of exploitation of each. In the production of a definite mass of surplus value, a decrease in one factor may be compensated by an increase in the other. If variable capital diminishes and the rate of surplus value increases in the same ratio, the mass remains unaltered. A decrease in the number of workers may be compensated by a proportionate extension of the working day, within certain limits. Therefore, the supply of labor exploitable by capital is independent of the supply of workers. Nevertheless, there are limits which cannot be overcome. Whatever the value of labor power, the total value a worker can produce day in, day out is always less than the value in which 24 hours of labor are objectified. The absolute limit of the average working day, by nature always less than 24 hours, sets an absolute limit to compensation for a reduction of variable capital by a higher rate. This second law is of importance for the explanation of many phenomena arising from the tendency of capital to reduce as much as possible the number of workers employed, which stands in contradiction with its other tendency to produce the greatest possible mass of surplus value. A third law, the rate of surplus value and the value of labor power being given, the masses of surplus value vary directly as the variable capital is advanced. This law contradicts all experience based on appearance. Everyone knows that a cotton spinner who advances relatively much constant and little variable capital does not, on that account, pocket less profit than a baker who advances relatively little constant and much variable. For the solution of this apparent contradiction, many intermediate terms are still needed. In Book 3, we shall see that the rate of profit is no mystery. Not every sum of money can be transformed into capital at will. A certain minimum must be in the hands of the individual possessor. If the worker possessed his own means of production, he could make do with the labor time necessary to reproduce his means of subsistence, say 8 hours a day. The capitalist who makes him do 4 hours of surplus labor besides requires additional means of production. To live twice as well as a worker and turn half the surplus value into capital, he would have to multiply workers and capital by 8. If he participates directly in production, he is only a hybrid, a small master. The guild system of the Middle Ages tried forcibly to prevent the transformation of the master of a craft into a capitalist by limiting the number of workers a single master could employ. The possessor of money turns into a capitalist only where the minimum sum advanced greatly exceeds the known medieval maximum. Here, as a natural science, is shown the law discovered by Hegel, that at a certain point merely quantitative differences pass over by a dialectical inversion into qualitative distinctions. Capital developed within the production process until it acquired command over labor, and into a coercive relation which compels the working class to do more work than the narrow circle of its own needs would require. At first, capital subordinates labor on the basis of the technical conditions already given. Absolute surplus value was no less effective in the old-fashioned bakeries than in the modern cotton factories. From the point of view of the simple labor process, the worker is related to the means of production as the mere means and material of his own activity. In tanning, he deals with the skins as his object of labor. It is not the capitalist whose skin he tans. But as soon as we view the process as valorization, it is no longer the worker who employs the means of production, but the means of production which employ the worker. They consume him as the ferment necessary to their own life process. Furnaces and workshops that stand idle by night are a mere loss to the capitalist. During the manufacturers' revolt of 1848-50, the head of Messrs. Carlyle of Paisley wrote that the factory were limited to 10 hours instead of 12. Every 12 spindles would shrink to 10. In this bourgeois brain, the value of the spindles is so confused with their quality, as capital, of swallowing unpaid labor, that he imagines that if he sells his factory, he will be paid not only the labor in the spindles, but also the surplus labor they pump out daily from the brave Scots of Paisley. Massive surplus value, product of the rate of surplus value and the variable capital advanced, number of workers times degree of exploitation. Quote, the mass of surplus value produced is therefore equal to the amount of the variable capital advanced multiplied by the rate of surplus value. In other words, the mass of surplus value is determined by the product of the number of labor powers simultaneously exploited by the same capitalist and the degree of exploitation of each individual labor power. Part 4. The production of relative surplus value. Absolute surplus value lengthens the working day. Relative surplus value shortens the necessary labor time within a given day by cheapening the commodities that enter into the worker's subsistence through cooperation, manufacture, and, above all, machinery. The technical revolution of production becomes the method of intensifying exploitation. Chapter 12. The concept of relative surplus value. That portion of the working day which merely produces an equivalent for the value paid for labor power, has up to this point been treated as constant. The worker could continue to work for 2, 3, 4, 6 hours beyond this, his necessary labor time. Although necessary labor time was constant, the total working day was variable. Now, suppose a working day whose length and whose division between necessary and surplus labor are given. Let the line AC represent a working day of 12 hours, AB 10 hours of necessary labor, BC 2 hours of surplus labor. How can surplus labor be prolonged without any prolongation of AC? By pushing back the starting point B towards A. If we move B to B, surplus labor increases from 2 hours to 3, although the working day remains 12 hours. The prolongation of surplus labor would correspond to a shortening of necessary labor. A portion of the labor time previously consumed for the worker's own benefit would be converted into labor time expended for the capitalist. There would be an alteration, not in the length of the working day, but in its division into necessary labor time and surplus labor time. Given the length of the working day and the value of labor power, the duration of surplus labor is given. No doubt the capitalist could, instead of 5s, pay the worker 4s, 6d, or even less. 9 hours would then suffice to reproduce this value, and 3 hours of surplus labor, instead of 2, would accrue. This result could be attained only by pushing the wage down below the value of labor power. Despite the important part which this method plays in practice, we are excluded from considering it here by our assumption that all commodities, including labor power, are bought and sold at their full value. Given the length of the working day, the prolongation of surplus labor must originate in the curtailment of necessary labor time. The latter cannot arise from the former. A fall in the value of labor power implies that the same means of subsistence formerly produced in 10 hours can now be produced in 9. This is impossible without an increase in the productivity of labor. An alteration in the labor process of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for a commodity, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. Hitherto, the mode of production has been assumed given. But when surplus value has to be produced by converting necessary labor into surplus labor, it by no means suffices for capital to take over the labor process in its given shape and simply prolong its duration. The technical and social conditions of the process, and consequently the mode of production itself, must be revolutionized. I call that surplus value, which is produced by the lengthening of the working day, absolute surplus value. In contrast to this, I call that surplus value, which arises from the curtailment of necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the two components of the working day, relative surplus value. In order to make the value of labor power go down, the rise in productivity must seize upon those branches whose products determine that value, the normal means of subsistence, or the instruments and materials required for producing them. An increase in productivity in branches which supply neither leaves the value of labor power undisturbed. The cheapening of a commodity causes only a relative fall in the value of labor power, proportional to the extent to which that commodity enters into the reproduction of labor power. The capitalist who first introduces an improved method obtains extra surplus value. The individual value of his articles is below their social value. He sells above the individual but below the social value, and still squeezes extra surplus value out of each. This extra vanishes as soon as the new method is generalized. The law of value, acting as a coercive law of competition, forces his competitors to adopt the method. The general rate of surplus value is ultimately affected only when the increase in productivity has cheapened the commodities that contribute towards the necessary means of subsistence. The value of commodities and of labor power stand in inverse ratio to the productivity of labor. Relative surplus value is directly proportional to that productivity. Capital, therefore, has an imminent drive towards increasing the productivity of labor in order to cheapen commodities and thereby cheapen the worker himself. The absolute value of a commodity is of no interest to the capitalist. All that interests him is the surplus value present in it. Since relative surplus value increases with the productivity of labor, while the value of commodities stands in the opposite relation, we have the solution of Quenet's riddle. Why does the capitalist, whose sole concern is exchange value, continually strive to bring down the exchange value of commodities? The shortening of the working day is by no means what is aimed at. The worker may produce 10 times as many commodities and still work 12 hours. In McCulloch, Ure, Senior, and the like, we may read on one page that the worker owes a debt of gratitude to capital for shortening necessary labor time, and on the next that he must prove his gratitude by working 15 hours instead of 10. The objective of the development of the productivity of labor within capitalist production is the shortening of that part of the working day in which the worker must work for himself, and the lengthening of the other part in which he is free to work for nothing for the capitalist. Absolute surplus value, produced by prolonging the working day beyond necessary labor time. Relative surplus value, produced by shortening necessary labor time through increased productivity of labor, cheapening labor power. Quote, the prolongation of surplus labor would correspond to a shortening of necessary labor, i.e. a portion of the labor time previously consumed, in reality, for the worker's own benefit would be converted into labor time expended for the capitalist. There would be an alteration, not in the length of the working day, but in its division into necessary labor time and surplus labor time. Chapter 13, Cooperation. Capitalist production only really begins when each individual capital simultaneously employs a comparatively large number of workers, and the labor process is carried on an extensive scale. A large number of workers working together at the same time in one place in order to produce the same sort of commodity under the command of the same capitalist constitutes the starting point of capitalist production. This is true both historically and conceptually. Manufacture, in its earliest stages, can hardly be distinguished from the handicraft trades of the guilds except by the greater number of workers employed by the same individual capital. At first, the difference is purely quantitative. In the production of value, a number of workers merely rank as so many individual workers, and it makes no difference whether 1,200 men work separately or united under one capitalist. Nevertheless, within certain limits, a modification does take place. The labor objectified in value is labor of an average social quality. Individual differences compensate each other and vanish whenever a certain minimum number of workers are employed together. The collective working day of a large number of workers, divided by their number, gives 1 day of average social labor. The law of valorization comes fully into its own for the individual producer only when he produces as a capitalist and employs a number of workers simultaneously, when from the outset he sets in motion labor of a socially average character. Even without an alteration in the method of work, the simultaneous employment of a large number of workers produces a revolution in the objective conditions of the labor process. Buildings, storehouses, implements are now consumed jointly. A room where 20 weavers work at 20 looms must be larger than the room of a single weaver with 2 assistants. But it costs less labor to build 1 workshop for 20 than 10 workshops for 2. The value of the means of production concentrated for use in common does not increase in direct proportion to their extent and useful effect. When consumed in common, they give up a smaller part of their value to each single product. This economy arises entirely out of joint consumption by many workers, and a portion of the instruments of labor acquires this social character before the labor process itself does so. Economy in the use of the means of production cheapens commodities and thereby brings about a fall in the value of labor power. The worker finds the instruments of labor existing independently of him as another man's property. Economy in their use appears, from his standpoint, as a separate operation that does not concern him. Cooperation is the form of labor of many persons working together in accordance with a plan. Not only do we have here an increase in the productive power of the individual, but the creation of a new productive power, which is intrinsically a collective one. Mere social contact begets a rivalry and a stimulation of the animal spirits, which heightens the efficiency of each. A dozen people working together produce far more, in their collective working day of 144 hours, than 12 isolated men, each working 12 hours. If a dozen masons place themselves in a row so as to pass stones from the foot of a ladder to its summit, each does the same thing, yet their separate acts form connected parts of one total operation. In many industries, there are critical moments, harvest, herring fishing, during which definite results must be obtained. 100 men cooperating can extend the working day to 1,200 hours. Cooperation allows work over a large area and, at the same time, a relative contraction of the arena of production. The combined working day produces a greater quantity of use values than an equal sum of isolated working days. This special productive power is, under all circumstances, the social productive power of labor. When the worker cooperates in a planned way with others, he strips off the fetters of his individuality and develops the capabilities of his species. Workers cannot cooperate without being brought together. Wage laborers cannot cooperate unless they are employed simultaneously by the same capital. The number of workers that cooperate depends in the first instance on the amount of capital the individual capitalist can spare for the purchase of labor power. Concentration of large masses of the means of production in the hands of individual capitalists is a material condition for the cooperation of wage laborers. Through the cooperation of numerous wage laborers, the command of capital develops into a requirement for carrying on the labor process itself. into a real condition of production. That a capitalist should command in the field of production is now as indispensable as that a general should command on the field of battle. All directly social labor on a large scale requires a directing authority. A single violin player is his own conductor. An orchestra requires a separate one. The work of directing becomes one of the functions of capital from the moment that labor under capital's control becomes cooperative. As the number of cooperating workers increases, so too does their resistance to the domination of capital and, necessarily, the pressure put on by capital to overcome this resistance. The control exercised by the capitalist is not only a special function arising from the nature of the social labor process, but at the same time a function of the exploitation of that process, conditioned by the unavoidable antagonism between the exploiter and the raw material of his exploitation. Capitalist direction is thus twofold in content. In form, it is purely despotic. An industrial army of workers under the command of a capitalist requires, like a real army, officers, managers, and NCOs, foremen, overseers, who command during the labor process in the name of capital. It is not because he is a leader of industry that a man is a capitalist. On the contrary, he is a leader of industry because he is a capitalist. The capitalist pays the value of 100 independent labor powers, but he does not pay for the combined labor power of the 100. The workers enter into relations with the capitalist, but not with each other. Their cooperation only begins with the labor process, but by then they have ceased to belong to themselves. On entering the labor process, they are incorporated into capital. As cooperators, they merely form a particular mode of existence of capital. Hence, the productive power developed by the worker socially is the productive power of capital. Because this power costs capital nothing, while it is not developed by the worker until his labor itself belongs to capital, it appears as a power which capital possesses by its nature. The colossal effects of simple cooperation are to be seen in the gigantic structures of the ancient Asiatics, Egyptians, Etruscans. That power of kings and theocrats has in modern society been transferred to the capitalist. Cooperation among hunting peoples or in Indian village agriculture rests on common ownership and the umbilical cord of tribe or community. The sporadic large-scale cooperation of antiquity, the Middle Ages, and the colonies rests on domination and servitude, in most cases on slavery. The capitalist form presupposes the free wage laborer who sells his labor power to capital. If, on the one hand, the capitalist mode of production is a historically necessary condition for the transformation of the labor process into a social process, so, on the other hand, this social form of the labor process is a method employed by capital for the more profitable exploitation of labor. Simple cooperation remains the fundamental form of the capitalist mode of production. Although in its simple shape, it continues to appear as one particular form alongside the more developed ones. Cooperation, many workers working systematically side by side and together under one capital, creates a collective productive power appropriated as a power of capital. Quote, a large number of workers working together at the same time, in one place, or, if you like, in the same field of labor, in order to produce the same sort of commodity under the command of the same capitalist, constitutes the starting point of capitalist production. This is true both historically and conceptually. Chapter 14. The division of labor in manufacture. Dual origin, specialized worker and tools. That form of cooperation, which is based on division of labor, assumes its classical shape in manufacture. As a characteristic form of the capitalist process of production, it prevails throughout the manufacturing period properly, so-called from the middle of the 16th century to the last third of the 18th. Manufacture originates in two ways. First, by assembling in one workshop, under a single capitalist, workers belonging to various independent handicrafts through whose hands a given article must pass. A carriage was formerly the product of wheelwrights, harness makers, tailors, locksmiths, upholsterers, gilders, and the rest. Now they are assembled in one building, and very soon the tailor and the locksmith, occupied exclusively in carriage-making, lose the habit and the ability of carrying on their old trade in all its ramifications. Their activity, now entirely one-sided, assumes the form most appropriate to its narrowed sphere. Carriage manufacture, which appeared as a combination of independent handicrafts, comes to signify the splitting up of carriage production into detailed operations, each the exclusive function of a particular worker. Second, manufacture arises in the opposite way. One capitalist employs in one workshop a number of craftsmen who all do the same work: paper, type needles. Each still makes the entire commodity, performing in succession all the operations. But an increased quantity has perhaps to be delivered within a given time. The work is divided. Operations become disconnected, isolated, carried on side by side. This accidental division develops advantages of its own and gradually ossifies into a systematic division of labor. The Nuremberg needlemaker performed perhaps 20 operations one after the other. In England, there were soon 20 needlemakers side by side, each performing only one. The commodity, from being the individual product of an independent craftsman, becomes the social product of a union of craftsmen, each of whom performs one, and only one, of the constituent partial operations. Whatever its particular starting point, manufacture's final form is always the same: a productive mechanism whose organs are human beings. The analysis of a process of production into its particular phases here coincides completely with the decomposition of a handicraft into its different partial operations. Whether complex or simple, each operation has to be done by hand, retains the character of a handicraft, and is therefore dependent on the strength, skill, quickness, and sureness with which the individual worker manipulates his tools. Handicraft remains the basis, a technically narrow basis which excludes a really scientific division of the production process. It is precisely because the skill of the craftsman continues to be the foundation that every worker becomes exclusively assigned to a partial function, and his labor power is transformed into the lifelong organ of this partial function. A worker who performs the same simple operation for the whole of his life converts his body into the automatic, one-sided implement of that operation. The collective worker, the living mechanism of manufacture, is made up solely of such one-sidedly specialized workers. Once this partial labor is the exclusive function of one person, continued repetition teaches the worker to attain the desired effect with a minimum of exertion. The tricks of the trade become established, accumulated, and handed down. Manufacture produces the skill of the specialized worker by driving to an extreme within the workshop the naturally developed differentiation which it found ready to hand in society. The conversion of a partial task into the lifelong destiny of man corresponds to the tendency of earlier societies towards making trades hereditary, petrified into castes, or hardened into guilds. Labor is not only organized, but the instruments of labor are simplified, improved, and multiplied. Tools that serve different purposes in the hands of the same craftsman must now change their form in accordance with each particular, exclusive function. Manufacture is characterized by the differentiation of the instruments of labor and by their specialization. Birmingham alone produces some 500 varieties of hammer. The manufacturing period, thereby, creates one of the material conditions for the existence of machinery, which consists of a combination of simple instruments. The specialized worker and his tools are the simple elements of manufacture. Two fundamental forms: division of labor in manufacture and in society. The total mechanism of manufacture has two fundamental forms, which, although they sometimes intermingle, constitute two essentially different species. This double character arises from the nature of the article produced. Either the article is formed by the mere mechanical fitting together of independent partial products, or it owes its completed shape to a series of connected processes and manipulations. A locomotive, for instance, consists of more than 5,000 independent parts. A watch, similarly, is the social product of a mass of specialized workers. The first kind of manufacture, which may be called heterogeneous, is illustrated by watchmaking. The subdivided operations may be carried on like independent handicrafts, as in Vaud and Neuchâtel, while in Geneva there exist large watch factories. The specialized worker who works at home for a capitalist is nevertheless very different from the independent craftsman who works for his own customers. The second kind manufactures perfected form, produces articles that go through connected phases of development, like the wire and needle manufacture, which passes through the hands of 72, and sometimes even 92, different specialized workers. If we look at the workshop as a complete mechanism, we see the raw material in all stages of its production at the same time. The collective worker draws the wire with one set of tooled-up hands, straightens it with another, cuts, points, and so on. Stages previously successive in time have become simultaneous and contiguous in space. Manufacture only accomplishes the social organization of the labor process by riveting each worker to a single fraction of the work. The result of the labor of the one is the starting point for the labor of the other. One worker, therefore, directly sets the other to work. The mechanism of manufacture is based on the assumption that a given result will be obtained in a given time. The direct mutual interdependence of the different pieces of work compels each worker to spend on his work no more than the necessary time. This creates a continuity, a uniformity, a regularity, an order, and even an intensity of labor quite different from that found in an independent handicraft or even in simple cooperation. In manufacture, the provision of a given quantity of the product in a given period is a technical law of the process of production itself. Different operations require unequal lengths of time and therefore yield unequal quantities. There must be a different number of workers for each operation. Alongside the qualitative articulation, the division of labor develops a quantitative rule and a proportionality for the social labor process. Once the most fitting proportion has been established by experience, that scale can be extended only by employing a multiple of each particular group. The collective worker, formed out of the combination of specialized workers, is the item of machinery specifically characteristic of the manufacturing period. After the various operations have been separated, the workers are divided, classified, and grouped according to their predominant qualities. The one-sidedness and even the deficiencies of the specialized individual worker become perfections when he is part of the collective worker. The habit of doing only one thing converts him into an organ which operates with the certainty of a force of nature, while his connection with the whole mechanism compels him to work with the regularity of machine. Manufacture therefore develops a hierarchy of labor powers, to which there corresponds a scale of wages and a class of so-called unskilled laborers, strictly excluded by the nature of handicraft industry. For the unskilled, the cost of apprenticeship vanishes. For the skilled, it diminishes. In both cases, the value of labor power falls, and everything that shortens the necessary labor time required for the reproduction of labor power extends the domain of surplus labor. Machinery appeared sporadically in manufacture, but on the whole it played that subordinate part which Adam Smith assigns to it in comparison with division of labor. The division of labor within society and that within the workshop differ not only in degree, but in kind. The bond between cattle breeder, tanner, and shoemaker is that their products are commodities. The specialized worker produces no commodities, only the common product of all the specialized workers. The division of labor within society is mediated through purchase and sale of products, though within the workshop through the sale of several labor powers to one capitalist. Manufacture presupposes concentration of the means of production in one capitalist's hands. The social division presupposes their dispersal among independent producers. Within the workshop, the iron law of proportionality subjects definite numbers of workers to definite functions. Outside it, chance and caprice produce a motley distribution, and the planned a priori system of the workshop becomes, in society, an a posteriori necessity perceptible in the barometer of market prices. Division of labor within the workshop implies the undisputed authority of the capitalist over men who are members of a mechanism which belongs to him. The division of labor within society brings independent producers into contact who acknowledge no authority other than competition. The same bourgeois consciousness which celebrates the lifelong annexation of the worker to a partial operation denounces every conscious attempt to regulate production socially as an inroad upon property, freedom, and the genius of the individual capitalist. Anarchy in the social division of labor and despotism in the workshop mutually condition each other. Those ancient Indian communities, based on common land, the blending of agriculture and handicrafts, and an unalterable division of labor, produce all they require. The surplus alone becomes a commodity, the key to the unchangeability of Asiatic societies. The guilds kept worker and means of production united, like the snail with its shell. While the division of labor in society at large can exist in the most diverse economic formations, the division of labor in the workshop is an entirely specific creation of the capitalist mode of production. The capitalist character of manufacture. An increased number of workers under the control of one capitalist is the natural starting point both of cooperation in general and of manufacture in particular. But the division of labor in manufacture makes this increase a technical necessity. The minimum number that any given capitalist is bound to employ is prescribed by the previously established division of labor. The advantages of further division can be obtained only by adding not single individuals, but multiples. An increase in the variable component necessitates an increase in the constant component too, and in particular in raw material. Hence, it is a law, springing from the technical character of manufacture, that the minimum amount of capital which the capitalist must possess has to go on increasing. In manufacture, as in simple cooperation, the collective working organism is a form of existence of capital. The productive power which results from the combination of various kinds of labor appears as the productive power of capital. Manufacture not only subjects the previously independent worker to the command of capital, but creates a hierarchical structure amongst the workers themselves. While simple cooperation leaves the mode of the individual's labor for the most part unchanged, manufacture thoroughly revolutionizes it and seizes labor power by its roots. It converts the worker into a crippled monstrosity, the automatic motor of a detail operation. If at first the worker sold his labor power because he lacked the material means of producing a commodity, now his own individual labor power withholds its services unless it has been sold to capital. It will continue to function only in an environment which first comes into existence after its sale, namely the capitalist's workshop. The division of labor brands the manufacturing worker as the property of capital. The knowledge, judgment, and will which are exercised by the independent peasant or handicraftsman are faculties now required only for the workshop as a whole. What is lost by the specialized workers is concentrated in the capital which confronts them. The worker is brought face to face with the intellectual potentialities of the material process of production as the property of another and as a power which rules over him. This process of separation starts in simple cooperation, is developed in manufacture, which mutilates the worker, turning him into a fragment of himself, and is completed in large-scale industry, which makes science a potentiality for production distinct from labor and presses it into the service of capital. In manufacture, the social productive power of the collective worker, hence of capital, is enriched through the impoverishment of the worker in individual productive power. Ignorance is the mother of industry as well as of superstition, wrote Ferguson. Adam Smith, the man whose whole life is spent in performing a few simple operations, generally becomes as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to become. To subdivide a man is to execute him, if he deserves the sentence, to assassinate him, if he does not. The subdivision of labor is the assassination of a people. Manufacture is the first system to provide the materials and the impetus for industrial pathology. Cooperation based on the division of labor begins as a spontaneous formation. As soon as it attains consistency and extension, it becomes the conscious, methodical, and systematic form of capitalist production. By dissection of handicraft activity, specialization of instruments, formation of specialized workers, and grouping them into a single mechanism, the division of labor in manufacture provides the social process of production with a qualitative articulation and a quantitative proportionality. As a specifically capitalist form of the process of social production, it is merely a particular method of creating relative surplus value, of augmenting the self-valorization of capital at the expense of the worker. If on the one hand it appears historically as an advance and a necessary aspect of the economic formation of society, on the other it appears as a more refined and civilized means of exploitation. Political economy, which first emerged as an independent science during the period of manufacture, views the social division of labor only as a means of producing more commodities with a given quantity of labor, of cheapening commodities and accelerating accumulation. In most striking contrast is the attitude of the writers of classical antiquity, exclusively concerned with quality and use value. Plato treats the division of labor as the foundation on which the division of society into estates is based. During the manufacturing period proper, the full development of manufacture's peculiar tendencies comes up against obstacles from many directions. The number of unskilled workers remains very limited owing to the preponderant influence of the skilled. The tendency towards the exploitation of women and children is largely defeated by the resistance of the male workers. A long period of apprenticeship is still necessary. In England, the laws of apprenticeship remain in force down to the end of the manufacturing period. Since handicraft skill is the foundation of manufacture, and the mechanism possesses no objective framework independent of the workers themselves, capital is constantly compelled to wrestle with the insubordination of the workers. By the infirmity of human nature, says Ure, it happens that the more skillful the workman, the more self-willed and intractable he is apt to become. Two facts speak volumes. Capital failed to seize control of the whole disposable labor time of the manufacturing workers, and the manufacturers are short-lived, changing their locality with the emigration or immigration of workers. Manufacture was unable either to seize upon the production of society to its full extent or to revolutionize that production to its very core. It towered up as an artificial economic construction on the broad foundation of the town handicrafts and the domestic industries of the countryside. At a certain stage, the narrow technical basis on which manufacture rested came into contradiction with the requirements of production which it had itself created. One of its most finished products was the workshop for the production of the instruments of labor themselves. This workshop produced machines. It is machines that abolish the role of the handicraftsman as the regulating principle of social production. Thus, the technical reason for the lifelong attachment of the worker to a partial function is swept away, and the barriers placed in the way of the domination of capital by this same regulating principle now also fall. Manufacture, cooperation based on division of labor, classical form of capitalist production before large-scale industry. Detail worker, worker reduced to a partial operation, productive power of the collective purchased as power of capital. Despotism of the workshop/anarchy of the market, correlative forms of the division of labor under commodity production. Quote, that form of cooperation, which is based on division of labor, assumes its classical shape in manufacture. As a characteristic form of the capitalist process of production, it prevails throughout the manufacturing period properly, so-called, which extends, roughly speaking, from the middle of the 16th century to the last third of the 18th century. Quote, manufacture proper not only subjects the previously independent worker to the discipline and command of capital, but creates in addition a hierarchical structure amongst the workers themselves. It converts the worker into a crippled monstrosity by furthering his particular skill as in a forcing house, through the suppression of a whole world of productive drives and inclinations. Just as in the states of La Plata, they butcher a whole beast for the sake of his hide or his tallow. Chapter 15, Machinery and Large-Scale Industry. The longest chapter of Volume I, and the technical climax of relative surplus value. Manufacture took labor power as its starting point. Large-scale industry takes the instruments of labor. What follows is not a hymn to progress, but an anatomy of how the machine, under capital, cheapens commodities, lengthens unpaid labor, remakes the working class, and disturbs even the metabolism between man and earth. The development of machinery. John Stuart Mill doubted whether all the mechanical inventions yet made had lightened the day's toil of any human being. That is, however, by no means the aim of the application of machinery under capitalism. Like every other instrument for increasing the productivity of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities and, by shortening the part of the working day in which the worker works for himself, to lengthen the part he gives to the capitalist for nothing. The machine is a means for producing surplus value. In manufacture, the transformation of the mode of production takes labor power as its starting point. In large-scale industry, the instruments of labor are the starting point. Mathematicians call a tool a simple machine and a machine a complex tool, an explanation worthless economically because the historical element is missing. Nor does the distinction turn on whether man or a natural force is the motive power. A plow drawn by oxen would then be a machine, while Clausen's circular loom, weaving 96,000 picks a minute by one worker's hand, would be a mere tool. When John Wyatt announced his spinning machine in 1735, he nowhere mentioned that a donkey would provide the motive power. In his program, it was called a machine to spin without fingers. All fully developed machinery consists of three essentially different parts: the motor mechanism, the transmitting mechanism, and the tool or working machine. It is this last part with which the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century began. The machine is a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations as the worker formerly did with similar tools. From the moment that the tool proper is taken from man and fitted into a mechanism, a machine takes the place of a mere implement. The number of implements a man can use simultaneously is limited by his own bodily organs. The jenny, even at the beginning, spun with 12 to 18 spindles, and the stocking loom knits with many thousand needles at once. The steam engine itself, such as it was at its invention during the manufacturing period, did not give rise to any industrial revolution. It was, on the contrary, the invention of machines that made a revolution in the form of steam engines necessary. Horsepower is the worst of the motive forces handed down from manufacture. A horse has a head of his own. Wind was too inconstant. Water power preponderated in England even during manufacture, but the flow of water could not be increased at will, failed at certain seasons, and was essentially local. Not till the invention of Watt's second and so-called double-acting steam engine was a prime mover found which drew its own motive power from the consumption of coal and water, was entirely under man's control, was mobile and a means of locomotion, was urban and not, like the water wheel, rural, permitted production to be concentrated in towns, and was of universal technical application. We now distinguish the cooperation of a number of machines of one kind from a complex system of machinery. In the one case, the product is entirely made by a single machine, which performs all the operations previously done by one handicraftsman or by several successively. One envelope machine makes more than 3,000 envelopes in an hour. A weaving factory consists of a number of power looms working side by side. There is a technical unity in that all receive their impulse simultaneously from the pulsations of the common prime mover. A real machine system does not take the place of these independent machines until the object of labor goes through a connected series of graduated processes carried out by a chain of mutually complementary machines of various kinds. Here we have again the cooperation by division of labor peculiar to manufacture, but now as a combination of machines with specific functions. In manufacture, the worker has been appropriated by the process, but the process had previously to be adapted to the worker. This subjective principle of the division of labor no longer exists in production by machinery. Here the total process is examined objectively, analyzed into its constitutive phases, and bound together by machines, chemistry, etc. The collective working machine becomes all the more perfect the more the process as a whole becomes a continuous one, the less the raw material is interrupted in its passage from the first phase to the last. In manufacture, the isolation of each special process is a condition imposed by the division of labor. In the fully developed factory, the continuity of the special processes is the regulating principle. An organized system of machines to which motion is communicated by the transmitting mechanism from an automatic center is the most developed form. A mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demonic power, at first hidden by the slow and measured motions of its gigantic members, finally burst forth in the fast and feverish whirl of its countless working organs. There were mules and steam engines before there were any workers exclusively occupied in making them, just as men wore clothes before there were tailors. The inventions of Vaucanson, Arkwright, Watt, and others could be put into practice only because each inventor found a considerable number of skilled mechanical workers placed at their disposal by the period of manufacture. Manufacture produced the machinery with which large-scale industry abolished the handicraft and manufacturing systems in the spheres it first seized hold of. The system of machine production, therefore, grew spontaneously on a material basis which was inadequate to it. When a system had attained a certain degree of development, it had to overthrow this inadequate foundation and create for itself a new basis appropriate to its own mode of production. Large-scale industry was crippled as long as its characteristic instrument of production, the machine, owed its existence to personal strength and personal skill. The transformation of the mode of production in one sphere necessitates a similar transformation in others. Machine spinning made machine weaving necessary, and both together made a mechanical and chemical revolution compulsory in bleaching, printing, and dyeing. The revolution in cotton spinning called forth the gin. The revolution in industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the means of communication and transport: river steamers, railways, ocean steamers, and telegraphs. The huge masses of iron that had now to be forged, welded, cut, bored, and shaped required machines of cyclopean dimensions, which the machine-building trades of manufacture were incapable of constructing. Large-scale industry, therefore, had to take over the machine, its own characteristic instrument of production, and to produce machines by means of machines. It was not till it did this that it could create for itself an adequate technical foundation and stand on its own feet. The most essential condition was a prime mover capable of exerting any amount of force while retaining perfect control. The steam engine already fulfilled this. Henry Maudslay solved the problem of geometrically accurate straight lines, planes, circles, cylinders, cones, and spheres by the invention of the slide rest, a tool that was soon made automatic and that replaces not some particular tool, but the hand itself. The operating parts of machine-making machinery reappear as the old manual implements on a cyclopean scale: an immense drill, an iron carpenter, a gigantic razor, a monster pair of scissors, Naismith steam hammer of over 6 tons with a vertical fall of 7 feet on an anvil of 36 tons. Mere child's play for it to crush a block of granite into powder, yet no less capable of driving a nail into soft wood with a succession of light taps. As machinery, the instrument of labor assumes a material mode of existence which necessitates the replacement of human force by natural forces and a replacement of the rule of thumb by the conscious application of natural science. In manufacture, the organization of the social labor process is purely subjective, a combination of specialized workers. Large-scale industry possesses in the machine system an entirely objective organization of production, which confronts the worker as a pre-existing material condition of production. Machinery, with a few exceptions, operates only by means of associated labor. The cooperative character of the labor process is here a technical necessity dictated by the very nature of the instrument of labor. Working machine, the part that seizes and modifies the object of labor. Historical starting point of the Industrial Revolution. System of machinery. Many working machines driven by one prime mover. The technical basis of the modern factory. Quote, John Stuart Mill says in his Principles of Political Economy, "It is questionable if all the mechanical inventions yet made have lightened the day's toil of any human being. That is, however, by no means the aim of the application of machinery under capitalism. The machine is a means for producing surplus value. Value transferred by machinery to the product. Cooperation and division of labor cost capital nothing. They are natural forces of social labor. Steam and water also cost nothing as natural forces. But just as a man requires lungs to breathe with, so he requires something that is the work of human hands in order to consume the forces of nature productively. Once discovered, the law of the deflection of a magnetic needle in the field of an electric current cost absolutely nothing. The exploitation of that law for telegraphy necessitates costly apparatus. Machinery, like every other component of constant capital, creates no new value, but yields up its own value to the product it serves to beget. Instead of being cheapened, the product is made dearer in proportion to the value of the machine. Machinery always enters as a whole into the labor process, but only piece by piece into valorization. It never adds more value than it loses, on an average, by depreciation. This difference between utilization and depreciation is much greater in the case of machinery than with a tool, because the machine, being made from more durable material, has a longer life, can be employed more economically, and has an incomparably larger field of production. After allowing for average daily wear and tear and for oil, coal, etc., machinery does its work for nothing, like the natural forces. Only in large-scale industry has man succeeded in making the product of his past labor perform gratuitous service on a large scale, like a force of nature. Given the difference between the value of the machinery and the value transferred by it in a day to the product, the extent to which this latter value makes the product dearer depends upon the size of the product. Mr. Baines of Blackburn estimated that each real mechanical horsepower will drive 450 self-acting mule spindles, or 220 throstle spindles, or 15 looms for 40-inch cloth. The daily cost of 1 horsepower is thus spread over that daily product, and deterioration transfers only a minute amount of value to a pound of yarn or yard of cloth. Given a machine's capacity for work, the amount of its product will depend on the velocity of its working parts. Given the rate at which machinery transfers its value to the product, the amount of value so transferred depends on the total value of the machinery. The less labor it contains, the less value it contributes to the product, and the more its services approach those rendered by natural forces. A comparative analysis of prices shows that in the product of machinery, the value arising out of the instrument of labor increases relatively, but decreases absolutely. Whenever it costs as much labor to produce a machine as is saved by its employment, all that has taken place is a displacement of labor. Productivity has not been increased. The productivity of the machine is measured by the human labor power it replaces. According to Baines, 2.5 workers for 450 mule spindles spin 366 pounds of yarn per week, absorbing 150 hours of labor. With a spinning wheel the same weight of cotton, would absorb 27,000 hours. Before Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1793, the separation of the seed from a pound of cotton cost an average day's labor. By means of his invention, one black woman could clean 100 pounds a day. Even if a machine costs as much as the wages for a year of the 150 men it displaces, say 3,000 pounds, this 3,000 pounds is by no means the expression of all the labor expended by those men, but only of that portion represented by their wages. The 3,000 pounds, the monetary value of the machine, expresses all the labor expended to produce it. Therefore, even if the machine costs as much as the labor power displaced by it, the labor objectified in it is still much smaller in quantity than the living labor it replaces. For the capitalist, there's a further limit. He pays only the value of the labor power employed. The limit to his using a machine is fixed by the difference between the value of the machine and the value of the labor power replaced by it. Hence the invention nowadays in England of machines that are employed only in North America. In some branches of the English wool industry, the Factory Acts made 2 sets of children necessary. The parents refused to sell the half-timers cheaper than the full-timers, hence the substitution of machinery for the half-timers. The Yankees invented a stone-breaking machine. The English do not make use of it because the wretch who does this work gets paid for such a small portion of his labor that machinery would increase the cost of production to the capitalist. In England, women are still occasionally used instead of horses for hauling barges, because the labor required to produce horses and machines is an accurately known quantity, while that required to maintain the women of the surplus population is beneath all calculation. Hence we nowhere find a more shameless squandering of human labor power for despicable purposes than in England, the land of machinery. Quote, machinery, like every other component of constant capital, creates no new value, but yields up its own value to the product it serves to beget. Instead of being cheapened, The product is made dearer in proportion to the value of the machine. Immediate effects: women and children, prolongation, intensification. Insofar as machinery dispenses with muscular power, it becomes a means for employing workers of slight muscular strength, or whose bodily development is incomplete, but whose limbs are all the more supple. The labor of women and children was therefore the first result of the capitalist application of machinery. That mighty substitute for labor and for workers was immediately transformed into a means for increasing the number of wage laborers by enrolling, under the direct sway of capital, every member of the worker's family, without distinction of age or sex. Compulsory work for the capitalist usurped the place not only of children's play, but of independent labor at home for the family itself. The value of labor power was determined not only by the labor time necessary to maintain the individual adult worker, but also by that necessary to maintain his family. Machinery, by throwing every member of that family onto the labor market, spreads the value of the man's labor power over his whole family. It thus depreciates it. To purchase the labor power of a family of 4 may perhaps cost more than it formerly did to purchase that of the head of the family. But 4 days' labor takes the place of 1 day's, and the price falls in proportion to the excess of the surplus labor of 4 over the surplus labor of 1. In order that the family may live, for people must now provide not only labor, but surplus labor. Machinery also revolutionizes the contract between worker and capitalist. Previously, the worker sold his own labor power as a free agent. Now he sells wife and child. He has become a slave dealer. Notices of demand for children's labor resemble the old advertisements for Negro slaves. Wanted 12 to 20 young persons, not younger than what can pass for 13 years. In Bethnal Green, a public market is held every Monday and Tuesday morning, at which children of both sexes, from 9 years of age upwards, hire themselves out to the silk manufacturers. The physical deterioration of children, young persons, and women whom machinery subjects to capital shows itself in the enormous mortality of workers' children in the first years of life. In Manchester, 26,125 deaths per 100,000 children under 1 year, against 9,085 in the healthiest districts. The high death rates are principally due to the employment of the mothers away from their homes, neglect, dosing with opiates, and an unnatural estrangement between mother and child. In some agricultural districts bordering the North Sea, the death rate of infants almost equaled that of the worst factory districts. The conversion of marsh into cornland had introduced the gang system, married women placed at the disposal of the farmer by an undertaker. Machinery also provides new and powerful motives for prolonging the working day. Besides material wear and tear, a machine undergoes what we might call a moral depreciation. It loses exchange value either because machines of the same sort are being produced more cheaply, or because better machines are entering into competition with it. The shorter the period taken to reproduce its total value, the less is the danger of moral depreciation, and the longer the working day, the shorter that period in fact is. It is therefore in the early days of a machine's life that this special incentive to the prolongation of the working day makes itself felt most acutely. Given the length of the working day, the exploitation of double the number of workers requires a doubling of constant capital. The lengthening of the working day permits an expansion of the scale of production without any change in the amount of capital invested in machinery and buildings. Mr. Ashworth, an English cotton magnate, imparted the following lesson to Professor Nassau W. Sr. When a laborer lays down his spade, he renders useless, for that period, a capital worth 18 pence. When one of our people leaves the mill, he renders useless a capital that has cost 100,000 pounds. Just imagine that, making useless, if only for a single moment, a piece of capital that has cost 100,000 pounds. Machinery produces relative surplus value not only by cheapening labor power, but also, when first introduced sporadically, by converting the labor employed into labor of a higher degree, enabling the capitalist to replace the value of a day's labor power by a smaller portion of the value of a day's product. During this transitional period, profits are exceptional, and the capitalist endeavors to exploit thoroughly the sunny time of this his first love, by prolonging the working day as far as possible. As machinery comes into general use, surplus value arises only from the labor power actually employed in working with the machinery. Machinery increases the rate of surplus value only by diminishing the number of workers employed by a given amount of capital. It is impossible to squeeze as much surplus value out of 2 as out of 24 workers. Hence, an imminent contradiction in the application of machinery to the production of surplus value, which drives the capitalist, without his being aware of the fact, to the most ruthless prolongation of the working day, in order that he may secure compensation for the decrease in the relative number of workers exploited. Hence that remarkable phenomenon. Machinery sweeps away every moral and natural restriction on the length of the working day. Hence, too, the economic paradox that the most powerful instrument for reducing labor time suffers a dialectical inversion and becomes the most unfailing means for turning the whole lifetime of the worker and his family into labor time at capital's disposal. Aristotle dreamed that if every tool could do the work that befits it, there would be no need of apprentices or of slaves. Oh, those heathens! They understood nothing of political economy and Christianity. They did not comprehend that machinery is the surest means of lengthening the working day. The immoderate lengthening of the working day produced by machinery leads later to a reaction on the part of society, threatened in the very sources of its life, and to a normal working day whose length is fixed by law. On that foundation, the intensification of labor develops into a phenomenon of decisive importance. The inversion of extensive magnitude into intensive magnitude. A point must inevitably be reached where extension of the working day and intensification of labor become mutually exclusive. As soon as the working class revolt had compelled Parliament to shorten the hours of labor, capital threw itself with all its might into the production of relative surplus value by speeding up the development of the machine system. At the same time, a change took place in the nature of relative surplus value. The compulsory shortening of the hours of labor imposes on the worker an increased expenditure of labor within a time which remains constant, a heightened tension of labor power, and a closer filling up of the pores of the working day, a condensation of labor. The denser hour of the 10-hour working day contains more labor than the more porous hour of the 12-hour working day. The first effect of shortening the working day results from the self-evident law that the efficiency of labor power is an inverse ratio to the duration of its expenditure. Mr. Robert Gardner reduced the hours in his 2 large factories at Preston from 12 to 11. The workpeople as a whole earned in 11 hours as much wages as they did before in 12, and the capitalists saved the cost of coal, gas, and other items for 1 hour. As soon as shortening becomes compulsory, machinery becomes in the hands of capital the objective means, systematically employed, for squeezing out more labor in a given time. This occurs in 2 ways. The speed of the machines is increased, and the same worker receives a greater quantity of machinery to supervise or operate. Improved construction of the steam engine, the transmitting mechanism, and the operative machines accompanies this intensification, because the legal limitation of the working day compels the capitalist to exercise the strictest economy. The improvements in the steam engine have increased the piston speed and at the same time made it possible to drive more machinery with the same engine, while consuming the same amount of coal or even a smaller amount. The factory inspectors unceasingly, and with the same uniformity as the seasons of a year, report that the shortening of the hours of labor has already produced such an intensification of the labor itself as is injurious to the health of the worker and therefore to his labor power. There cannot be the slightest doubt that the tendency of capital, as soon as a prolongation of the hours of labor is once for all forbidden, is to compensate itself by a systematic raising of the intensity of labor and to convert every improvement in machinery into a more perfect means of soaking up labor power. This result would soon be arrived at if a 10 hours working day were to take the place of one of 12 hours. The denser filling of the pores of the working day, which is already perceptible, would then become a systematic method. Depreciation of labor power. Family labor spreads the value of the adult male's labor power over several sellers. The price of the family's labor falls relative to the surplus extracted. Moral depreciation, loss of exchange value of machinery before physical wear-out, through competition of improved machines, a spur to prolong the working day. Quote, "The labor of women and children was therefore the first result of the capitalist application of machinery. That mighty substitute for labor and for workers, the machine, was immediately transformed into a means of increasing the number of wage laborers by enrolling, under the direct sway of capital, every member of the worker's family, without distinction of age or sex. The factory." Dr. Ewer, the Pinder of the automatic factory, offers two descriptions. Combined cooperation of workpeople tending machines impelled by central power, and a vast automaton of mechanical and intellectual organs subordinate to a self-regulated moving force. In the first, the collective worker is the dominant subject and the automaton the object. In the second, the automaton is the subject and the workers are merely conscious organs. The second is characteristic of the use of machinery by capital. All work at a machine requires the worker to be taught from childhood, in order that he may learn to adapt his own movements to the uniform and unceasing motion of an automaton. Since the motion of the whole factory proceeds not from the worker, but from the machinery, the working personnel can continually be replaced without any interruption in the labor process. The most striking proof being the relay system of 1848 to 50. The speed with which machine work is learnt by young people does away with the need to bring up a special class of worker for exclusive employment by machinery. Thus, although, from a technical point of view, the old system of division of labor is thrown overboard by machinery, it hangs on in the factory as a tradition handed down from manufacture, and is then systematically reproduced and fixed in a more hideous form by capital as a means of exploiting labor power. The lifelong speciality of handling the same tool now becomes the lifelong speciality of serving the same machine. Machinery is misused in order to transform the worker, from his very childhood, into a part of a specialized machine. In handicrafts and manufacture, the worker makes use of a tool. In the factory, the machine makes use of him. In manufacture, the workers are the parts of a living mechanism. In the factory, we have a lifeless mechanism, which is independent of the workers, who are incorporated into it as its living appendages. The wearisome routine of endless drudgery in which the same mechanical process is ever repeated is like the torture of Sisyphus. Factory work exhausts the nervous system to the uttermost. At the same time, it does away with the many-sided play of the muscles and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and in intellectual activity. Even the lightening of the labor becomes an instrument of torture, since the machine does not free the worker from the work, but rather deprives the work itself of all content. It is only with the coming of machinery that the inversion, the conditions of work employing the worker, first acquires a technical and palpable reality. Owing to its conversion into an automaton, the instrument of labor confronts the worker in the shape of capital, dead labor, which dominates and soaks up living labor power. The special skill of each individual machine operator vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity in the face of the science, the gigantic natural forces, and the mass of social labor embodied in the system of machinery. This master contemptuously tells his hands that theirs is really a low species of skilled labor, more easily acquired than any other, and that the master's machinery plays a far more important part than the labor of the operative, which 6 months' education can teach. The technical subordination of the worker to the uniform motion of the instruments of labor, and the peculiar composition of the working group, consisting of individuals of both sexes and all ages, gives rise to a Baroque-like discipline, elaborated into a complete system in the factory, dividing the workers into manual laborers and overseers, into the private soldiers and the NCOS of an industrial army. The main difficulty, wrote Ewer, lay in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. To devise and administer a successful code of factory discipline was the Herculean enterprise, the noble achievement of Arkwright. In the factory code, the capitalist formulates his autocratic power over his workers like a private legislator, purely as an emanation of his own will, unaccompanied by that division of responsibility otherwise so much approved of by the bourgeoisie or by the still more approved representative system. This code is merely the capitalist caricature of the social regulation of the labor process, which becomes necessary in cooperation on a large scale. The overseer's book of penalties replaces the slave driver's lash. All punishments naturally resolve themselves into fines and deductions from wages, and the law-giving talent of the factory lycurgus so arranges matters that a violation of his laws is, if possible, more profitable to him than the keeping of them. Every sense organ is injured by the artificially high temperatures, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention the danger to life and limb among machines so closely crowded together, a danger which, with the regularity of the seasons, produces its list of those killed and wounded in the industrial battle. The economical use of the social means of production is turned in the hands of capital into systematic robbery of what is necessary for the life of the worker, while he is at work, space, light, air, and protection. Was Fourier wrong when he called factories mitigated jails? Quote, in one, the combined collective worker appears as the dominant subject, and the mechanical automaton as the object. In the other, the automaton itself is the subject, and the workers are merely conscious organs, coordinated with the unconscious organs of the automaton, and together with the latter subordinated to the central moving force. The first description is applicable to every possible employment of machinery on a large scale. The second is characteristic of its use by capital, and therefore of the modern factory system. Struggle between worker and machine. The compensation theory. The struggle between capitalist and wage labor starts with the capital relation itself and rages throughout manufacture. But only since the introduction of machinery has the worker fought against the instrument of labor itself, capital's material mode of existence. In the 17th century, nearly all Europe experienced workers' revolts against the ribbon loom. A wind-driven sawmill near London succumbed to the rage of the mob. No sooner had Everett constructed the first wool-shearing machine driven by water power, 1758, than it was set on fire by 100,000 people who had been thrown out of work. 50,000 workers who had lived by carding wool petitioned Parliament against Arkwright's scribbling mills and carding engines. The large-scale destruction of machinery in the English manufacturing districts during the first 15 years of the 19th century, largely as a result of the power loom, and known as the Luddite movement, gave the anti-Jacobin government a pretext for the most violent and reactionary measures. It took both time and experience before the workers learnt to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and therefore to transfer their attacks from the material instruments of production to the form of society which utilizes those instruments. The struggles over wages within manufacture presuppose manufacture and are in no sense directed against its existence. If someone says that 100 million people would be required in England to spin with the old spinning wheel the cotton now spun with mules by 500,000, this does not mean that the mules took the place of those millions who never existed. If, on the other hand, we say that the power loom threw 800,000 weavers onto the streets, we refer to an actually existing number of workers who were in fact displaced. The instrument of labor, when it takes the form of a machine, immediately becomes a competitor of the worker himself. The whole system of capitalist production is based on the worker's sale of his labor power as a commodity. The division of labor develops this labor power in a one-sided way, reducing it to the highly particularized skill of handling a special tool. When it becomes the job of the machine to handle this tool, the use value of the worker's labor power vanishes, and with it its exchange value. The worker becomes unsaleable, like paper money thrown out of currency by legal enactment. The section of the working class thus rendered superfluous either goes under in the unequal contest between the old handicraft and manufacturing production and the new machine production, or else floods all the more easily accessible branches of industry, swamps the labor market, and makes the price of labor power fall below its value. It is supposed to be a great consolation that their sufferings are only temporary, and that machinery only gradually seizes control of a given field so that the intensity of its destructive effect is diminished. The first consolation cancels out the second. When machinery seizes on an industry by degrees, it produces chronic misery among the workers who compete with it. Where the transition is rapid, the effect is acute. World history offers no spectacle more frightful than the gradual extinction of the English handloom weavers. This tragedy dragged on for decades, finally coming to an end in 1838. Many died of starvation. Many vegetated with their families on 2.5d a day. In India, the English cotton machinery produced an acute effect. The Governor-General reported in 1834-5. The misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India. Since machinery is continually seizing on new fields of production, its temporary effect is really permanent. Hence the character of independence from and estrangement towards the worker, which the capitalist mode of production gives to the conditions of labor, develops into a complete and total antagonism with the advent of machinery. Within large-scale industry itself, the continual improvement of machinery has an analogous effect. Whenever a process requires peculiar dexterity and steadiness of hand, it is withdrawn, as soon as possible, from the cunning workman, who is prone to irregularities of many kinds, and it is placed in charge of a peculiar mechanism, so self-regulating that a child can superintend it. A whole series of bourgeois economists, James Mill, McCulloch, Torrens, Sr., John Stuart Mill, assert that all machinery that displaces workers simultaneously and necessarily sets free an amount of capital adequate to employ precisely those workers displaced. Suppose a capitalist employs 100 workers in a carpet factory at £30 a year each, variable capital £3,000. He dismisses 50 and employs the remaining 50 with machinery that costs £1,500. To simplify, let buildings, coal, etc. be disregarded. There is no setting free of capital. Of the £3,000, £1,500 is now locked in machinery, a constant form. Variable capital has shrunk from £3,000 to £1,500. Even if the machine costs less than the labor displaced, only a fraction of the difference can re-employ labor, because part must again become constant capital. Employment in machine building does not compensate the carpet makers. Construction employs fewer than application displaces, and machine need not be renewed until worn out. What the apologists really mean is that means of subsistence formerly consumed by the dismissed workers are set free, which only means that those workers are thrown onto the market for other capitalists if demand exists. The theory confuses a possible reallocation of capital with a guarantee for the living workers whose labor power has been made redundant. Machinery is a sure means of increasing the number of well-to-do dependents on capital by converting a part of the working class into a redundant population. Quote, "It took both time and experience before the workers learnt to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and therefore to transfer their attacks from the material instruments of production to the form of society which utilizes those instruments." Quote, a whole series of bourgeois political economists, including James Mill, McCulloch, Torrens, Sr., and John Stuart Mill, assert that all machinery that displaces workers simultaneously and necessarily sets free an amount of capital adequate to employ precisely those workers displaced. Repulsion, attraction, and revolutionary impact. All the more respectable representatives of political economy concede that the introduction of new machinery has a baneful effect on the workers in the old handicrafts and manufactures with which this machinery at first competes. Almost all of them bemoan the slavery of the factory worker. And what is the great trump card they play? That machinery, after the horrors of the period of its introduction have subsided, in the final analysis increases, rather than diminishing, the number of wage slaves. Yes, political economy joyfully proclaims the theory, hideous to every philanthropist who believes that the capitalist mode of production is an eternal necessity ordained by nature, that the factory system grinds down more workers than it originally threw onto the streets. It is true that in some cases an extraordinary extension of the factory system may be accompanied not only by a relative, but by an absolute decrease in the number of workers employed. In Mr. Baker's district, between 1860 and 1865, looms increased 11%, spindles 3%, engine power 3%, while persons employed decreased 5.5%. In certain cases, the increase in factory workers is only apparent due to the gradual annexation of neighboring branches previously driven by muscle power. Nevertheless, in spite of the mass of workers actually driven out and virtually replaced by machinery, factory workers may become more numerous than the manufacturing artisans and handicraftsmen they have displaced through the building of more factories or the extension of old ones. Suppose under the old method a capital of 500 pounds a week, 2/5 constant and 3/5 variable, 300 pounds in labor power, 300 men. With machinery, 4/5 constant and 1/5 variable, only 100 pounds in labor power, 2/3 dismissed. If the business expands to 2,000 pounds, 400 men will be employed, 1/3 more than under the old system. But in proportion to the total capital, they have diminished by 800, for 2,000 pounds under the old method would have employed 1,200. Hence, a relative decrease is consistent with an actual increase. As long as machine production expands at the expense of the old handicrafts or manufacture, the result is as certain as an encounter between an army with breech-loading rifles and one with bows and arrows. This first period, owing to the extraordinary profits it helps to produce, is of decisive importance. As soon as the factory system has attained a reasonable space to exist in, and the technical basis peculiar to it is itself produced by machinery, this mode of production acquires an elasticity, a capacity for sudden extension by leaps and bounds, which comes up against no barriers but those presented by the availability of raw materials and the extent of sales outlets. The cheapness of the articles produced by machinery and the revolution in transport provide the weapons for the conquest of foreign markets. By ruining handicraft production of finished articles in other countries, machinery forcibly converts them into fields for the production of its raw material. Thus, India was compelled to produce cotton, wool, hemp, jute, and indigo for Great Britain. By constantly turning workers into supernumeraries, large-scale industry, in all countries where it has taken root, spurs on emigration and the colonization of foreign lands, converting them into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country. A new international division of labor springs up, adapted to the requirements of the chief centers of modern industry, and converting one part of the globe into a chiefly agricultural field of production for supplying the other part, which remains a preeminently industrial field. The factory system's tremendous capacity for expanding with sudden immense leaps and its dependence on the world market necessarily give rise to the following cycle: feverish production, a glut on the market, then contraction of the market, which causes production to be crippled. The life of industry becomes a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation. The uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and therefore the conditions of existence, of the workers become a normal state of affairs. The fate of the factory workers will best be depicted if we take a rapid survey of the course of the English cotton industry. 1815 to 21, depression. 1847, crisis. 1860, zenith of the English cotton industry. 1863, frightful misery, and so on through glut and revival. The American Civil War caused the cotton famine. The sacrifice of workers to the cycle is the classical illustration. Large-scale industry overthrows cooperation based on handicrafts and manufacture based on the handicraft division of labor. The principle of machine production, the division of the production process into its constituent phases, and the solution of the problems arising from this by mechanics, chemistry, and the whole range of the natural sciences, now plays the determining role everywhere. The solid crystallization of a hierarchy of specialized processes, which arose from the old division of labor, ceases to exist. It is dissolved and makes way for constant changes. A fundamental transformation takes place in the composition of the collective labor. The division of labor is now based, wherever possible, on the employment of women, of children of all ages, and of unskilled workers, in short of cheap labor. This is true not only for all large-scale production, whether machinery is employed or not, but also for the so-called domestic industries. This modern domestic industry has nothing except the name in common with old-fashioned domestic industry, which presupposed independent urban handicrafts, independent peasant farming, and, above all, a dwelling house for the worker and his family. That kind of industry has now been converted into an external department of the factory, the manufacturing workshop, or the warehouse. Besides the factory worker, whom it concentrates in large masses at one spot and directly commands, capital also sets another army in motion by means of invisible threads, the outworkers in the domestic industries. An example, the shirt factory of Messrs. Tilley at Londonderry, which employs 1,000 workers in the factory itself and 9,000 outworkers spread over the country districts. The exploitation of cheap and immature labor power is carried out in a more shameless manner in modern manufacture than in the factory proper, because the technical foundation of the factory system is almost entirely absent, and women and excessively young children are subjected quite unscrupulously to poisonous substances. In the so-called domestic industries, this exploitation is still more shameless, because the workers' power of resistance declines with their dispersal, because a whole series of plundering parasites insinuate themselves between the actual employer and the worker, because a domestic industry has always to compete with the factory or with manufacturing in the same branch, because poverty robs the worker of space, light, and ventilation, because employment becomes more and more irregular, and because in these last places of refuge for the masses made redundant, competition for work attains its maximum. In the hardware manufacturers of Birmingham, 30,000 children and young persons, besides 10,000 women, are employed, mostly in very heavy work. Certain London printing firms have gained the honorable name of slaughterhouses. One of the most shameful, dirtiest, and worst-paid jobs is the sorting of rags. The rag sorters are carriers for the spread of smallpox and other infectious diseases, and they themselves are the first victims. Brick and tile making. Boys and girls of 6 and even 4 years of age work the same hours as adults, often longer. A young woman of 24 making 2,000 bricks a day with the assistance of 2 little girls who carried 10 tons up the slippery sides of clay pits from a depth of 30 feet. You might as well try to raise and improve the devil as a brickie, sir. The cheapening of labor power by sheer abuse of women and children, by robbery of every normal condition needed for working and living, and by the brutality of overwork and night work, finally comes up against insuperable natural obstacles. When this point has been reached, the hour has struck for the introduction of machinery and for a rapid transformation of the scattered domestic industries, as well as the manufacturers, into factory industries. An example on the most colossal scale is afforded by the production of wearing apparel, straw hat makers, milliners, dressmakers, shirt makers, corset makers, glove makers, shoemakers. In 1861, England and Wales alone had 1,024,277 persons in these industries, about as many as are taken up by agriculture and cattle breeding. We begin to understand the purpose for which machinery conjures up such immense quantities of goods and sets free such enormous masses of workers. The production of wearing apparel is carried on partly in manufacturing workshops, partly by small master craftsmen who work not for individual consumers but for factories and warehouses, and on a very large scale by so-called domestic workers who form an external department of the factories. The mass of cheap human material consists of the individuals set free by large-scale industry and agriculture. The great production of surplus value in these branches and the progressive cheapening of their articles were chiefly due to the minimum wages paid, which just sufficed for a miserable vegetable existence, and to the extension of the hours of labor to the maximum endurable by the human organism. It was in fact the cheapness of the human sweat and the human blood which were converted into commodities that permitted the constant extension of a market. At last the critical point was reached. The basis of the old method, sheer brutality in the exploitation of the workers, no longer suffice for the extending markets and the still more rapidly extending competition of the capitalists. The hour of the machine had struck. The decisively revolutionary machine, which attacks in an equal degree all the innumerable branches of this sphere: dressmaking, tailoring, shoemaking, sewing, hat-making, is the sewing machine. Children who are too young are removed. The wage of those who work with machines rises compared with that of the domestic workers, many of whom belong among the poorest of the poor. The wage of the better situated handicraftsmen sinks. The new machine menders are exclusively girls and young women. The fearful increase in death from starvation during the last 10 years in London runs parallel with the extension of machine sewing. The effect of entering a low-pitched room where 30 to 40 machinists are working is almost overpowering. Even when moderate hours prevail, 3 or 4 persons fall into a swoon regularly every day. Factory legislation, the first conscious and methodical reaction of society against the spontaneously developed form of its production process, is, just as much as the spinning of cotton, trademarks, etc., a necessary product of large-scale industry. The Factory Acts, those first concessions wrung from capital after a civil war of half a century, are limited, at first, to the working day. They then take up the education and health of the factory children. The education clauses of the Factory Act are scanty, but they proclaim that elementary education is a compulsory condition of labor. The success of those clauses proved for the first time the possibility of combining education and gymnastics with manual labor. The factory inspectors soon found that the factory children, although they received only half the education of the regular day scholars, yet learnt quite as much and often more. The factory system, as Robert Owen has shown in detail, gave rise to the germ of the education of the future, which will combine for all children above a certain age productive labor with instruction and gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. As soon as the Factory Acts had become general, and thereby had made it impossible for capital to compensate itself for the restrictions of one industry by all the more unrestrained exploitation of others, capital's resistance to the acts grew weaker, while the working class's power of attack grew. The same bourgeois who so recently denounced factory legislation as a violation of the eternal laws of political economy now declare that such legislation is necessary. Modern industry never views or treats the existing form of a production process as the definitive one. Its technical basis is therefore revolutionary, whereas all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. By means of machinery, chemical processes, and other methods, it is continually transforming not only the technical basis of production, but also the functions of the worker and the social combinations of the labor process. At the same time, it thereby also revolutionizes the division of labor within society and incessantly throws masses of capital and of workers from one branch of production to another. Large-scale industry, by its very nature, therefore necessitates variation of labor, fluidity of functions, and mobility of the worker in all directions. But on the other hand, in its capitalist form, it reproduces the old division of labor with its ossified particularities. We have seen how this absolute contradiction does away with all repose, constancy, and security in the situation of the worker, how it constantly threatens, by taking away the instruments of labor, to snatch from his hands the means of subsistence, and, by suppressing his specialized function, to make him superfluous. We have seen, too, how this contradiction bursts forth without restraint in the ceaseless human sacrifices from among the working class, in the most reckless squandering of labor powers, and in the devastation caused by social anarchy. This is the negative side. But if, at present, variation of labor imposes itself after the manner of an overpowering natural law, and with the blindly destructive action of a natural law that meets with obstacles everywhere, large-scale industry, through its catastrophes, imposes the necessity of recognizing, as a fundamental law of production, variation of work, consequently fitness of the worker for varied work. consequently the greatest possible development of his varied aptitudes. It becomes a question of life and death for society to adapt the mode of production to the normal functioning of this law. Large-scale industry, indeed, compels society, under penalty of death, to replace the monstrosity of a wretchedly available working population, kept in reserve for changing exploitative requirements, by the individual man in his full development, fit for a variety of labors, ready to face any change of production, to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. One step already spontaneously taken towards this revolution consists in the establishment of technical and agricultural schools and of a cause d'enseignement professional, in which the children of the workers receive some instruction in technology and the practical handling of the various implements of labor. Though the Factory Act, that first and meager concession wrung from capital, is limited to combining elementary education with work in the factory, there can be no doubt that the inevitable conquest of political power by the working class will be the means of making further and more general application of this principle. The necessity for a generalization of the Factory Acts, for transforming them from an exceptional law relating to mechanical spinning and weaving into a law affecting all social production, arose out of the course of development of large-scale industry. In the isolated branches, capital's power of resistance gradually weakened, while at the same time the working class's power of attack grew. Hence the relatively rapid advance since 1860. But apart from this, the most decisive factor was the circumstance that large-scale industry, in the background of its own development, revolutionized manufacture, handicrafts, and domestic industry, converting them, after destroying their old basis, into factories or into sweating appendages of the factory. The generalization of factory legislation was thus a physical and mental necessity. The Factory Act's Extension Act of 1867 and the Workshops Regulation Act of the same year were, for all their cowardice, fraud, and compromise, still an admission that production on a large scale had burst the old legal integument. The same process creates the material conditions and the social combination of the process of production which form the elements of a new society, and at the same time the forces and the sufferings of the working class which constitute the rebellion against the old society. The historical development of the antagonisms immanent in a given form of production is the only way in which that form of production can be dissolved and a new form established. Ne sutor ultra crepidam. This NEC plus ultra of handicraft wisdom became sheer nonsense from the moment the watchmaker Wood invented the steam engine, the barber Arkwright the throstle, and the jeweler Fulton the steamship. Large-scale industry and agriculture. In agriculture, the most modern applications of science and machinery are used, but machinery's effect in making workers redundant is more intense and meets less resistance. Large-scale industry annihilates the bulwark of the old society, the peasant, and substitutes the wage laborer. The class antagonism of town and country is thereby generalized. A conscious, technological application of science replaces the most traditional and irrational sloth. Capitalist production completes the dissolution of the primitive familial union of agriculture and manufacture, which held each other in check. Yet at the same time, it creates the material conditions for a new and higher synthesis of agriculture and industry on the basis of the forms developed during the period of their isolation. By concentrating the population in great centers, it concentrates the historical motive power of society and disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth. It prevents the return to the soil of the constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. It therefore destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker and the intellectual life of the rural worker. But by destroying the circumstances surrounding that metabolism, which originated in a merely natural and spontaneous fashion, it compels its systematic restoration as a regulative law of social production, and in a form adequate to the full development of the human race. In agriculture as in manufacture, the capitalist transformation of the process of production appears as a martyrology of the producer. The instrument of labor appears as a means of enslaving, exploiting, and impoverishing the worker. The social combination of labor processes appears as an organized suppression of his individual vitality, freedom, and independence. The dispersal of the rural workers over large areas breaks down their power of resistance, while concentration increases that of the urban workers. In modern agriculture, as an urban industry, the increase in the productivity and the mobility of labor is purchased at the cost of laying waste and debilitating labor power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalist agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country proceeds from large-scale industry as the background of its development, as in the case of the United States, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. Metabolic rift. Capitalist urbanization and agriculture interrupt the return of soil constituents. Progress in productivity purchased by laying waste labor power in the earth. Quote, capitalist production collects the population together in great centers and causes the urban population to achieve an ever-growing preponderance. This has two results. On the one hand, it concentrates the historical motive power of society. On the other hand, it disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and the earth, i.e., it prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence, it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for the lasting fertility of the soil. Part 5. The production of absolute and relative surplus value. The two forms of surplus value are now grasped together. Productive labor redefined for capital, the combinations of length, intensity, and productivity that shift the price of labor power and surplus value, and the formulae that classical economy muddles. Chapter 16. Absolute and relative surplus value. In considering the labor process, we began by treating it in the abstract, independently of its historical forms. From the standpoint of the simple labor process, labor is productive if it produces use values. Just as head and hand belong together in the system of nature, so in the labor process, mental and physical labor are united. Later, they become separate, and this separation develops into a hostile antagonism. The product is transformed from the direct product of the individual producer into a social product, the joint product of a collective laborer. With the progressive accentuation of the cooperative character of the labor process, there necessarily occurs a progressive extension of the concept of productive labor. In order to work productively, it is no longer necessary for the individual himself to put his hand to the object. It is sufficient for him to be an organ of the collective laborer. The original definition remains correct for the collective labor considered as a whole, but it no longer holds good for each member taken individually. Yet the concept of productive labor also becomes narrower. Capitalist production is not merely the production of commodities. It is, by its very essence, the production of surplus value. The worker produces not for himself, but for capital. It is no longer sufficient for him simply to produce. He must produce surplus value. The only worker who is productive is one who produces surplus value for the capitalist. A schoolmaster is a productive worker when, in addition to belaboring the heads of his pupils, he works himself into the ground to enrich the owner of the school. That the latter has laid out his capital in a teaching factory instead of a sausage factory makes no difference to the relation. The concept of a productive worker, therefore, implies not merely a relation between the activity of work and its useful effect, but also a specifically social relation of production, a relation with a historical origin which stamps the worker as capital's direct means of valorization. To be a productive worker is therefore not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. The classical political economists always made the production of surplus value the distinguishing characteristic of the productive worker, Hence, their definition varies with their conception of surplus value. The physiocrats insist that only agricultural labor is productive, since that alone, they say, yields a surplus value. The prolongation of the working day beyond the point at which the worker would have produced an exact equivalent for the value of his labor power, and the appropriation of that surplus labor by capital. This is the process which constitutes the production of absolute surplus value. It forms the general foundation of the capitalist system and the starting point for the production of relative surplus value. The latter presupposes that the working day is already divided into two parts. In order to prolong the surplus labor, the necessary labor is shortened by methods for producing the equivalent of the wage in a shorter time. The production of absolute surplus value turns exclusively on the length of the working day, whereas the production of relative surplus value completely revolutionizes the technical processes of labor and the groupings into which society is divided. It therefore requires a specifically capitalist mode of production, which arises spontaneously on the basis of the formal subsumption of labor under capital. This formal subsumption is then replaced by a real subsumption. Hybrid forms persist in which usurers and merchants capital feed on independent producers like a parasite. A merely formal subsumption suffices for the production of absolute surplus value. From one standpoint, the distinction between absolute and relative surplus value appears to be illusory. Relative surplus value is absolute because it requires the absolute prolongation of the working day beyond necessary labor time. Absolute surplus value is relative because it requires a development of productivity which will allow necessary labor time to be restricted to a portion of the day. But if we keep in mind the movement of surplus value, this semblance of identity vanishes. Once the capitalist mode of production is established, if labor power is paid at its value, we are confronted with this alternative. If productivity and intensity are given, the rate of surplus value can be raised only by prolonging the working day. If the length of the day is given, only by a change in the relative magnitudes of necessary and surplus labor. Favorable natural conditions can provide in themselves only the possibility, never the reality of surplus labor. An inhabitant of the East Indies, where sago grows wild, may need only 12 working hours a week for the satisfaction of all his needs. Nature's direct gift to him is plenty of leisure time. Before he spends it in surplus labor for others, compulsion is necessary. If capitalist production were introduced, the good fellow would perhaps have to work 6 days a week in order to appropriate to himself the product of one working day. The bounty of nature would not explain why he now has to work 6 days. It explains only why his necessary labor time would be limited to 1 day a week. Ricardo never concerns himself with the origin of surplus value. He treats it as an entity inherent in the capitalist mode of production. His school loudly proclaimed that the productive power of labor is the originating cause of profit, at least in advance on the mercantilists. Yet they merely evaded the problem. John Stuart Mill, half a century after Ricardo, solemnly claimed superiority over the mercantilists by clumsily repeating the wretched evasions of Ricardo's earliest vulgarizers. He confuses the duration of labor time with the duration of its products, assumes that the capitalist everywhere advances the entire remuneration of a laborer, a strange optical illusion, to see everywhere a situation which as yet exists only exceptionally on our earth, and even treats the worker who advances his labor gratuitously during the week as a capitalist. On a level plane, simple mounds look like hills, and the insipid flatness of our present bourgeoisie is to be measured by the altitude of its great intellects. Productive worker, capitalist sense worker who produces surplus value for capital, a specifically social relation, not a technical property of labor. Formal versus real subsumption. Capital's command over a labor process still technically independent versus capital's transformation of the labor process itself. Quote, capitalist production is not merely the production of commodities. It is, by its very essence, the production of surplus value. The worker produces not for himself, but for capital. The only worker who is productive is one who produces surplus value for the capitalist. or in other words, contributes towards the self-valorization of capital. To be a productive worker is therefore not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. Chapter 17. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power and in surplus value. The value of labor power is determined by the value of the means of subsistence habitually required by the average worker. The quantity of those means is given at any particular epoch and can be treated as constant. What changes is the value of this quantity. I assume that commodities are sold at their value, and that the price of labor power occasionally rises above its value, but never sinks below it. On these assumptions, the relative magnitudes of surplus value and of price of labor power are determined by three circumstances: the length of the working day, or the extensive magnitude of labor, the normal intensity of labor, or its intensive magnitude, and the productivity of labor. Very different combinations are possible. The chief combinations alone are considered. With the length of the working day and the intensity of labor constant, and the productivity of labor variable, three laws hold. Firstly, a working day of a given length always creates the same amount of value, no matter how the productivity of labor, and with it the mass of the product, may vary. The value is simply spread over a greater or a less number of commodities. Secondly, the value of labor power and surplus value vary in opposite directions. An increase in productivity causes a fall in the value of labor power and a rise in surplus value, and conversely. They increase or diminish by the same quantity, but their proportional change depends on their original magnitude. Thirdly, increase or diminution in surplus value is always the consequence, and never the cause, of the corresponding diminution or increase in the value of labor power. Even when circumstances allow the law to operate, subsidiary movements may occur. If the value of labor power falls from 4 shillings to 3, the price might well fall only to 3s. 8d, or 3s. 6d, the amount of the fall, depending on the relative weight thrown into the scale by the pressure of capital on the one side and the resistance of the worker on the other. With productivity and intensity constant and the working day variable, prolongation raises the absolute mass of surplus value. Although there is no absolute change in the value of labor power, it suffers a relative fall. Surplus value and the price of labor power may simultaneously increase, either by equal or unequal quantities, when the day is lengthened or when intensity rises without an increase in length. When the working day is prolonged, the price of labor power may fall below its value, although that price nominally remains unchanged or even rises. Up to a certain point, increased deterioration of labor power may be compensated by higher wages. Beyond this point, deterioration increases in geometrical progression, and the price of labor power and the degree of its exploitation cease to be commensurable quantities. With the day constant and intensity rising, more labor is expended in a given time, hence more value created, unlike a mere rise in productivity, which leaves the value sum unchanged and cheapens each article. Price of labor power and surplus value may both rise. Intensified labor of one nation counts as more labor on the world market. When duration, productivity, and intensity vary simultaneously, every possible case can be analyzed by treating each factor in turn as variable. Two important cases: diminishing productivity of labor, especially in industries whose product determine the value of labor power, as when the fertility of the soil decreases with simultaneous lengthening of the working day. The absolute magnitude of surplus value may continue unaltered while its relative magnitude diminishes, or both may increase if the day is lengthened sufficiently. Between 1799 and 1815, an increase in the prices of the means of subsistence led in England to a nominal rise in wages, although there was a fall in real wages. West and Ricardo concluded that agricultural productivity had brought a fall in the rate of surplus value, but in fact surplus value had increased both absolutely and relatively, thanks to increased intensity and the unrestricted prolongation of the working day. Increasing intensity and productivity with simultaneous shortening of the working day both augment the mass of articles produced in a given time and shorten that portion of the day which the worker needs to produce his means of subsistence. The minimum length of the working day is fixed by this necessary component. If the whole working day were to shrink to the length of its necessary component, surplus labor would vanish, which is impossible under the regime of capital. Only the abolition of the capitalist form of production would permit the reduction of the working day to the necessary labor time. Even then, the latter would expand because the workers' conditions of life would improve and because a part of what is now surplus labor would count as necessary, the labor for a social fund for reserve and accumulation. The more the productivity of labor increases, the more the working day can be shortened. The more the working day is shortened, the more the intensity of labor can increase. The capitalist mode of production, while it enforces economy in each individual business, also begets, by its anarchic system of competition, the most outrageous squandering of labor power and of the social means of production. The intensity and productivity of labor being given, the time at society's disposal for the free intellectual and social activity of the individual is greater in proportion as work is more evenly divided among all the able-bodied members of society. In capitalist society, free time is produced for one class by the conversion of the whole lifetime of the masses into labor time. Quote, on these assumptions, we have already found that the relative magnitudes of surplus value and a price of labor power are determined by three circumstances. 1. The length of the working day, or the extensive magnitude of labor. 2. The normal intensity of labor, or its intensive magnitude. And 3. The productivity of labor. Quote, increased intensity of labor means increased expenditure of labor in a given time. Hence, a working day of more intense labor is embodied in more products than is one of less intense labor, the length of each working day being the same. Here we have an increase in the number of products unaccompanied by a fall in their individual prices. As their number increases, so does the sum of their prices, whereas in the case of an increase in productivity, a given value is spread over a greater mass of products. Chapter 18. Different formulae for the rate of surplus value. The rate of surplus value is correctly represented as surplus value / variable capital or surplus labor / necessary labor. Mutually replaceable formulae, rigorously definite and correct. Classical political economy provides derivative formulae. Surplus labor / working day, surplus value / value product. These express, in reality, only the proportion in which the working day, or the value produced by it, is divided between the capitalist and the worker. If they are treated as direct expressions of the degree of capital's self-valorization, the following erroneous law would hold. Surplus labor or surplus value can never reach 100%, since surplus labor is only an aliquot part of the working day. The rate of surplus value, however, the real degree of exploitation, is able to exceed 100%. Take L. de Laverne's estimate. The English agricultural labor gets only 1/4 of the product, the capitalist farmer 3/4, a rate of exploitation of 300%. When the political economists treat surplus value and the value of labor power as fractions of the value product, they conceal the specific character of the capital relation. That variable capital is exchanged for living labor power, and that the worker is accordingly excluded from the product. Instead of revealing the capital relation, they show us the false semblance of a relation of association. There is a third formula, unpaid labor / paid labor, only a popular expression for surplus labor / necessary labor. Capital is not only the command over labor, as Adam Smith thought. It is essentially the command over unpaid labor. All surplus value, whatever particular form, profit, interest, or rent, it may subsequently crystallize into, is in substance the materialization of unpaid labor time. Quote, in all the formulae included under 2, the actual degree of exploitation of labor, or the rate of surplus value, is falsely expressed. These derivative formulae express, in reality, only the proportion in which the working day, or the value produced by it, is divided between the capitalist and the worker. Part 6. Wages. Wages are the form of appearance in which the value and price of labor power is presented as the value and price of labor itself. an imaginary expression that extinguishes the concept of value even as it arises necessarily from the relations of production. Chapter 19. The transformation of the value of labor power into wages. On the surface of bourgeois society, the worker's wage appears as the price of labor, as a certain quantity of money paid for a certain quantity of labor. But how is the value of a 12-hour working day to be determined? By the 12 working hours contained in it, an absurd tautology. In order to be sold as a commodity, labor must exist before it is sold. If the worker were able to endow it with an independent existence, he would be selling a commodity and not labor. A direct exchange of money with living labor would either supersede the law of value or supersede capitalist production itself. Either equivalent or exchanged, and then the worker receives 6 shillings for 12 hours and produces no surplus value. Or he receives less than 12 hours of labor for 12 hours, and unequal quantities are equated. It is not labor which directly confronts the possessor of money on the commodity market, but rather the worker. What the worker is selling is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him. It can therefore no longer be sold by him. Labor is the substance and the imminent measure of value, but it has no value itself. In the expression value of labor, the concept of value is not only completely extinguished but inverted. It is an expression as imaginary as the value of the earth. These imaginary expressions arise, nevertheless, from the relations of production themselves. They are categories for the forms of appearance of essential relations. Classical political economy borrowed the category price of labor from everyday life without further criticism. It recognized that demand and supply explained only oscillations around a mean. The natural price, independent of demand and supply, had to be analyzed. This necessary price, physiocrats, or natural price of labor, Adam Smith, can only be its value expressed in money. What they called the value of labor is in fact the value of labor power, as it exists in the personality of the worker, as different from its function as a machine is from the operations it performs. Because they were concerned with the difference between the market price of labor and its so-called value, they never discovered that the analysis had led to the resolution of this value of labor itself into the value of labor power. Their unconsciousness of this result, and their uncritical acceptance of the categories value of labor and natural price of labor, led them into inextricable confusions, while it offered a secure base of operations to the vulgar economists who make it a principle to worship appearances only. Assume the usual working day is 12 hours and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the expression in money of 6 hours of labor. If this value is now expressed as the value of a day's labor itself, we have the formula. 12 hours of labor has a value of 3 shillings. Labor which creates a value of 6 shillings possesses a value of 3 shillings. The wage form thus extinguishes every trace of the division of the working day into necessary labor and surplus labor. All labor appears as paid labor. Under the corvée system, the labor of the serf for himself and his compulsory labor for the lord are demarcated very clearly both in space and time. In slave labor, even the part of the day in which the slave replaces the value of his own means of subsistence appears as labor for his master. In wage labor, on the contrary, even surplus labor appears as paid. All the notions of justice held by both the worker and the capitalist, all the mystifications of the capitalist mode of production, all capitalism's illusions about freedom, have as their basis this form of appearance, which makes the actual relation invisible and presents to the eye the precise opposite of that relation. The forms of appearance are reproduced directly and spontaneously as current modes of thought. The essential relation must first be discovered by science. Classical political economy stumbles approximately onto the true state of affairs, but without consciously formulating it. It is unable to do this as long as it stays within its bourgeois skin. Wage form, appearance of the value/price of labor power as the value/price of labor, mystifies unpaid labor as paid. Quote, "It is not labor which directly confronts the possessor of money on the commodity market, but rather the worker. What the worker is selling is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him. It can therefore no longer be sold by him. Labor is the substance and the immanent measure of value, but it has no value itself. Chapter 20. Time wages. The sale of labor power always takes place for definite periods of time. The converted form in which the daily or weekly value of labor power is directly presented is hence that of time wages. The laws of Chapter 17 can be transformed by a simple alteration in their form into laws of wages. The distinction between the exchange value of labor power and the sum of means of subsistence into which this value is converted now appears as the distinction between nominal and real wages. The sum of money which the worker receives for his daily or weekly labor forms the amount of his nominal wages. But according to the length of the working day, the same daily or weekly wage may represent very different prices of labor. We must distinguish between the sum total of the daily or weekly wages and the price of labor. The average price of labor is the average daily value of labor power divided by the average number of hours in the working day. If the daily value of labor power is 3 shillings, the value product of 6 working hours, and the working day is 12 hours, the price of 1 working hour is 3d. The price of the working hour thus found serves as the unit measure for the price of labor. It follows that daily and weekly wages may remain the same, although the price of labor falls constantly if the working day is prolonged. Inversely, daily or weekly wages may rise, although the price of labor remains constant or even falls. The rise of nominal daily or weekly wages may therefore be unaccompanied by any change in the price of labor, or may even be accompanied by a fall in the latter. The same thing holds for the income of the worker's family. When the quantity of labor provided by the head of the family is augmented by the labor of the members of his family. There are therefore methods of lowering the price of labor which are independent of any reduction in the nominal daily or weekly wage. Given the amount of daily or weekly labor, the daily or weekly wage depends on the price of labor. Given the price of labor, the daily or weekly wage depends on the quantity of labor expended. If the hour's wage is fixed so that the capitalist does not bind himself to pay a day's or a week's wage, but only to pay wages for the hours during which he chooses to employ the worker, he can employ him for a shorter time than that which is originally the basis of the calculation of the wages for the hour. The connection between the paid and the unpaid labor is destroyed. The capitalist can now wring from the worker a certain quantity of surplus labor without allowing him the labor time necessary for his own subsistence. He can annihilate all regularity of employment, and according to his own convenience, caprice, and the interest of the moment, make the most frightful overwork alternate with relative or absolute cessation of work. Hence, the perfectly rational revolt of the London building workers in 1860 against the attempt of the capitalist to impose on them this sort of wage by the hour. With an increase in the daily or weekly wage, the price of labor may remain nominally constant, and yet fall below its normal level, every time the working day is prolonged beyond its customary length. In many branches, the habit has spontaneously grown up of regarding the working day as normal only up to a point, for instance, the 10th hour. Beyond this limit, the working time is overtime paid at a better hourly rate, often in a proportion which is ridiculously small. The low price of labor during the so-called normal time compels the worker to work during the better paid overtime, if he wishes to obtain a sufficient wage at all. It is a generally known fact that the longer the working day in a branch of industry, the lower the wages are. Quote, "The average price of labor is the average daily value of labor power divided by the average number of hours in the working day. The price of the working hour thus found serves as the unit measure for the price of labor." Chapter 21. Piece wages. Piece wages are only a converted form of time wages, just as time wages are a converted form of the value or price of labor power. At first sight, it seems as though the use value bought by the capitalist is not the function of labor power, living labor, but labor already objectified in the product, as though the price of this labor is determined not by the daily value of labor power, but by the worker's performance. The piece appears to measure the worker's individual contribution. In reality, the piece price is so calculated that the average worker, working with average intensity and skill, reproduces the value of his labor power in the customary hours and supplies the customary surplus value. If 24 pieces are produced in 12 hours, the value product of the 12 hours is 6 shillings. The daily value of labor power, 3 shillings. The wage for one piece, 1/2 D. Quality control is automatic. The work must be of average quality if the piece price is to be paid in full. Intensity, too, is controlled by the form of the wage. If the worker cannot supply a certain minimum of work per day, he is dismissed. Since the quality and intensity of the work are here controlled by the very form of the wage, superintendence of labor becomes to a great extent superfluous. Piece wages therefore form the basis for the modern domestic labor, as well as for a hierarchically organized system of exploitation and oppression. On the one hand, piece wages make it easier for parasites to interpose themselves between the capitalist and the wage laborer, thus giving rise to this subletting of labor, in England, characteristically the sweating system. On the other hand, piece wages allow the capitalist to make a contract for so much per piece with the most important worker, at a price for which this man himself undertakes the enlisting and the payment of his assistants. Here the exploitation of the worker by capital takes place through the medium of the exploitation of one worker by another. Given piece wages, it is naturally in the personal interest of the worker that he should strain his labor power as intensely as possible. The lengthening of the working day is now in the personal interest of the worker, since with it his daily or weekly wages rise. The piece wage therefore has a tendency, while raising the wages of individuals above the average, to lower this average itself. The piece wage is the form of wage most appropriate to the capitalist mode of production. Although by no means new, it figures officially side by side with time wages in the French and English labor statutes of the 14th century. It only conquered a larger field of action during the period of manufacture. In the stormy youth of large-scale industry, it served as a lever for the lengthening of the working day and the lowering of wages. In workshops subject to the Factory Act, the piece wage becomes the general rule, because their capital can increase the yield of the working day only by intensifying labor. Changes in the productivity of labor mean that the same quantity of a given product represents an amount of labor time, which varies. Therefore, the piece wage also varies. This change leads to constant struggles between the capitalist and the worker, either because the capitalist uses it as a pretext for actually lowering the price of labor, or because the worker takes the outward appearance of piece wages seriously and thinks his product is being paid for and not his labor power. The capitalist declares roundly that the productivity of labor does not concern the worker in the least. Quote, "Piece wages are only a converted form of time wages, just as time wages are a converted form of the value or price of labor power." Chapter 22. National Differences in Wages. What appears within the movement of wages as a series of varying combinations may appear for different countries as a set of simultaneous differences in national wage levels. In comparing wages in different nations, we must take into account all the factors that determine changes in the amount of the value of labor power. The price and the extent of the prime necessities of life in their natural and historical development, the cost of training the workers, the part played by the labor of women and children, the productivity of labor, and its extensive and intensive magnitude. Even a most superficial comparison requires the prior reduction of the average daily wage for the same trades in different countries to a uniform working day. After this reduction, the time wage must again be translated into the piece wage, as only the latter can be a measure both of the productivity and of the intensity of labor. In every country, there is a certain average intensity of labor, below which the labor for the production of a commodity requires more than the time socially necessary, and therefore does not count as labor of normal quality. On the world market, the average intensity of labor changes from country to country. These national averages form a scale whose unit of measurement is the average unit of universal labor. The more intense national labor, as compared with the less intense, produces in the same time more value, which expresses itself in more money. The law of value is yet more modified in its international application by the fact that, on the world market, National labor, which is more productive, also counts as more intensive, as long as the more productive nation is not compelled by competition to lower the selling price of its commodities to the level of their value. In proportion as capitalist production is developed in a country, so do the national intensity and productivity of labor rise above the international level. The relative value of money will therefore be less in the nation with a more developed capitalist mode of production. It follows that nominal wages will also be higher in the first nation than in the second. But this by no means proves that the same can be said of real wages. Even apart from these relative differences in the value of money, it will frequently be found that the daily or weekly wage in the first nation is higher than in the second, while the relative price of labor, the price of labor as compared both with surplus value and with the value of the product, stand higher in the second than in the first. J. W. Cowell came to the conclusion that in England wages are virtually lower to the capitalist, though higher to the operative than on the continent of Europe. Alexander Redgrave proves that in spite of lower wages and much longer hours of work, continental labor is, in proportion to the product, dearer than English. Wages on the continent are much lower than in England, in many cases by 50%, but the number of hands in proportion to the machinery is much greater. On Russian soil, the old horrors of the early days of English factories are in full swing. Despite all the overwork and the most shameful underpayment, Russian manufacturing only manages to vegetate thanks to the prohibition of foreign competition. H. Carey tries to prove that differences in national wage levels are directly proportional to the degree of productivity of each nation. The whole of our analysis of the production of surplus value shows that this deduction would be absurd even if Carey had demonstrated his premises. Quote, "In comparing wages in different nations, we must therefore take into account all the factors that determine changes in the amount of the value of labor power, the price and the extent of the prime necessities of life in their natural and historical development, the cost of training the workers, the part played by the labor of women and children, the productivity of labor, and its extensive and intensive magnitude." Part 7. The process of accumulation of capital. Surplus value converted into capital is accumulation. Simple reproduction already reveals that the worker continuously reproduces the fund from which he is paid, and that the capital relation itself is reproduced. Expanded reproduction concentrates wealth at one pole and a relative surplus population at the other. The general law of capitalist accumulation. Chapter 23. Simple reproduction. Whatever the social form of the production process, it has to be continuous. A society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume. Viewed as a connected whole in constant renewal, every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. The conditions of production are the conditions of reproduction. No society can go on producing unless it constantly reconverts a part of its products into means of production. If production has a capitalist form, so too will reproduction. Just as in the capitalist mode of production, the labor process appears only as a means toward valorization, so in reproduction it appears only as a means of reproducing the value advanced as capital, as self-valorizing value. As a periodic increment of capital in process, surplus value acquires the form of a revenue arising out of capital. If this revenue serves the capitalist only as a fund for his consumption and is consumed as periodically as it is gained, then, other things being equal, simple reproduction takes place. And although this is a mere repetition of the process of production on the same scale, mere continuity imposes on the process certain new characteristics, or rather causes the disappearance of some apparent characteristics possessed by the process in isolation. The purchase of labor power for a fixed period is the prelude to production, but the worker is not paid until after he has expended his labor power and realized both the value of that labor power and a quantity of surplus value in commodities. He has therefore produced not only surplus value, regarded for the present as a fund for the capitalist's private consumption, but also the variable capital, the fund out of which he himself is paid before it flows back to him as wages. What flows back in the shape of wages is a portion of the product he himself continuously reproduces. The capitalist pays him the value of the commodity in money, but this money is merely the transmuted form of the product of his labor. It is his labor of last week or of last year that pays for his labor power this week or this year. The illusion created by the money form vanishes immediately if, instead of taking a single capitalist and a single worker, we take the whole capitalist class and the whole working class. The capitalist class is constantly giving to the working class drafts in the form of money on a portion of the product produced by the latter and appropriated by the former. The workers give these drafts back just as constantly, and thereby withdraw from the capitalists their allotted share of their own product. Variable capital is therefore only a particular historical form of appearance of the labor fund which the worker requires for his own maintenance and reproduction, and which in all systems of social production he must himself produce and reproduce. If the labor fund constantly flows to him in the form of money that pays for his labor, it is because his own product constantly moves away from him in the form of capital. The corvée peasant who works 3 days on his own land and 3 on the Lord's domain constantly reproduces his own labor fund without ever receiving it as a money advance. Once the Lord appropriates plot, cattle, and seed, the same 6 days appear as wage labor and the same labor fund as capital advanced. The bourgeois economist, unable to separate the form of appearance from the thing which appears, shuts his eyes to the fact that even at the present time the labor fund only crops up exceptionally on the face of the globe in the form of capital. Variable capital loses its character of a value advanced out of the capitalist's funds only when we view the process in the flow of its constant renewal. The process must have had a beginning of some kind. From our present standpoint, it seems likely that the capitalist once became possessed of money by some form of primitive accumulation independent of unpaid labor. However this may be, mere continuity brings about remarkable transformations which seize hold of not only the variable, but the total capital. If a surplus value of £200 is generated every year by a capital of £1,000, and if this surplus value is consumed every year, then after 5 years the surplus value consumed amounts to the £1,000 originally advanced. The value of the capital advanced divided by the surplus value annually consumed gives the number of years at the expiration of which the capital originally advanced has been consumed by the capitalist and has disappeared. The capitalist thinks that he is consuming the produce of unpaid labor and keeping intact the value of his original capital, but what he thinks cannot alter the actual situation. After a certain number of years, the value of the capital he possesses is equal to the sum total of the surplus value he has appropriated during those years, without any payment, and the original capital has disappeared. Even if the capital originally advanced were the fruit of the owner's own labor, it becomes, after a shorter or longer period, value appropriated without an equivalent, the materialization of other people's unpaid labor. Apart from all accumulation, the mere continuity of the production process, or simple reproduction, sooner or later, and always, converts all capital into accumulated capital, or capitalized surplus value. The worker's individual consumption, whether it takes place within the workshop or outside it, forms a factor of the production and reproduction of capital, just as cleaning machinery does. The fact that the worker performs his individual consumption for his own sake does not prevent the capitalist from turning it to account. The working class, even when it stands outside the direct labor process, is just as much an appendage of capital as the lifeless instruments of labor. Even its individual consumption is, within certain limits, a mere aspect of the process of capital's reproduction. The capitalist regards a skilled working class as a condition of production belonging to him, the real existence of his variable capital. After the cotton famine, Edmund Potter distinguished 2 sorts of machinery: inanimate plant in the factory and living labor housed in cottages. Emigration was prevented and the cotton workers locked in that moral workhouse, the cotton districts. Capitalist production therefore reproduces in the course of its own process the separation between labor power and the conditions of labor. It incessantly forces the worker to sell his labor power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labor power in order that he may enrich himself. It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and worker confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. The worker belongs to capital before he has sold himself to the capitalist. His economic bondage is at once mediated through and concealed by the periodic renewal of the act by which he sells himself, his change of masters, and the oscillations in the market price of his labor. The capitalist process of production, seen as a total, connected process, i.e. a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself. On the one hand, the capitalist, on the other, the wage laborer. Simple reproduction, continuity of production on the same scale, surplus value consumed as revenue, already reproduces the capital relation. Variable capital as worker's product. Wages are a portion of the product the worker continuously reproduces, returning in money form. Quote, whatever the social form of the production process, it has to be continuous. It must periodically repeat the same phases. A society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and in the constant flux of its incessant renewal, every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. Chapter 24. The transformation of surplus value into capital. Reproduction on an increasing scale. Inversion of the property laws. Earlier we considered how surplus value arises from capital. Now we have to see how capital arises from surplus value. The employment of surplus value as capital, or its reconversion into capital, is called accumulation of capital. From the individual capitalist standpoint, a master spinner advances 10,000 pounds, produces yarn worth 12,000 pounds, surplus value 2,000 pounds, reconverted 4/5 in additional cotton and machinery, 1/5 in additional workers. The new capital of 2,000 pounds brings in a further 400 pounds. Once sold, capital value and surplus value are both sums of money, and their reconversion into capital takes place in precisely the same way. But all the transactions in a market can accomplish is the interchange of the individual components of the annual product. They cannot increase total annual production. Hence, the use that can be made of the total annual product depends entirely on its own composition. If the surplus product consisted only of things destined for the capitalist class's consumption, nothing but simple reproduction would ever take place. Accumulation requires the transformation of a portion of the surplus product into capital. We cannot, except by a miracle, transform into capital anything but means of production and means of subsistence. Consequently, a part of the annual surplus labor must already have been applied to additional means of production and subsistence. Additional labor powers must be enlisted if the exploitation of those already employed does not increase. The mechanism of capitalist production has already provided for this by reproducing the working class as a class dependent on wages, whose ordinary wages suffice not only to maintain itself, but to increase its numbers. Looked at concretely, accumulation is the production of capital on a progressively increasing scale. The cycle of simple reproduction alters its form and, to use Sismondi's expression, changes into a spiral. The original capital of 10,000 pounds brings in 2,000 pounds, which is capitalized. The new capital of 2,000 pounds brings in 400 pounds, and so on. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Where did the owner of the original 10,000 pounds get it from? From his own labor and that of his forefathers, is the unanimous answer of the spokesman of political economy. But it is quite otherwise with the additional capital of 2,000 pounds. There is not one single atom of its value that does not owe its existence to unpaid labor. The means of production with which the additional labor power is incorporated, as well as the necessaries with which the workers are sustained, are nothing but component parts of the surplus product, parts of the tribute annually exacted from the working class by the capitalist class. Even if the latter uses a portion of that tribute to purchase additional labor power at its full price, so that equivalent is exchanged for equivalent, the whole thing still remains the age-old activity of the conqueror, who buys commodities from the conquered with the money he has stolen from them. If the additional capital employs the person who produced it, this producer must not only continue to valorize the original capital, but must buy back the fruits of his previous labor with more labor than they cost. In every case, the working class creates by the surplus labor of 1 year the capital destined to employ additional labor in the following year. And this is what is called creating capital out of capital. The original transformation of money into capital takes place in the most exact accordance with the economic laws of commodity production and with the rights of property derived from them. Nevertheless, its result is that the product belongs to the capitalist and not to the worker, that the value of this product includes a surplus value which costs the worker labor, but the capitalist nothing, and that the worker has retained his labor power and can sell it anew. Simple reproduction is only the periodic repetition of this first operation, and yet it suffices to stamp this first operation, conceived as an isolated process with a totally changed character. Nor does it matter if simple reproduction is replaced by reproduction on an extended scale. If worker B is paid out of the surplus value which worker A produced, A furnished that surplus value without having the fair price of his commodity cut by a farthing, and the transaction is no concern of B's. The matter looks quite different if we consider capitalist production in the uninterrupted flow of its renewal and view capitalist class and working class confronting each other. But in so doing, we should be applying standards entirely foreign to commodity production, which knows only mutually independent buyers and sellers. As long as the laws of exchange are observed in every single act of exchange taken in isolation, the mode of appropriation can be completely revolutionized without in any way affecting the property rights, which correspond to commodity production. The same rights remain in force both at the outset, when the product belongs to its producer, who can enrich himself only by his own labor, and in the period of capitalism, when social wealth becomes to an ever-increasing degree the property of those who appropriate the unpaid labor of others over and over again. This result becomes inevitable from the moment there is a free sale by the worker himself of labor power as a commodity. Only where wage labor is its basis does commodity production impose itself upon society as a whole and unfold all its hidden potentialities. To the extent that commodity production, in accordance with its own immanent laws, undergoes a further development into capitalist production, the property laws of commodity production must undergo a dialectical inversion so that they become laws of capitalist appropriation. In the flood of production, the total capital originally advanced becomes a vanishing quantity in comparison with the directly accumulated capital. Erroneous conceptions, capital and revenue, abstinence. Before a more detailed characterization of accumulation, an ambiguity concocted by the classical economists must be cleared away. It was of decisive importance for bourgeois economists, confronted with the habitual mode of life of the old nobility, which consists in consuming what is available, to promulgate the doctrine that the accumulation of capital is the first duty of every citizen. On the other hand, they had to contend against the popular prejudice, which confuses capitalist production with hoarding. The exclusion of money from circulation would constitute precisely the opposite of its valorization as capital. The classical economists are quite right to maintain that the consumption of the surplus product by productive, instead of unproductive, workers is a characteristic feature of accumulation. But at this point, the mistakes also begin. Adam Smith has made it the fashion to present accumulation as nothing more than the consumption of the surplus product by productive workers, as if the capitalization of surplus value consisted merely in turning surplus value into labor power. Ricardo repeats, when we say that revenue is saved and added to capital, we mean that the portion so added is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers. According to this, all surplus value that is transformed into capital becomes variable capital. In actual fact, the surplus value, like the value originally advanced, divides up into constant and variable capital, into means of production and labor power. Adam Smith, at the end of a quite preposterous analysis, comes to the absurd conclusion that even though each individual capital is divided into a constant and a variable part, the capital of society can be entirely resolved into variable capital. The entire thrust of the argument lies in the words, and so on, which send us from pillar to post. In fact, Smith breaks off the investigation just where the difficulties begin. The annual process of reproduction is easily understood as long as we look solely at the sum total of a year's production. But every single component must be brought into the market as a commodity, and there the movements of individual capitals and personal revenues cross and intermingle. It is one of the great merits of the physiocrats that in their tableau économique they were the first to attempt to depict the year's production in the shape in which it emerges from circulation. In the previous chapter, surplus value was treated solely as a fund for the capitalist's individual consumption. So far in this chapter, solely as a fund for accumulation. In fact, it is both. One part is consumed as revenue, the other employed as capital. With a given mass of surplus value, the larger the one part, the smaller the other. It is the owner of the surplus value who makes this division an act of his will. Except as capital personified, the capitalist has no historical value. Only as a personification of capital is he respectable. His motivating force is not the acquisition and enjoyment of use values, but the acquisition and augmentation of exchange values. He is fanatically intent on the valorization of value. Consequently, he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake, and thereby spurs on the development of society's productive forces and the creation of those material conditions which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society. What appears in the miser as the mania of an individual is in the capitalist the effect of a social mechanism in which he is merely a cog. Competition subordinates every individual capitalist to the immanent laws of capitalist production as external and coercive laws. It compels him to keep extending his capital so as to preserve it, and he can only extend it by means of progressive accumulation. Insofar as his actions are a mere function of capital, his own private consumption counts as a robbery committed against the accumulation of his capital. Accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. Accumulation for the sake of accumulation, production for the sake of production. This was the formula in which classical economics expressed the historical mission of the bourgeoisie in the period of its domination. If, in the eyes of classical economics, the proletarian is merely a machine for the production of surplus value, the capitalist, too, is merely a machine for the transformation of this surplus value into surplus capital. Malthus, to conjure away the conflict between enjoyment and self-enrichment, advocated a division of labor assigning accumulation to the industrial capitalist and spending to the landed aristocracy, placemen, and beneficed clergy. The learned dispute over how the booty pumped out of the workers might most advantageously be divided for accumulation fell silent in the face of the July Revolution. Lyons and the English rural fires, Owenism and Saint-Simonism, announced the hour of vulgar economics. Exactly a year before Nassau W. Sr. discovered at Manchester that profit is the product of the unpaid last hour, he announced another discovery. I substitute for the word capital, considered as an instrument of production, the word abstinence, an unparalleled example of the discoveries of vulgar economics. It replaces an economic category with a sycophantic phrase. All the conditions necessary for the labor process are now converted into acts of abstinence on the part of the capitalist. If the corn is not all eaten, but in part also sown, abstinence of the capitalist. If the wine gets time to mature, abstinence of the capitalist. The capitalist robs himself whenever he valorizes instruments of production as capital instead of eating them up. Steam engines, cotton, railways, manure, horses, and all. The world continues to live solely through the self-chastisement of this modern penitent of Vishnu. In economic formations of the most diverse kinds there occurs not only simple reproduction, but also, in varying degrees, reproduction on an increasing scale. This process does not appear as an accumulation of capital. However, as long as the worker's means of production do not confront him in the shape of capital. Richard Jones discusses this in the light of two Indian facts. Peasants cultivating their own land never see their products take the shape of a fund saved from revenue. And where English rule has least disturbed the old system, non-agricultural workers are employed directly by magnates who receive tribute, without any intervention from that peculiar saint, the abstaining capitalist. If we assume the proportion in which surplus value breaks up into capital and revenue as given, the magnitude of the capital accumulated depends on the absolute magnitude of the surplus value. Hence, all the circumstances that determine the mass of surplus value operate to determine the magnitude of accumulation. The forcible reduction of the wage beneath its value transforms the worker's necessary fund for consumption, within certain limits, into a fund for the accumulation of capital. The constant tendency of capital is to force the cost of labor back towards zero. Additional labor arising from a greater exertion of labor power can also augment the surplus product without a proportional augmentation of constant capital. The same instruments suffice if 100 workers work 12 hours instead of 8. In the extractive industries, the object of labor is provided by nature free of charge. In agriculture, a greater quantity of labor performed by the same number of workers increases fertility without new instruments. By incorporating with itself the two primary creators of wealth, labor power and land, capital acquires a power of expansion that permits it to augment the elements of its accumulation beyond the limits apparently fixed by its own magnitude. With the growth of capital, the difference between the capital employed and the capital consumed increases. Buildings and machinery serve in constantly repeated processes, transferring value only bit by bit, and in the same proportion as they are wholly employed, but only partly consumed, they perform the same free service as the forces of nature. This free service of past labor, seized on and filled with vitality by living labor, accumulates progressively as accumulation takes place on a larger scale. Since past labor always disguises itself as capital, bourgeois citizens and political economists are full of praise for the services of past labor, which, according to McCulloch, ought to receive a special remuneration in the shape of interest. The so-called labor fund. Capital is not a fixed magnitude, but a part of social wealth which is elastic and constantly fluctuates with the division of surplus value into revenue and additional capital. Even with a given magnitude of functioning capital, the labor power, science, and land incorporated in it form elastic powers of capital, allowing it, within certain limits, a field of action independent of its own magnitude. Classical political economy has always liked to conceive social capital as a fixed magnitude of a fixed degree of efficiency. This prejudice was first established as a dogma by Jeremy Bentham, that soberly pedantic oracle of the common sense of the 19th century bourgeoisie. The dogma renders the commonest phenomena of the production process, its sudden expansions and contractions, and even accumulation itself, absolutely incomprehensible. It was used by Bentham, Malthus, James Mill, McCulloch, etc. for apologetic purposes, and in particular so as to represent variable capital as being of fixed size. Variable capital in its material existence, the so-called labor fund, was turned by this fable into a separate part of social wealth, confined by natural chains. To set in motion the means of production, a definite mass of living labor is required, given by technology, but the number of workers required to put this mass in a fluid state is not given, for it changes with the degree of exploitation of the individual labor power. Nor is the price of this labor power given, but only its minimum limit, which is moreover very elastic. The facts on which the dogma is based are these. The worker has no right to interfere in the division of social wealth into means of enjoyment for the non-worker and means of production. And only in favorable and exceptional cases can he enlarge the so-called labor fund at the expense of the revenue of the rich. How absurd a tautology results from representing the capitalist limits of the labor fund as social barriers imposed by its very nature may be seen in Fawcett. The circulating capital of a country is its wage fund. Divide it by the number of the laboring population to find average wages. That is to say, we first add together the individual wages actually paid, then assert that the sum forms the total value of the labor fund handed down by God and nature. then divide by the number of workers. A very shrewd way of proceeding. It does not prevent Fawcett from adding that a large portion of the wealth annually saved in England is exported. The greater part of the yearly accruing surplus product, embezzled from the English workers without equivalent, is thus used as capital not in England but in foreign countries. And with the additional capital thus exported, a part of the labor fund invented by God and Bentham naturally also flows out of the country. Accumulation, reconversion of surplus value into capital, expanded reproduction. Inversion of property laws. Formal exchange of equivalents becomes appropriation of unpaid labor. Abstinence. Ideological name for the capitalist function as personified accumulation. Quote, the employment of surplus value as capital, or its reconversion into capital, is called accumulation of capital. Quota accumulata, accumulata. That is Moses and the prophets. Industry furnishes the material which saving accumulates. Therefore save, i.e. reconvert the greatest possible portion of surplus value or surplus product into capital. Accumulation for the sake of accumulation. Production for the sake of production. This was the formula in which classical economics expressed the historical mission of the bourgeoisie in the period of its domination. Chapter 25. The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. In this chapter, we consider the influence of the growth of capital on the fate of the working class. The most important factor in this investigation is the composition of capital and the changes it undergoes in the course of accumulation. Composition of capital. Accumulation with composition unchanged. The composition of capital is to be understood in a twofold sense. As value, it is determined by the proportion in which it is divided into constant capital, or the value of the means of production, and variable capital, or the value of labor power, the sum total of wages. As material, as it functions in the process of production, all capital is divided into means of production and living labor power. This latter composition is determined by the relation between the mass of the means of production employed on the one hand and the mass of labor necessary for their employment on the other. The former is the value composition, the latter the technical composition. There is a close correlation between the two. The value composition of capital, insofar as it is determined by its technical composition and mirrors the changes in the latter, is the organic composition of capital. Wherever composition of capital is referred to without further qualification, organic composition is always understood. The many individual capitals invested in a particular branch have compositions which differ. The average of their individual compositions gives the composition of the total capital in that branch. The average of all the average compositions in all branches gives the composition of the total social capital of a country, and it is with this alone that we are concerned here in the final analysis. Growth of capital implies growth of its variable constituent. If we assume that, while all other circumstances remain the same, the composition of capital also remains constant, a definite mass of the means of production continues to need the same mass of labor power to set it in motion. Then the demand for labor and the fund for the subsistence of the workers both increase in the same proportion as the capital and with the same rapidity. Since the capital produces a surplus value every year, of which one part is added every year to the original capital, since this increment itself grows every year, and since, under conditions especially liable to stimulate the drive for self-enrichment, the opening of new markets or of new spheres for the outlay of capital, the scale of accumulation may suddenly be extended merely by a change in the proportion in which surplus value is divided into capital and revenue. For all these reasons, the requirements of accumulating capital may exceed the growth in labor power. The demand for workers may outstrip the supply, and thus wages may rise. This must indeed ultimately be the case if the conditions assumed continue to prevail. Complaints were to be heard about this in England during the whole of the 15th century and the first half of the 18th. The more or less favorable circumstances in which the wage laborers support and multiply themselves in no way altered the fundamental character of capitalist production. As simple reproduction constantly reproduces the capital relation itself, so reproduction on an expanded scale reproduces the capital relation on an expanded scale, with more capitalists or bigger capitalists at one pole and more wage laborers at the other. Accumulation of capital is therefore multiplication of the proletariat. Classical political economy grasped this fact so thoroughly that Adam Smith, Ricardo, etc., inaccurately identified accumulation with the consumption by productive workers of the whole of the capitalized part of the surplus product. John Bellers was already saying in 1696 that the laborers make men rich, so the more laborers, the more rich men, the labor of the poor being the minds of the rich. Bernard de Mandeville, an honest man with a clear mind, declared that it would be easier to live without money than without poor, that the poor should receive nothing worth saving, that the surest wealth of a free nation consists in a multitude of laborious poor, ignorant as well as poor. What Mandeville had not yet grasped was that the mechanism of the accumulation process itself not only increases the amount of capital, but also the mass of the laboring poor, who turn their labor power into a force for increasing the valorization of the growing capital, and who are thereby compelled to make their relation of dependence on their own product, as personified in the capitalist, into an eternal relation. A rise of wages, therefore, never abolishes the relation of dependence. At best, it lessens the degree of exploitation. If the quantity of unpaid labor extracted from the workers should diminish to a point at which it threatened the normal stimulus to accumulation, the mechanism of capitalist production would react. Accumulation would slacken, the demand for labor would fall, and wages would again be brought into correspondence with the needs of capital's self-valorization. The movement of capital regulates the labor market. It is not the movement of population that regulates capital. The dogma of the economists inverted. Under the conditions of this first section, the most favorable for the workers, their relation of dependence on capital takes forms which are endurable, or, as Eden says, comfortable and liberal. A larger part of their own surplus product, always increasing and always transformed into additional capital, comes back to them in the shape of means of payment, so that they can extend the circle of their enjoyments, make some additions to their consumption fund of clothes, furniture, etc., and lay by a small reserve fund of money. But just as little as better clothing, food, treatment, and a larger peculium do away with the exploitation of the slave, so little do they do away with that of the wage laborer. A rise in the price of labor, as a consequence of accumulation of capital, only means, in fact, that the length and weight of the golden chain the wage laborer has already forged for himself allow it to be slackened somewhat. Relative diminution of variable capital, concentration, and centralization. Accumulation does not long proceed on an unchanged technical basis. A point is reached at which the development of the productivity of social labor becomes the most powerful lever of accumulation. The degree of productivity of labor in a given society is expressed in the relative extent of the means of production that one worker, during a given time, with a given degree of intensity of labor power, turns into products. The mass of means of production with which he functions increases with the productivity of his labor. But those means of production play a double role. The increase of some is a consequence, that of the others a condition, of the increasing productivity of labor. The division of labor and the application of machinery mean that more raw material is worked up in the same time, a consequence. The mass of machinery, beasts of burden, mineral manures, drain pipes, buildings, furnaces, means of transport is a condition. But whether condition or consequence, the growing extent of the means of production, as compared with the labor power incorporated into them, is an expression of the growing productivity of labor. The increase of the latter appears in the diminution of the mass of labor in proportion to the mass of means of production moved by it, or in the diminution of the subjective factor of the labor process as compared with the objective factor. This change in the technical composition is reflected in the value composition by the increase of the constant constituent at the expense of the variable. There may be originally 50% laid out in means of production and 50% in labor power. Later, with the development of the productivity of labor, 80% in means of production and 20% in labor power. This law of the progressive growth of the constant part in comparison with the variable is confirmed at every step by the comparative analysis of the prices of commodities, whether we compare different economic epochs or different nations in the same epoch. The relative magnitude of the part of the price, which represents the constant capital, is in direct proportion to the progress of accumulation. The relative magnitude of the part, which represents the payment for labor, is in inverse proportion. This diminution in the variable part as compared with the constant provides, however, only an approximate indication of the change in the composition of the material constituents. The value of the capital employed today in spinning is 7/8 constant and 1/8 variable, while at the beginning of the 18th century it was 1/2 and 1/2. Yet the mass of raw material and instruments that a certain quantity of spinning labor consumes productively today is many hundred times greater. With the increasing productivity of labor, the mass of the means of production consumed increases, but their value in comparison with their mass diminishes. The increase of the difference between constant and variable capital is therefore much less than that of the difference between the mass of the means of production and the mass of labor power. The progress of accumulation lessens the relative magnitude of the variable part, but this by no means excludes a rise in its absolute magnitude. If a capital of £6,000 divided 50/50ths increases to £18,000 divided 80/20ths, the variable constituent has risen from £3,000 to £3,600. But whereas formerly an increase of capital by 20% would have sufficed to raise the demand for labor by 20%, now the original capital needs to be tripled to secure an increase of 20% in the demand for labor. We showed in Part 4 how the development of the social productivity of labor presupposes cooperation on a large scale, how instruments of labor, which by their very nature can only be used in common, such as systems of machinery, can be called into existence, how gigantic natural forces can be pressed into the service of production, and how the production process can be transformed into a process of the technological application of scientific knowledge. Where the prevailing system is the production of commodities, this presupposition can be realized only through the increase of individual capitals. Only in proportion as the social means of production and subsistence are transformed into the private property of capitalists. A certain accumulation of capital in the hands of individual producers, therefore, forms the necessary precondition for a specifically capitalist mode of production. Primitive accumulation, the historical basis, instead of the historical result, of specifically capitalist production. But all methods for raising the social productivity of labor that grow up on this basis are at the same time methods for the increased production of surplus value, which is in its turn the formative element of accumulation. They are therefore also methods for the production of capital by capital. If a certain degree of accumulation appears as a precondition for the specifically capitalist mode of production, the latter reacts back to cause an accelerated accumulation of capital. These two economic factors bring about, in the compound ratio of the impulses they give to each other, that change in the technical composition of capital by which the variable component becomes smaller and smaller as compared with the constant component. Every individual capital is a larger or smaller concentration of means of production, with a corresponding command over a larger or smaller army of workers. Every accumulation becomes the means of new accumulation. With the increasing mass of wealth which functions as capital, accumulation increases the concentration of that wealth in the hands of individual capitalists. At the same time, offshoots split off from the original capitals and start to function as new and independent capitals. The division of property within capitalist families plays a great part in this. Two features characterize this kind of concentration, which grows directly out of accumulation, or rather is identical with it. Firstly, the increasing concentration of the social means of production in the hands of individual capitalists is, other things remaining equal, limited by the degree of increase of social wealth. Secondly, the part of the social capital domiciled in each particular sphere is divided among many capitalists who confront each other as mutually independent and competitive commodity producers. Accumulation therefore presents itself on the one hand as increasing concentration of the means of production and of the command over labor, and on the other hand as repulsion of many individual capitals from one another. This fragmentation is counteracted by their attraction. The attraction of capitals no longer means the simple concentration identical with accumulation. It is concentration of capitals already formed, destruction of their individual independence, expropriation of capitalist by capitalist, transformation of many small into few large capitals. This process differs from the first in that it only presupposes a change in the distribution of already available and already functioning capital. Its field of action is therefore not limited by the absolute growth of social wealth. Capital grows to a huge mass in a single hand in one place because it has been lost by many in another place. This is centralization proper, as distinct from accumulation and concentration. The battle of competition is fought by the cheapening of commodities. The cheapness of commodities depends, all other circumstances remaining the same, on the productivity of labor, and this depends in turn on the scale of production. Therefore, the larger capitals beat the smaller. With the development of the capitalist mode of production, there is an increase in the minimum amount of individual capital necessary to carry on a business under its normal conditions. The smaller capitals crowd into spheres which large-scale industry has taken control of only sporadically or incompletely. Here competition rages in direct proportion to the number, in an inverse proportion to the magnitude, of the rival capitals, and always ends in the ruin of many small capitalists. Apart from this, an altogether new force comes into existence, the credit system. In its first stages, it furtively creeps in as the humble assistant of accumulation, drawing into the hands of individual or associated capitalists by invisible threads the money resources scattered over the surface of society. But it soon becomes a new and terrible weapon in the battle of competition and is finally transformed into an enormous social mechanism for the centralization of capitals. Centralization does not depend in any way on a positive growth in the magnitude of social capital. That is what distinguishes it from concentration, the latter being only another name for reproduction on an extended scale. In any given branch of industry, centralization would reach its extreme limit if all the individual capitals invested there were fused into a single capital. In a given society, this limit would be reached only when the entire social capital was united in the hands of either a single capitalist or a single capitalist company. The world would still be without railways if it had had to wait until accumulation had got a few individual capitals far enough to be adequate for the construction of a railway. Centralization accomplished this in the twinkling of an eye, by means of joint stock companies. And while in this way, centralization intensifies and accelerates the effects of accumulation, it simultaneously extends and speeds up those revolutions in the technical composition of capital, which raise its constant portion at the expense of its variable portion, thus diminishing the relative demand for labor. Progressive production of a relative surplus population. The specifically capitalist mode of production, the development of the productive power of labor corresponding to it, and the change in the organic composition of capital which results from it, do not merely keep pace with the advance of accumulation or with the growth of social wealth. They develop at a much quicker rate because simple accumulation, or the absolute expansion of the total social capital, is accompanied by the centralization of its individual elements, and because the technical change in additional capital is accompanied by a technical change in the original capital. With the advance of accumulation, therefore, the proportion of constant to variable capital changes. If it was originally 1:1, it now becomes 2:1, 3:1 for :1, 5:1, 7:1, etc., so that as the capital grows, instead of 1/2 of its total value, only 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, 1/6, 1/8, etc., is turned into labor power, and on the other hand, 2/3, 3/4, 4/5, 5/6, 7/8 into means of production. Since the demand for labor is determined not by the extent of the total capital, but by its variable constituent alone, the demand falls progressively with the growth of the total capital, instead of, as previously assumed, rising in proportion to it. It falls relatively to the magnitude of the total capital, and at an accelerated rate as this magnitude increases. With the growth of the total capital, its variable constituent, the labor incorporated in it, does certainly increase, but in a constantly diminishing proportion. The intermediate pauses in which accumulation works as simple extension of production on a given technical basis are shortened. It is not merely that an accelerated accumulation of the total capital, accelerated in a constantly growing progression, is needed to absorb an additional number of workers, or even on account of the constant metamorphosis of old capital, to keep employed those already functioning. In its further course, this increasing accumulation and centralization itself becomes in turn a source of new changes in the composition of capital, or in other words, of an accelerated diminution of its variable component, as compared with its constant one. This accelerated relative diminution of the variable constituent, which goes hand in hand with the accelerated increase of the total capital and moves more rapidly than this increase, takes at the other pole the inverse form of an apparently absolute increase in the working population, an increase which always moves more rapidly than that of the variable capital or the means of employment. But in fact, it is capitalist accumulation itself that constantly produces, and produces indeed in direct relation with its own energy and extent, a relatively redundant working population, i.e. a population which is superfluous to capital's average requirements for its own valorization, and is therefore a surplus population. Considering the social capital as a whole, the movement of its accumulation now causes periodic changes, affecting it now as a whole, now in one or another of its branches. If we consider the periods of 10 years which are currently typical of large-scale industry, we find that this relative surplus population exists in all conceivable forms, now absorbed, now set free again. Independently of the limits of the actual increase of population, it creates a mass of human material always ready for exploitation by capital in the interests of capital's own changing valorization requirements. With accumulation and the development of the productivity of labor that accompanies it, the power of sudden expansion of capital also grows. It grows not merely because the elasticity of the capital already functioning increases, not merely because the absolute wealth of society expands, of which capital only forms an elastic part, not merely because credit, under every special stimulus, at once places an unusual part of this wealth at the disposal of production in the form of additional capital. It grows also because the technical conditions of the production process themselves, machinery, means of transport, etc., now admit of the most rapid transformation of masses of surplus product into additional means of production. The mass of social wealth, overflowing with the advance of accumulation and transformable into additional capital, thrusts itself frantically into old branches of production whose market suddenly expands, or into newly formed branches, such as railways, etc., which the old ones throw off as if they were so many offshoots. In all such cases, there must be the possibility of throwing great masses of workers suddenly onto the decisive points without doing any damage to the scale of production in other spheres. The surplus population supplies these masses. The characteristic course of modern industry, the 10-year cycle of periods of average activity, production at high pressure, crisis, and stagnation, depends on the constant formation, the greater or less absorption, and the reformation of the industrial reserve army or surplus population. In their turn, the vicissitudes of the industrial cycle recruit the surplus population and become one of the most energetic agencies for its reproduction. The whole form of the movement of modern industry depends, therefore, on the constant transformation of a part of the working population into unemployed or half-employed hands. The production of a relative surplus population, or the setting free of workers, proceeds even more rapidly than the technical revolution in the process of production, already accelerated by the advance of accumulation, and accelerated in its turn by the corresponding reduction of the variable part of capital as compared with the constant. If the means of production, as they increase in extent and effective power, become to a lesser degree means for employing workers, this relation is itself in turn modified by the fact that in proportion as the productivity of labor increases, capital increases its supply of labor more quickly than its demand for workers. The overwork of the employed part of the working class swells the ranks of its reserve, while conversely, The greater pressure that the reserve by its competition exerts on the employed workers forces them to submit to overwork and subjects them to the dictates of capital. The condemnation of one part of the working class to enforced idleness by the overwork of the other part, and vice versa, becomes a means of enriching the individual capitalists and accelerates at the same time the production of the industrial reserve army on a scale corresponding with the progress of social accumulation. Taking them as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the industrial reserve army, and this in turn corresponds to the periodic alternations of the industrial cycle. They are not therefore determined by the variations of the absolute numbers of the working population, but by the varying proportions in which the working class is divided into an active army and a reserve army, by the increase or diminution in the relative amount of the surplus population, by the extent to which it is now absorbed, now set free. For modern industry, with its decennial cycles and its periodic phases, which are further interrupted by smaller oscillations following on the process of generalized production, it would be a beautiful law which asserted that the demand and supply of labor coincided. The industrial reserve army, during the periods of stagnation and average prosperity, weighs down the active army of workers. During the periods of overproduction and feverish activity, it holds their pretensions in check. Relative surplus population is therefore the background against which the law of the demand and supply of labor does its work. It confines the field of action of this law to the limits absolutely convenient to capital's drive to exploit and dominate the workers. Forms of the relative surplus population, the general law. The relative surplus population exists in every possible shade of existence. Every worker belongs to it during the time when he is only partially employed or wholly unemployed. Leaving aside its periodic forms, which the changing phases of the industrial cycle impress on it, so that it appears now acute in times of crisis, now chronic in times of slack trade, it has always three forms: floating, latent, and stagnant. The floating surplus population is constantly being formed in the centers of modern industry: factories, workshops, ironworks, mines, etc. Here workers are sometimes repelled, sometimes attracted again in greater masses, so that the number of those employed increases on the whole, although in a constantly decreasing proportion to the scale of production. In the factories proper, and in the large workshops, large numbers of male workers are employed up to the age of maturity, but not beyond. Once they reach maturity, only a very small number continue to find employment in the same branches. The majority are regularly dismissed and form an element of the floating surplus population, which grows with the extension of those branches. Some of these workers emigrate. In fact, they are merely following capital, which has itself emigrated. A further consequence is that the female population grows more rapidly than the male. That the natural increase of the number of workers does not satisfy the requirements of the accumulation of capital, and yet at the same time exceeds those requirements, is a contradiction inherent in capital's very movement. Capital demands more youthful workers, fewer adults. This contradiction is no more glaring than the other, namely that a shortage of hands is complained of, while at the same time many thousands are out of work, because the division of labor chains them to a particular branch of industry. Moreover, the consumption of labor power by capital is so rapid that the worker has already more or less completely lived himself out when he is only halfway through his life. It is precisely among the workers in large-scale industry that we meet with the shortest life expectancy. Dr. Lee found the average age at death of the Manchester upper middle class 38 years, of the laboring class 17. At Liverpool 35 against 15. Hence rapid replacement of one generation of workers by another, a social requirement met by early marriages, a necessary consequence of the conditions in which workers in large-scale industry live, and by the premium that the exploitation of the workers' children sets on their production. As soon as capitalist production takes possession of agriculture, and in proportion to the extent to which it does so, the demand for a rural working population falls absolutely, while the accumulation of the capital employed in agriculture advances, without this repulsion being compensated for by a greater attraction of workers, as is the case in non-agricultural industries. Part of the agricultural population is therefore constantly on the point of passing over into an urban or manufacturing proletariat, and on the lookout for opportunities to complete this transformation. There is thus a constant flow from this source of the relative surplus population. But the constant movement towards the towns presupposes, in the countryside itself, a constant latent surplus population, the extent of which only becomes evident at those exceptional times when its distribution channels are wide open. The wages of the agricultural laborer are therefore reduced to a minimum, and he always stands with one foot already in the swamp of pauperism. The third category is the stagnant population. This forms a part of the active labor army, but with extremely irregular employment. Hence, it offers capital an inexhaustible reservoir of disposable labor power. Its conditions of life sink below the average normal level of the working class, and it is precisely this which makes it a broad foundation for special branches of capitalist exploitation. It is characterized by a maximum of working time and a minimum of wages. We have already become familiar with its chief form under the rubric of domestic industry. It is constantly recruited from workers in large-scale industry and agriculture who have become redundant, and especially from those decaying branches of industry, where handicraft is giving way to manufacture, and manufacture to machinery. Its extent grows, as with the growth in the extent and energy of accumulation, the creation of surplus population also advances. But it forms at the same time a self-reproducing and self-perpetuating element of the working class, taking a proportionally greater part in the general increase of that class than the other elements. In fact, not only the number of births and deaths, but the absolute size of families stands in inverse proportion to the level of wages. This law of capitalist society would sound absurd to savages or even to civilized colonists. It calls to mind the boundless reproduction of animals individually weak and constantly hunted down. Finally, the lowest sediment of the relative surplus population dwells in the sphere of pauperism. Apart from vagabonds, criminals, prostitutes, the actual lumpen proletariat, this social stratum consists of three categories. First, those able to work. The quantity of paupers increases with every crisis of trade and diminishes with every revival. Second, orphans and pauper children, candidates for the Industrial Reserve Army, and in times of great prosperity enrolled in the army of active workers both speedily and in large numbers. Third, the demoralized, the ragged, and those unable to work, people who succumb to their incapacity for adaptation, which results from the division of labor, people who have lived beyond the worker's average lifespan, and the victims of industry, whose number increases with the growth of dangerous machinery, of mines, chemical works, etc. Pauperism is the hospital of the active labor army and the deadweight of the Industrial Reserve Army. Its production is included in that of the relative surplus population. Along with the surplus population, pauperism forms a condition of capitalist production and of the capitalist development of wealth. It forms part of the faux phrase of capitalist production. But capital usually knows how to transfer these from its own shoulders to those of the working class and the petty bourgeoisie. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the greater the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productivity of its labor, the greater is the Industrial Reserve Army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital also develop the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the Industrial Reserve Army thus increases with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is an inverse ratio to the amount of torture it has to undergo in the form of labor. The more extensive, finally, the pauperized sections of the working class and the Industrial Reserve Army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. We can now understand the foolishness of the economic wisdom which preaches to the workers that they should adapt their numbers to the valorization requirements of capital. The mechanism of capitalist production and accumulation itself constantly affects this adjustment. The first word of this adaptation is the creation of a relative surplus population or industrial reserve army. Its last word is the misery of constantly expanding strata of the active army of labor and the dead weight of pauperism. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the opposite pole, i.e. on the side of the class that produces its own product as capital. Organic composition of capital. Value composition as determined by technical composition, C/V mirroring means of production per worker. Concentration/centralization. Growth of individual capitals by accumulation versus fusion and expropriation of capitals already existing. Industrial reserve army. Relative surplus population, floating, latent, stagnant, produced by accumulation, lever of capitalist production. General law of capitalist accumulation. Accumulation of wealth and of misery as correlative poles. Quote, but in fact it is capitalist accumulation itself that constantly produces, and produces indeed in direct relation with its own energy and extent, a relatively redundant working population, i.e. a population which is superfluous to capital's average requirements for its own valorization, and is therefore a surplus population. Quote, the greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the greater the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productivity of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Quote, taking them as a whole, the general movements of wages are exclusively regulated by the expansion and contraction of the industrial reserve army, and this in turn corresponds to the periodic alternations of the industrial cycle. They are not therefore determined by the variations of the absolute numbers of the working population, but by the varying proportions in which the working class is divided into an active army and a reserve army. Illustrations of the general law. No period of modern society is so favorable for the study of capitalist accumulation as the period of the last 20 years, and no country so favorable as England. The two most important factors are the cotton industry, which dominates the world market, and the genuine agricultural revolution, which is only now completing the divorce between the agricultural labor and the soil. The revelations of the Blue Books, the reports of the Children's Employment Commission, the public health reports of Dr. Simon, and the reports of the factory inspectors make the law visible in its working. Absolute growth of English population is great, but the rate of growth falls decade by decade. Meanwhile, profits and rents liable to income tax soar far faster than population. Fortunatus's purse for capital. The cotton industry, the metal and mining districts, the housing of the London poor, and above all agriculture, make the antagonistic character of accumulation concrete. During the cotton famine of 1862-3, Dr. Edward Smith found that to avert starvation, diseases, the daily food of an average woman ought to contain at least 3,900 grains of carbon and 180 of nitrogen. Of an average man, 4,300 and 200. His calculation was practically confirmed by the miserable quantity to which the emergency had reduced the cotton workers. In 1863, the Privy Council ordered an investigation into the worst-nourished part of the English working class. Silk weavers, needlewomen, kid glovers, stocking weavers, shoemakers, and agricultural laborers. As a general result, it was found that in only one of the examined classes of indoor operatives did the average nitrogen supply just exceed the estimated standard of bare sufficiency, and that in two classes there was defect, in one, a very large defect, of both nitrogen and carbon. Among the agricultural laborers, those of England, the wealthiest part of the United Kingdom, were the worst fed. The insufficiency of food fell as a rule chiefly on the women and children, for the man must eat to do his work. Still greater penury ravaged the urban workers. Just under one half of the categories investigated had absolutely no beer, and 28% no milk. The worst nourished were the needlewomen, silk weavers, and kid glovers. Dr. Simon adds that privation of food is very reluctantly borne, and that as a rule, great poorness of diet will only come when other privations have preceded it. Clothing and fuel even scantier than food. Dwelling space stinted to the degree in which overcrowding produces disease, cleanliness found costly or difficult. The intimate connection between the pangs of hunger suffered by the most industrious layers of the working class and the extravagant consumption of the rich is only uncovered when the economic laws are known. It is otherwise with the housing situation. Every unprejudiced observer sees that the greater the centralization of the means of production, the greater is the corresponding concentration of workers within a given space. And therefore, the more quickly capitalist accumulation takes place, the more miserable the housing situation of the working class. Improvements of towns which accompany the increase of wealth, demolition of badly built districts, erection of palaces to house banks and warehouses, widening of streets for luxury carriages and tramways, obviously drive the poor away into even worse and more crowded corners. The dearness of houses stands in inverse ratio to their quality, and the mines of misery are exploited by house speculators with more profit and at less cost than the mines of Potosi were ever exploited. Nowhere does the antagonistic character of capitalist production and accumulation assert itself more brutally than in the progress of English agriculture and the retrogression of the English agricultural laborer. Cultivated area and intensity rise. Capital is sunk in the soil as never before. Rent rolls and farmers' wealth swell, while the number of agricultural laborers falls from about 1.24 million in 1851 to 1.16 million in 1861. Post tot discrimina, free trade, and urban markets ought, secundum artem, to have made the laborer drunk with happiness. Professor Rogers finds him worse off than in 1770 to 80, a serf worse fed and worse clothed. Hunter's report. The hind is a zero in farming calculations. Wages and shelter fixed at the lowest amount on which he can live. He has no share in prosperity or adversity. Official comparison of convict, pauper, and free labor diets shows the convict better fed than the ordinary agricultural laborer, while doing about half the work. The continual emigration to the towns, the continual formation of a surplus population in the countryside through the concentration of farms, the conversion of arable into pasture, the introduction of machinery, go hand in hand with the continual eviction of the agricultural population by the destruction of their cottages. The more empty the district of people, the greater is its relative surplus population. The greater their pressure on the means of employment, the greater is the absolute excess of the agricultural population over the means for housing it, and the greater, therefore, is the local surplus population in the villages and the pestilential herding together of human beings. There are always too many agricultural laborers for the ordinary needs of cultivation, and too few for exceptional and temporary requirements. Hence, official documents from the same places complain simultaneously of a deficiency and an excess of labor. A temporary and local shortage does not bring about a rise in wages, but rather forces the women and children into the fields. The finest fruit of this vicious circle thrives in the east of England, the gang system. The gang consists of from 10 to 50 persons, women, young persons of both sexes, and children of both sexes from 6 years of age, under a gangmaster who negotiates piecework with the farmer and extracts the greatest possible amount of labor in the shortest time. For the farmer, there is no more ingenious method of keeping his laborers well below the normal level, and yet of always having an extra hand ready for extra work, of extracting the greatest possible amount of labor with the least possible expenditure of money, and of making adult male labor redundant. Ireland is the extreme pole. Population collapses after the famine of 1846, a loss of more than 5/16. The country becomes an agricultural district of England, exporting men and cattle, importing manufactures. Depopulation throws land out of cultivation, even as consolidation of farms and grazing advance. Centralization from 1851 to 1861 mainly destroyed farms under 15 acres. The uncertainty and irregularity of employment, the constant return and long duration of gluts of labor are all symptoms of a relative surplus population. In England, an industrial country, the industrial reserve is recruited from the countryside. In Ireland, an agricultural country, the agricultural reserve is recruited from the towns, the places of refuge of the agricultural laborers who have been driven from the land. In England, the surplus rural laborers are transformed into factory workers. In Ireland, those forced into the towns remain agricultural laborers even while they exert a downward pressure on urban wages and are constantly sent back to the countryside in search of work. The official inspectors sum up the material condition of the agricultural laborer. Though living with the strictest frugality, his own wages are barely sufficient to provide food for an ordinary family and pay his rent. A somber discontent runs through the ranks of this class. They long for the return of the past, loathe the present, despair of the future, and have only one fixed idea: to emigrate to America. This is the land of cocaine into which depopulation, the great Malthusian panacea, has transformed Green Erin. At the end of 1866, Lord Dufferin set about solving the problem in the Times. As the Irish population diminishes, the Irish rent rolls swell. Ireland is still overpopulated and must get rid of at least 1/3 of 1 million working men. Appetite grows with eating. Rent roll's eyes will soon discover that Ireland with 3.5 million still continues to be miserable because she is overpopulated, and that her depopulation must go still further in order that she may fulfill her true destiny, to be an English sheepwalk in cattle pasture. Like all good things in the world, this profitable mode of proceeding has its drawbacks. The accumulation of the Irish in America keeps pace with the accumulation of rents in Ireland. The Irishman, banished by the sheep and the ox, reappears on the other side of the ocean as a Fenian. The illustrations do not prove the law by induction. They make visible what the law already states, that the mechanism of capitalist production itself constantly adjusts the number of workers to the valorization requirements of capital. First word relative surplus population. Last word misery of expanding strata of the active army and the dead weight of pauperism. Quote, but Professor Rogers comes to the conclusion that the situation of the English agricultural laborer of today, in comparison with his predecessor from 1770 to 1780, not to speak of his predecessor in the last half of the 14th and in the 15th century, has changed for the worse to an extraordinary extent that the peasant has again become a serf, and a serf worse fed and worse clothed. Part 8. So-called primitive accumulation. The circuit money, surplus value, more capital seems a closed circle. Escape requires a primitive accumulation that is not the result of the capitalist mode of production, but its point of departure. Historically, the forcible divorce of the producer from the means of production. Chapter 26. The secret of so-called primitive accumulation. We have seen how money is transformed into capital, how surplus value is made through capital, and how more capital is made from surplus value. But the accumulation of capital presupposes surplus value. Surplus value presupposes capitalist production. Capitalist production presupposes considerable masses of capital and labor power already in the hands of commodity producers. The whole movement, therefore, seems to turn around in a never-ending circle, which we can only get out of by assuming a primitive accumulation, the previous accumulation of Adam Smith, which precedes capitalist accumulation, an accumulation which is not the result of the capitalist mode of production, but its point of departure. This primitive accumulation plays approximately the same role in political economy as original sin does in theology. Long ago there were two sorts of people. One, the diligent, intelligent, and above all frugal elite. The other, lazy rascals spending their substance in riotous living. Thus it came to pass that the former accumulated wealth, and the latter had nothing to sell except their own skins. In actual history, conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, force play the greatest part. In themselves, money and commodities are no more capital than means of production and subsistence are. They need to be transformed into capital under particular circumstances. The confrontation between owners of money and means of production eager to valorize value by buying labor power, and free workers, free in the double sense, neither means of production themselves nor owners of means of production. The process which creates the capital relation is the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. So-called primitive accumulation is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms the prehistory of capital. Only in England, which we therefore take as our example, has it the classic form. Primitive accumulation, historical process of divorcing producers from means of production, point of departure, not result, of capitalist production. Quote, this primitive accumulation plays approximately the same role in political economy as original sin does in theology. In actual history, it is a notorious fact that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force play the greatest part. In the tender annals of political economy, the idyllic reigns from time immemorial. Quote, the process, therefore, which creates the capital relation can be nothing other than the process which divorces the worker from the ownership of the conditions of his own labor. It is a process which operates two transformations, whereby the social means of subsistence and production are turned into capital, and the immediate producers are turned into wage laborers. So-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. Chapter 27. The expropriation of the agricultural population from the land. In England, serfdom had practically disappeared by the last part of the 14th century. The immense majority of the population consisted then, and still more in the 15th century, of free peasant proprietors, however much their own property might be obscured by feudal trappings. In the country districts, and even in the royal domains, the independent peasant was the prevailing category. Wage laborers were few and themselves often small holders with common rights. Such conditions, while they permitted popular wealth, ruled out wealth in the form of capital. The prelude to the revolution that laid the foundation of the capitalist mode of production was played out in the last third of the 15th century and the first few decades of the 16th. A mass of free proletarians was thrown onto the labor market by the breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers. Although the royal power, itself a product of bourgeois development, forcibly hastened the dissolution of these bands in its striving for absolute sovereignty, it was by no means the sole cause of it. The great feudal lords, in their defiant opposition to the king and parliament, created an incomparably larger proletariat by forcibly driving the peasantry from the land, to which the latter had the same feudal title as the lords themselves, and by usurpation of the common lands. The rapid rise of the Flemish wool manufacture and the corresponding rise in the price of wool in England provided the direct impulse. The old nobility had been devoured by the great feudal wars. The new nobility was the child of its time, for which money was the power of all powers. Transformation of arable land into sheepwalks was therefore its slogan. Harrison, in his description of England, prefixed to Holinshed's Chronicles, describes how a certain number of villages and houses have been pulled down and the people turned out, so that 17, 18, or 20 houses have shrunk to one. The dwellings of the peasants and the cottages of the laborers were violently demolished or left to decay. Bacon, in his History of Henry VII, says, enclosures at that time began to be more frequent, whereby arable land, which could not be manured without people and families, was turned into pasture, which was easily rid by a few herdsmen. The legislation of Henry VII and Henry VIII against the expropriation of the small farmers and peasants was just as fruitless as the later laws against the depopulation of houses. The process of forcible expropriation of the people received a new and terrible impulse from the Reformation and from the consequent colossal spoliation of the church property. The Catholic Church was, at the time of the Reformation, the feudal proprietor of a great part of the soil of England. The dissolution of the monasteries, etc., hurled their inmates into the proletariat. The estates of the church were to a large extent given away to rapacious royal favorites, or sold at a nominal price to speculating farmers and citizens, who drove out the old established hereditary subtenants in great numbers, and threw their holdings together. The legally guaranteed property of the poorer folk in a part of the church's tithes was tacitly confiscated. In the 18th century, the law itself becomes the instrument by which the people's land is stolen. The parliamentary form of this robbery is that of bills for enclosure of commons. In other words, decrees by which the landowners grant themselves the people's land as private property, decrees of expropriation of the people. Sir F. Eden, although he is himself a Tory and a fanatical defender of private property, refutes the childish plea of the lawyers according to which the common land belonged from time immemorial to the landlords. Between 1801 and 1831, 3,511,770 acres of common land were stolen from the English agricultural population and presented to the landlords by the landlords through Parliament. The agricultural population received not a farthing's compensation. Eden's comfortable reflection that the due proportion of pasture to arable had at last been attained is the stoical peace of mind with which political economy regards the most shameless violation of the sacred rights of property when those rights obstruct capital. The last great process of expropriation of the agricultural population from a soil is the so-called clearing of estates, i.e., the sweeping of human beings off them. What clearing of estates really and properly signifies, we learn only in the Highlands of Scotland, the promised land of modern romantic novels. There the process is distinguished by its systematic character, by the magnitude of the scale on which it is carried out at one blow. In Ireland, landlords have gone to the length of sweeping away several villages at once. In Scotland, areas as large as German principalities are dealt with. And finally, by the peculiar form of property under which the embezzled lands were held. The Highlanders were organized in clans, each clan being the owner of the land on which it was settled. The representative of the clan, its chief or great man, was only the titular owner of this property, just as the Queen of England is the titular owner of the national soil. When the English government succeeded, after the Battle of Culloden, in breaking up these clans, the chiefs of the clans transformed their merely nominal right into a right of private property. They drove out the clansmen by due process of law. In the 18th century, the Gaels were forbidden to emigrate, in order to drive them forcibly to Glasgow and other manufacturing towns. In the 19th, sheep walks were even found to be too unprofitable, and deer forests took their place for the noble passion of the great. Summers in 1848. New forests spring up like mushrooms from Aberdeen to Oban. Deer and the people cannot coexist. The clearances of human beings proceed as a settled agricultural principle, as trees and brushwood are cleared from the wastes of America or Australia. The spoliation of the church's property, the fraudulent alienation of the state domains, the theft of the common lands, the usurpation of feudal and clan property, and its transformation into modern private property under circumstances of ruthless terrorism. These are the idyllic methods of primitive accumulation. They conquered the field for capitalist agriculture, incorporated the soil into capital, and created for the urban industries the necessary supplies of free and rightless proletarians. Quote, "The prelude to the revolution that laid the foundation of the capitalist mode of production was played out in the last third of the 15th century and the first few decades of the 16th. The great feudal lords, in their defiant opposition to the king and parliament, created an incomparably larger proletariat by forcibly driving the peasantry from the land and by usurpation of the common lands." Quote, "The last great process of expropriation of the agricultural population from the soil is, finally, the so-called clearing of estates, i.e., the sweeping of human beings off them. But what clearing of estates really and properly signifies, we learn only in the Highlands of Scotland, the promised land of modern romantic novels." Chapter 28. Bloody legislation against the expropriated. The proletariat created by the breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers and by the forcible expropriation of the people from the soil, this free and rightless proletariat could not possibly be absorbed by the nascent manufactures as fast as it was thrown upon the world. On the other hand, these men, suddenly dragged from their accustomed mode of life, could not immediately adapt themselves to the discipline of their new condition. They were turned in massive quantities into beggars, robbers, and vagabonds, partly from inclination, in most cases under the force of circumstances. Hence, at the end of the 15th and during the whole of the 16th centuries, a bloody legislation against vagabondage was enforced throughout Western Europe. The fathers of the present working class were chastised for their enforced transformation into vagabonds and paupers. Legislation treated them as voluntary criminals and assumed that it was entirely within their powers to go on working under the old conditions which in fact no longer existed. In England, this legislation began under Henry VII. Henry VIII, 1530, sturdy vagabonds are whipped until the blood streams from their bodies. For the third, arrest, executed as enemies of the common weal. Edward VI, 1547, anyone who refuses to work shall be condemned as a slave to the person who has denounced him as an idler. The master may sell him, bequeath him, let him out on hire. If he runs away 3 times, executed. Elizabeth, 1572, unlicensed beggars flogged and branded. For a third offense, executed without mercy. James I, incorrigible rogues branded with an R and, if caught begging again, executed. These statutes were legally binding until the beginning of the 18th century. Similar laws in France sent men without a trade to the galleys. Thus were the agricultural folk first forcibly expropriated from the soil, turned into vagabonds, and then whipped, branded, and tortured by grotesquely terroristic laws into accepting the discipline necessary for the system of wage labor. It is not enough that the conditions of labor are concentrated at one pole of society in the shape of capital, while at the other pole are grouped masses of men who have nothing to sell but their labor power. Nor is it enough that they are compelled to sell themselves voluntarily. The advance of capitalist production develops a working class which by education, tradition, and habit looks upon the requirements of that mode of production as self-evident natural laws. The organization of the capitalist process of production, once it is fully developed, breaks down all resistance. The constant generation of a relative surplus population keeps the law of the supply and demand of labor, and therefore wages, within narrow limits which correspond to capital's valorization requirements. The silent compulsion of economic relations sets the seal on the domination of the capitalist over the worker. Direct extra-economic force is still, of course, used, but only in exceptional cases. It is otherwise during the historical genesis of capitalist production. The rising bourgeoisie needs the power of the state and uses it to regulate wages, i.e., to force them into the limits suitable for making a profit, to lengthen the working day, and to keep the worker himself at his normal level of dependence. This is an essential aspect of so-called primitive accumulation. Legislation on wage labor, which aimed from the first at the exploitation of the worker, begins in England with the Statute of Labourers issued by Edward III in 1349. The English and French laws run parallel. Combinations of workers are treated as heinous crimes from the 14th century to 1825. The savage legislation is the cradle song of wage labor. Quote, "The proletariat created by the breaking up of the bands of feudal retainers and by the forcible expropriation of the people from the soil, this free and rightless proletariat could not possibly be absorbed by the nascent manufacturers as fast as it was thrown upon the world. They were turned in massive quantities into beggars, robbers, and vagabonds. Hence, at the end of the 15th and during the whole of the 16th centuries, a bloody legislation against vagabondage was enforced throughout Western Europe." Chapter 29. The Genesis of the Capitalist Farmer. Expropriation creates great landed proprietors and a rightless proletariat. Where do the capitalists spring from? The farmer's genesis can be traced through centuries. Bailiff, serf, then farmer supplied by the landlord, then métier, then the farmer properly so called who valorizes his own capital with wage labor and pays ground rent. The agricultural revolution of the late 15th and 16th centuries enriched him as it impoverished the mass. Usurpation of commons augmented cattle almost without cost. Long leases plus the fall in the value of money in the 16th century lowered real rent and wages while prices of agricultural products rose. By the end of the 16th century, England had a class of capitalist farmers rich for their time. Quote, "Thus he grew rich at the expense both of his laborers and his landlords. No wonder therefore, that England, at the end of the 16th century, had a class of capitalist farmers who were rich men in relation to the circumstances of the time. Chapter 30. Impact of the Agricultural Revolution on Industry. The intermittent but constantly renewed expropriation and expulsion of the agricultural population supplied the urban industries with a mass of proletarians standing entirely outside the corporate guilds. With this setting free of a part of the agricultural population, their former means of nourishment were also set free, transformed into material elements of variable capital. And the same thing happened to those raw materials of industry which depended on indigenous agriculture, now transformed into an element of constant capital. The flax looks exactly as it did before. Not a fiber of it has changed, but a new social soul has entered into its body. Spindles, looms, and raw material are now transformed from means for the independent existence of the spinners and weavers into means for commanding them and extracting unpaid labor from them. The expropriation and eviction of a part of the agricultural population not only set free for industrial capital the workers, their means of subsistence, and the materials of their labor, it also created the home market. Formerly, the peasant family produced means of subsistence and raw materials, which they themselves for the most part consumed. These have now become commodities. The large-scale farmer sells them. He finds his market in the manufacturers. Thus, the destruction of rural domestic industry, spinning, weaving, goes hand in hand with the expropriation of the previously self-supporting peasants. Manufacture conquers the domain of national production only very partially, and always rests on the handicrafts of the towns and the domestic subsidiary industries of the rural districts. A consistent foundation for capitalist agriculture could only be provided by large-scale industry, in the form of machinery. It is large-scale industry which radically expropriates the vast majority of the agricultural population and completes the divorce between agriculture and rural domestic industry. It therefore also conquers the entire home market for industrial capital for the first time. Quote, the expropriation and eviction of a part of the agricultural population not only set free for industrial capital the workers, their means of subsistence, and the materials of their labor, it also created the home market. Chapter 31. The Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist. The genesis of the industrial capitalist did not proceed in such a gradual way as that of the farmer. Doubtless many small guild masters and a still greater number of independent small artisans, or even wage laborers, transformed themselves into small capitalists, and by gradually extending their exploitation of wage labor into capitalists without qualification. The snail's pace of advance under this method by no means corresponded with the commercial requirements of the New World market, which had been created by the great discoveries of the end of the 15th century. But the Middle Ages had handed down two distinct forms of capital which, before the era of the capitalist mode of production, nevertheless functioned as capital: usurer's capital and merchant's capital. The money capital formed by means of usury and commerce was prevented from turning into industrial capital by the feudal organization of the countryside and the guild organization of the towns. These fetters vanished with the dissolution of the feudal bands of retainers and the expropriation and partial eviction of the rural population. The new manufactures were established at seaports or at points in the countryside beyond the control of the old municipalities and their guilds. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of blackskins are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation. Hard on their heels follows the commercial war of the European nations, which has the globe as its battlefield. It begins with the revolt of the Netherlands from Spain, assumes gigantic dimensions in England's anti-Jacobin War, and is still going on in the shape of the Opium Wars against China. The different moments of primitive accumulation can be assigned in particular to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England, in more or less chronological order. These different moments are systematically combined together at the end of the 17th century in England, The combination embraces the colonies, the national debt, the modern tax system, and the system of protection. These methods depend in part on brute force, for instance, the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, as in a hothouse, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. The colonial system ripened trade and navigation as in a hothouse. The colonies provided a market for the budding manufacturers, and a vast increase in accumulation guaranteed by the mother country's monopoly. The treasures captured outside Europe by undisguised looting, enslavement, and murder flowed back to the mother country and were turned into capital there. The system of public credit, i.e., of national debts, whose origin we discover in Genoa and Venice as early as the Middle Ages, took possession of Europe as a whole during the period of manufacture. The public debt becomes one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation. As with the stroke of an enchanter's wand, it endows unproductive money with the power of creation and thus turns it into capital, without forcing it to expose itself to the troubles and risks inseparable from its employment in industry or even in usury. The state's creditors actually give nothing away, for the sum lent is transformed into public bonds, easily negotiable, which go on functioning in their hands just as so much hard cash would. But furthermore, there arose with the national debt a class of lazy annuitants, brokers who acted as middlemen between the government and the nation, and a brood of tax farmers, merchants, and private manufacturers, to whom a good part of every national loan rendered the service of a capital fallen from heaven. Along with the national debt, there arose an international credit system, which often conceals one of the sources of primitive accumulation in this or that people. The only part of the so-called national wealth that actually enters into the collective possession of a modern nation is the national debt. Public credit becomes the credo of capital. As the national debt finds its support in the public revenue, which must cover the yearly payments for interest, etc., the modern tax system became the necessary complement of the system of national loans. The overtaxation is not an accidental occurrence, but rather a principle. It contains within itself the germ of automatic progression. The great part played by this system in forming the capitalist class and in expropriating the small peasants and artisans has already been touched on. Its expropriating efficacy is intensified still further by the system of protection, which forms one of its integral parts. Protection was an artificial means of manufacturing manufacturers, of expropriating independent laborers, of capitalizing the national means of production and subsistence, and of forcibly shortening the transition from the medieval to the modern mode of production. The colonial system, public debts, heavy taxes, protection, commercial wars, etc. These children of the true manufacturing period grew gigantically during the infancy of large-scale industry. Liverpool grew fat on the slave trade, while the cotton industry introduced child slavery into England. In the United States, it gave the impulse for the transformation of the earlier, more or less patriarchal slavery into a system of commercial exploitation. In fact, the veiled slavery of the wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal. Quote, the discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of blackskins, are all things which characterize the dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief moments of primitive accumulation. Quote, force is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. Quote, the public debt becomes one of the most powerful levers of primitive accumulation. As with the stroke of an enchanter's wand, it endows unproductive money with the power of creation and thus turns it into capital, without forcing it to expose itself to the troubles and risks inseparable from its employment in industry or even in usury. Chapter 32. The Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation. Primitive accumulation, insofar as it is not the mere change of form of slaves and serfs into wage laborers, means the expropriation of the immediate producers, the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. The private property of the worker in his means of production is the foundation of small-scale industry and of free individuality. It is compatible only with narrow limits. At a certain stage, it brings forth the material means of its own destruction and is annihilated, the transformation of the dwarf-like property of the many into the giant property of the few. That terrible expropriation forms the prehistory of capital. Capitalist private property, resting on the exploitation of formerly free alien labor, supplants personally earned private property. Once the capitalist mode stands on its own feet, the further socialization of labor and transformation of means of production into socially exploited means takes a new form. What is now to be expropriated is not the self-employed worker, but the capitalist who exploits many workers. Concentration of the means of production and socialization of labor reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. The integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. Capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, its own negation. This is the negation of the negation, not the re-establishment of private property for the producer, but individual property based on the acquisitions of the capitalist era, cooperation and common ownership of the earth and of the means of production produced by labor itself. Quote, "The monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production which has flourished alongside and under it. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point at which they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. This integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated." Chapter 33. The Modern Theory of Colonization. Political economy confuses, on principle, two very different kinds of private property, one of which rests on the labor of the producer himself, the other on the exploitation of the labor of others. It forgets that the latter is not only the direct antithesis of the former, but grows on the former's tomb and nowhere else. In Western Europe, the homeland of political economy, the process of primitive accumulation is more or less accomplished. It is otherwise in the colonies. There the capitalist regime constantly comes up against the obstacle presented by the producer, who, as owner of his own conditions of labor, employs that labor to enrich himself instead of the capitalist. The contradiction between these two diametrically opposed economic systems has its practical manifestation here in the struggle between them. Where the capitalist has behind him the power of the mother country, he tries to use force to clear out of his way the modes of production and appropriation which rest on the personal labor of the independent producer. The same interest which, in the mother country, compels the sycophant of capital, the political economist, to declare that the capitalist mode of production is identical with its opposite, that same interest in the colonies drives him to make a clean breast of it and to proclaim aloud the antagonism between the two modes of production. To this end, he demonstrates that the development of the social productivity of labor, cooperation, division of labor, application of machinery on a large scale, etc., are impossible without the expropriation of the workers and the corresponding transformation of their means of production into capital. In the interest of the so-called national wealth, he seeks for artificial means to ensure the poverty of the people. Here his apologetic armor crumbles off, piece by piece, like rotten touchwood. It is the great merit of E.G. Wakefield to have discovered, not something new about the colonies, but, in the colonies, the truth about capitalist relations in the mother country. Wakefield discovered that, in the colonies, property and money, means of subsistence, machines, and other means of production does not as yet stamp a man as a capitalist if the essential complement to these things is missing. The wage laborer, the other man, who is compelled to sell himself of his own free will. He discovered that capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons which is mediated through things. Mr. Peel, he moans, took with him from England to the Swan River district of Western Australia means of subsistence and of production to the amount of 50,000 pounds. Mr. Peel even had the foresight to bring along 3,000 persons of the working class, men, women, and children. Once he arrived at his destination, Mr. Peel was left without a servant to make his bed or fetch him water from the river. Unhappy Mr. Peel, who provided for everything except the export of English relations of production to Swan River. We have seen that the expropriation of the mass of the people from the soil forms the basis of the capitalist mode of production. The essence of a free colony, on the contrary, consists in this, that the bulk of the soil is still public property, and every settler on it can therefore turn part of it into his private property and his individual means of production, without preventing later settlers from performing the same operation. This is the secret both of the prosperity of the colonies and of their cancerous affliction, their resistance to the establishment of capital. Where land is very cheap and all men are free, where everyone who so pleases can easily obtain a piece of land for himself, not only is labor very dear, as respects the laborer's share of the produce, but the difficulty is to obtain combined labor at any price. How then can the anti-capitalist cancer of the colonies be healed? If people were willing to cross the ocean at all, it was only to turn themselves into independent producers, not to turn themselves into wage laborers. Wakefield's systematic colonization aims to manufacture wage laborers by making land artificially dear, a sufficient price for the land, so that the workers are prevented from becoming independent landowners until they have produced enough surplus value for the capitalists to be able to pay for the passage of replacement from Europe. England practiced the recipe. The fiasco diverted the stream of emigration from the English colonies to the United States. However, we are not concerned here with the condition of the colonies. The only thing that interests us is the secret discovered in the New World by the political economy of the Old World, and loudly proclaimed by it, that the capitalist mode of production and accumulation, and therefore capitalist private property as well, have for their fundamental condition the annihilation of that private property which rests on the labor of the individual himself. In other words, the expropriation of the worker. Capital as social relation. Not a thing, but a relation between persons mediated through things, revealed naked in the colonies. Quote, he discovered that capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons which is mediated through things. Quote, however, we are not concerned here with the condition of the colonies. The only thing that interests us is the secret discovered in the New World by the political economy of the Old World, and loudly proclaimed by it, that the capitalist mode of production and accumulation, and therefore capitalist private property as well, have for their fundamental condition the annihilation of that private property which rests on the labor of the individual himself. In other words, the expropriation of the worker. Conclusion. Volume I of Capital is a single argument stretched across 8 parts. The capitalist mode of production must be reconstructed from its elementary form, the commodity, until the categories that appear as natural properties of things are shown to be social relations reproduced by a historically specific process. The dual character of the commodity, use value, and of the labor that produces it, concrete useful labor and abstract human labor, is not an opening flourish. It is the thread that runs from the fetishism of Chapter 1 through money and circulation, through the transformation of money into capital, through the sale and purchase of labor power, and into the hidden abode of production, where the valorization process extracts unpaid labor as surplus value. What classical political economy treated as the price of labor, the productivity of capital, or the abstinence of the saver, is here rewritten as the form of appearance of a relation between unpaid and paid labor. The middle of the book is the anatomy of that extraction. Absolute surplus value lengthens the working day against a limit that is at once physical, moral, and political. The factory acts are not philanthropy, but the compulsory normalization of a day that capital, left to itself, would drive toward the worker's death. Relative surplus value cheapens the commodities that enter into the reproduction of labor power by revolutionizing the labor process. Cooperation, manufacture, machinery. Machinery, The longest and most concrete stretch of the volume is not a neutral instrument of plenty. It is a means of producing surplus value that simultaneously prolongs, intensifies, and cheapens labor, expels adult males, recruits women and children, and creates the industrial reserve which later chapters will name as a law of accumulation. Wages, time wages, peace wages, national differences are then shown to be converted forms of the value of labor power, forms that make unpaid labor appear as paid. Parts 7 and 8 close the circuit and then break it. Simple reproduction already converts all capital, whatever its original source, into accumulated surplus value and reproduces the capital relation itself. Capitalist at one pole, wage laborer at the other. Expanded reproduction inverts the property laws of commodity production. The exchange of equivalents becomes the right to appropriate alien, unpaid labor. The general law of capitalist accumulation then states the correlation. The same development of social productivity that swells the mass of capital relatively diminishes the demand for labor and produces a surplus population, floating, latent, stagnant, whose expansion and contraction regulate wages more surely than any Malthusian arithmetic of mouths. Primitive accumulation is the historical answer to the circle that otherwise remains closed. Money and commodities become capital only when free workers confront owners of money. Free in the double sense, neither slaves nor proprietors. That freedom was manufactured by the expropriation of the agricultural population, bloody legislation against the expropriated, the colonial system, the national debt, and the tax and protection state. Force is the midwife. It is itself an economic power. The volume's last word is not a program, but a tendency. Capital is private property, resting on the exploitation of formerly free alien labor, expropriates the many. The further socialization of labor and concentration of means of production become incompatible with their capitalist integument. The expropriators are expropriated. Colonization theory, in Wakefield's mouth, accidentally confesses the same secret the New World taught the Old. Capital is not a thing, but a social relation, and its fundamental condition is the annihilation of that private property which rests on the labor of the individual himself. Volume I stops at the production of capital. Circulation of the total social capital, the formation of a general rate of profit, and the splitting of surplus value into profit, interest, and rent are deferred. The limit is methodological, not a failure of nerve. What has been established is the inner structure of the capitalist production process as a process of valorization, and the historical violence without which that process has no starting point. Key persons: Adam Smith, classical political economy's great anatomist of the division of labor and of productive labor, treated throughout as the thinker who almost sees the dual character of labor and then loses it in the dogma that social capital resolves entirely into wages. David Ricardo, the last great representative of classical economy, grasped labor as the substance of value and the inverse relation of wages and profit, yet identified value with cost price and could not distinguish labor from labor power. Thomas Malthus, population theorist and advocate of a division of labor between accumulating capitalists and spending landlords. The Industrial Reserve Army is Marx's demolition of the claim that workers must adapt their numbers to capital as if to a law of nature. Nassau W. Sr., vulgar economist of the last hour and of abstinence, the sycophantic renaming of capital as the capitalist's self-denial, answered in the Working Day chapter and again in Accumulation. Bernard de Mandeville, honest cynic of the fable of the bees, saw that a multitude of laborious poor is the wealth of a free nation, without yet seeing that accumulation itself multiplies that multitude. Simon de Sismondi, named for the image of accumulation as a spiral rather than a circle, a critic of classical harmony who still lacked the categories of surplus value. Edward Gibbon Wakefield, colonial theorist whose systematic colonization and sufficient prize for land accidentally reveal that capital is a social relation requiring the wage laborer as its essential complement. Edmund Potter, Manchester cotton magnate whose 1863 letter treated factory operatives as living machinery to be locked in the cotton districts. The manifesto of simple reproduction's claim that the working class belongs to capital. Jeremy Bentham. Philistine oracle who dogmatized social capital as a fixed magnitude, thereby making the so-called labor fund into a natural barrier instead of an elastic part of surplus value. Andrew Ure, apologist of the factory system, cited as the Pindar of the automatic workshop, for whom machinery is the answer to insubordinate labor. Robert Owen, manufacturer reformer whose new Lanark experiments and educational proposals appear in the machinery chapter as the germ of a variation of labor that large-scale industry makes both necessary and possible. François Quesnay, physiocrat whose tableau économique first attempted to depict the year's production as it emerges from circulation, a merit Marx records even while rejecting the reduction of surplus to agricultural nature. Key works: An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith, 1776, the classical starting point for the analysis of value, productive labor, and accumulation. The and so on that resolves social capital into wages is dismantled in Chapter 24. On the Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. David Ricardo, 1817, the most rigorous classical statement of labor value and of the inverse movement of wages and profit. Its identification of value with cost price and of labor with labor power is a recurring polemic. An essay on the principle of population. Thomas Malthus, 1798, and later editions The Population Law, against which the Industrial Reserve Army is constructed. Accumulation produces the surplus population that Malthus ascribes to nature. Tableau économique. François Quesnay, 1758, first depiction of annual reproduction as a circuit of classes and advances. Praised as a merit of the physiocrats. Reserved for full analysis in Volume 2. England and America / Colonial Writings. J. Wakefield, 1830, source of systematic colonization and of the Swan River anecdote. The New World's confession of the Old World secret. Reports of the inspectors of factories. Children's Employment Commission. Public Health Reports. Dr. John Simon and others. The Blue Book material of the working day, machinery, and the general law. Not illustration tacked on, but the concrete existence of the categories. The Philosophy of Manufactures. Andrew Ure, 1835, Factory Apologetic. Machinery as a weapon against the skilled worker and as the soul of the automatic workshop. The State of the Poor. Sir F. Hayden, 1797, History of the English Laboring Classes. Used both for the dependence of the rich on the command of labor and, ironically, for Eden's comfort with enclosure. Index of Key Concepts. Commodity. The elementary form of wealth in societies where the capitalist mode of production prevails, a thing that is at once a use value and a value. Analysis of the commodity is analysis of the dual character of the labor represented in it. The whole of Volume I unfolds from this self-form. To begin with capital or class would be to assume what has to be developed. Value / socially necessary labor time. Value is crystallized abstract human labor. Its magnitude is the labor time socially necessary to produce the commodity under the normal conditions of production, with the average degree of skill and intensity prevalent at the time. Use value is the bearer of value, never its cause. Changes in productivity alter the mass of use values and, inversely, the value of each. Fetishism of commodities. The social relation between producers appears as a relation between the products of their labor. Value seems a natural property of the thing, as weight does. Money completes the fetish by making the social character of labor appear as a thing that all other things measure themselves against. Science has to dissolve this appearance. Everyday practice lives inside it. Labor power, the capacity for labor, sold as a commodity for a definite period. Its value is determined by the labor time necessary to produce the means of subsistence required for the maintenance of the worker and the reproduction of the race, including a historical and moral element. Its use value, consumed in the labor process, is the source of new value, including surplus value. Confusing labor power with labor is the original sin of the wage form. Surplus value. Value produced by labor power over and above the equivalent of its own value. Absolute surplus value arises from prolongation of the working day beyond necessary labor time. Relative surplus value from the cheapening of labor power through increased productivity in the industries that produce wage goods and their means of production. Surplus value is the secret of the increment in the general formula M-C-M. Constant and variable capital. Constant capital is the value of means of production transferred to the product. It creates no new value. Variable capital is the value laid out in labor power, which both reproduces its own equivalent and produces a surplus. The distinction is not a bookkeeping convenience. It is the condition for measuring the rate of surplus value as S/V rather than as profit on total capital. Rate of surplus value, S/V, the ratio of surplus value to variable capital or of surplus labor to necessary labor. It is the exact expression of the degree of exploitation of labor power. The vulgar formulae which puts surplus against total capital or unpaid labor against the whole working day conceived as paid conceal the rate even when they report a profit. Working day, the sum of necessary and surplus labor, whose length is not given by nature but settled by struggle between collective capital and collective labor. Capital's drive is toward a working day of 24 hours minus the pauses without which labor power cannot reappear. The factory acts fix a normal day. They do not abolish surplus value. They force it to change its form. Machinery and large-scale industry, the adequate technological form of relative surplus value. Machinery cheapens commodities, intensifies labor, prolongs the day until law intervenes, and then intensifies further. It is a means of producing surplus value that simultaneously creates a relative surplus population and a material basis for the variation of labor. The factory is the perfected command of dead labor over living. Wages, time wages, piece wages converted forms of the value and price of labor power. Time wages make every hour appear paid. Piece wages make the product appear to be what is paid for. Both mystify the split between necessary and surplus labor. Piece wages are the form most adequate to capitalist production because they make intensity and quality self-policing. Simple and expanded reproduction. Viewed as a connected whole, every process of production is a process of reproduction. Simple reproduction, with surplus value consumed as revenue, already converts all capital into accumulated surplus value and reproduces the capital relation. Expanded reproduction, or accumulation, reconverts surplus value into capital. The cycle becomes a spiral, and the property laws of commodity production invert into laws of capitalist appropriation. Organic composition of capital. The value composition, C/V, insofar as it is determined by the technical composition and mirrors its changes. Accumulation on an unchanged composition may raise wages. The specifically capitalist mode of production raises composition, relatively diminishing variable capital and producing a surplus population. Wherever composition is used without qualification, organic composition is met. Industrial reserve army / relative surplus population. The working population made relatively redundant by the same accumulation that swells social wealth. Forms, floating centers of modern industry, latent, agriculture draining toward the towns, stagnant, irregular employment, domestic industry, and the sediment of pauperism. General movements of wages are regulated by the expansion and contraction of this reserve in the industrial cycle, not by the absolute numbers of the population. General law of capitalist accumulation. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, and the energy of its growth, the greater the industrial reserve army. The greater that reserve relative to the active army, the greater the consolidated surplus population whose misery is an inverse ratio to its torment of labor. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is accumulation of misery at the other, within the class that produces its own product as capital. Primitive accumulation, the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production, not the result of the capitalist mode, but its point of departure. Political economy's nursery tale of frugal elites is replaced by expropriation of the agricultural population, bloody legislation, colonial plunder, public debt, and protection. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. Capital as social relation. Capital is not a thing, money, machines, land, but a relation between persons mediated through things. Specifically, the confrontation of owners of means of production with free workers who must sell labor power. Wakefield discovers this nakedly in the colonies, where Mr. Peel has everything except the wage laborer. The secret of a new world is the condition of the old. Reading comprehension questions. Why does the analysis of capital begin with the commodity rather than with class, the factory, or the economy as a whole, and what would be lost if that order were reversed? How does the dual character of labor, concrete useful labor / abstract human labor, explain both the possibility of exchange and the fetishism that makes value appear as a property of things? What is the difference between labor and labor power, and why does treating the wage as the price of labor make surplus value invisible? Reconstruct the general formula M and the contradiction that surplus value cannot arise from circulation if equivalents are exchanged, yet cannot arise apart from circulation. How does the purchase of labor power resolve the contradiction without violating the law of value? Distinguish constant from variable capital, and explain why the rate of surplus value must be measured as S/V rather than as profit on total capital advanced. How do absolute and relative surplus value differ as methods? And why does the Factory Act, by shortening the day, become a spur to intensification and to machinery rather than a simple loss of surplus value? In what sense are time wages and piece wages converted forms of the value of labor power? And why is the piece wage especially adequate to capitalist production? Simple reproduction consumes surplus value as revenue. Why? Even so, does mere continuity convert all capital into accumulated surplus value and reproduce the worker as wage laborer? State the distinction between concentration and centralization of capital. Why can railways be built by centralization in the twinkling of an eye when accumulation alone would still be waiting? The general law of capitalist accumulation correlates wealth and misery. What mechanism produces the Industrial Reserve Army? And why are movements of wages regulated by that army rather than by the absolute growth of population? Primitive accumulation is said to play the role of original sin in political economy. What historical processes does Marx put in place of the legend of the frugal elite, and why is force itself an economic power? Wakefield's theory of colonization is not recommended as colonial policy. What's secret about capitalist production in the mother country does the colony force political economy to confess?